Chapter 1. Muzutafu had learned to live with two kinds of monsters. The first were the villains, the same restless tide of broken quirks and broken people that every hero in Japan had grown up fighting. The second had arrived 11 years ago, tearing itself out of the sky over the Pacific in a ring of violet light that the news still called the first fracture. Nobody had ever explained where the gates came from. They simply appeared, black doorways standing in office parks and subway tunnels and empty fields, and anything that walked out of them wanted the world dead. Izuku Midoriya had grown up chasing the space between those two monsters with a notebook in his hand. He was 15, quirkless in a city where 4 out of 5 people had some small gift, and he had made his peace with never standing in the front row of either war. He would analyze it instead. He filled composition books with quirk theory and gate ecology and hunter tactics until the ink bled through the pages, because understanding the world was the only weapon nobody could take from him. That was supposed to be the extent of his involvement. Watch from the crowd. Take notes. Go home. The gate that opened beneath the Muzutafu Central Exchange did not care what he had planned. It came without warning during a Tuesday evening rush, a black seam splitting open across 4 lanes of stalled traffic, and by the time the Hunter Association's rapid response team arrived, it had already swallowed the block whole. Izuku was 3 streets over when the containment perimeter went up. He should have turned back. Every rule he had ever written in his own notebooks told him to turn back. He went closer instead, drawn by the same helpless curiosity that had always gotten him yelled at. And that was how he ended up trapped behind a support column when the barrier cruise line broke and the whole intersection folded into the dark. Inside, the gate was not a place so much as a wound. Stone floors stretched into a false horizon lit by nothing, and the air tasted like rust. A hunting party of B-rank professionals had gone in ahead of the civilians who'd been dragged along with the collapsing perimeter, 11 of them, veterans with clean kill counts and calm voices. Izuku had followed the sound of their footsteps because it was the only sound that meant something other than dying alone. He found them 40 minutes later, what was left of them, scattered across a floor that had once been a parking garage and was now an amphitheater of black stone. The thing that had done it stood at the center like a monument to itself, a shape built from too many joints and no proportion a human eye wanted to accept, and when it turned its head toward Izuku there was no hunger in the motion. Only recognition, the way a man might glance at an insect crossing his boot. Izuku did not remember deciding to run. He remembered the wall of pressure that caught him from behind before he had gone 10 steps, remembered the sensation of his ribs giving way with a distant, almost polite crunch, remembered the ceiling of the false amphitheater tilting overhead as gravity stopped meaning anything in particular. He remembered, very clearly, that he was not afraid. He had always assumed dying would be the loudest moment of his life. Instead the world went quiet in a way that felt almost considerate, the noise of the gate fading out like a hand turned down on a dial, and the last thing he saw before the black stone came up to meet him was a single line of pale blue text, hanging in the air exactly where a person's eyes would need to be to read it. It said, "A certain qualification has been met." Then there was nothing at all. Chapter 2. He did not wake up. That was the first thing Izuku understood, floating in a dark that had no floor and no ceiling and no particular temperature. He was aware of himself the way a thought is aware of itself, present without a body to be present in, and the panic that should have accompanied that realization simply did not arrive. Something in the dark was keeping it from him, gently, the way a hand might rest over a wound to stop the bleeding. The text returned. It hung in front of him at a height that assumed he had eyes, which he was fairly sure at this point he did not. Welcome, player. You have been selected because you possessed the will to keep walking towards something that could kill you, and the humility to have no power of your own while you did it. The world has need of a Shadow Monarch. No one has answered that need in 100 years. You are being offered the position. Izuku, who had spent his entire life analyzing the mechanics of other people's quirks because he had none to call his own, found that even bodiless and half convinced he was dead, the scientist in him could not resist asking the obvious question. What happens if I say no? The text held for a long moment, as if considering whether that was actually a possibility, before it answered. You will not say no, no one ever has. Except. There was no button, no gesture, nothing to press or sign. He simply understood that the acceptance was already a foregone conclusion, that some part of him had said yes in the half-second before he even finished forming the question, the same reflex that had carried him past every safety barrier his whole life. The dark did not so much brighten as invert, turning inside out around a single point of violet light that expanded to swallow him whole. He woke up on his back in the false amphitheater, staring at a ceiling of black stone that was, impossibly, still there. The 11 hunters lay scattered around him exactly as they had fallen. The monster that had killed them was gone. In its place stood a plain gray panel of interlocking runes, floating at chest height, patient as a held breath. A gate has recognized you as its conqueror. Reward available. Claim shadow extraction. Izuku sat up slowly, testing ribs that should have been broken and finding them whole, and looked at the words hanging in the air with the exact expression he had once reserved for a quirk analysis that refused to add up. He had no idea what shadow extraction meant. But he had spent his entire life wanting, more than he had ever wanted anything, to matter to a world that had already decided he never would. So he reached toward the panel the way a starving man reaches toward bread, and somewhere behind his ribs, something ancient and patient finally opened one eye. Chapter 3. The hospital released him 2 days later with a clean bill of health and a story nobody quite believed. Officially, Izuku Midoriya had been pulled unconscious but unharmed from the wreckage of the Central Exchange collapse, one of only 3 civilians to walk out of that gate alive, and mercifully forgotten by the news cycle within a week because a hero agency scandal broke on the same news day. His mother cried into his shoulder for a solid 10 minutes in the hospital corridor and made him promise, twice, that he would never go near a gate barrier again. He meant it when he said yes. He was fairly sure it was already a lie. Alone in his room that first night home, he found the panel again simply by wanting it to appear, the way he might have once reached for a light switch in the dark. It responded instantly, a translucent interface unfolding across his vision without disturbing a single object in the room around it, and beneath the header that read player status, a short list of numbers waited for him like a report card from a school he had never enrolled in. Level 1, Strength, 12. Agility, 11. Perception, 14. Mana, 9, Fatigue Resistance, 20. Title, Shadow Monarch, Dormant. Beneath the number sat a single grayed-out tab labeled Shadows, currently empty, and a second tab labeled Quests, which had exactly one entry waiting for him. Daily Quest, Basic Training. 100 sit-ups. 100 push-ups. 100 squats. Run 10 kilometers. Reward, stat increase. Penalty for failure, physical penalty. Izuku laughed out loud, alone in his room, for the first time in longer than he could remember. It was such a small, absurd thing to have survived a gate and a monster and something that had called itself a Shadow Monarch and receive, in return, a gym routine that any second-year hero course student could finish before breakfast. He did it anyway. He did all of it that night, in the dark of his own backyard where his mother wouldn't see, and somewhere around the 80th push-up he understood that his body was not tiring the way it should have. He finished the 10 kilometers at a pace that would have qualified for a provisional license track team, and did not so much as break a real sweat. The panel chimed softly in a register only he could hear. Level 2, Strength, 15. He stood in the dark, breathing evenly, and understood with total clarity that whatever had happened to him inside that gate had not ended when he walked back out of it. It had only just begun. Chapter 4. He kept the training up for 3 weeks before he let himself go looking for a fight. It was not difficult to find one. Muzutafu's Undercity ran on a black market economy of illegal quirk enhancers and stolen hero gear, and every alley below the third ring had its own low-tier villain working some corner of it. Izuku picked a mugger first, a man with a minor strength augment quirk who had cornered a delivery worker against a shuttered storefront, because it felt like the safest possible place to test whatever he had become. He did not expect to feel nothing when the man's fist connected with his forearm. He did not expect the man's arm to simply stop, as if it had struck a wall built into the shape of a teenage boy, or the sick understanding on the villain's face when he realized his quirk had done precisely nothing. Immunity, the panel informed him afterward, dryly, was one of the privileges of the position. Quirks were, in the end, a kind of mana architecture layered over flesh. A Shadow Monarch's body did not run on the same rules. The mugger went down in one motion, unconscious before he understood he'd lost. Izuku stood over him in the dark of the alley with his pulse hardly elevated, and the panel offered him, for the first time, the option he had been half dreading and half hoping for since the moment he'd first read the word extraction. Arise. He said it out loud, quietly, feeling foolish and electric at once, and a column of black mist rose from the unconscious man's chest and folded itself into a shape that stood at attention beside Izuku a heartbeat later. It had no face to speak of, only a suggestion of one beneath a hood of shadow, and it inclined its head toward him in a gesture that needed no translation. A soldier shadow has been created. Shadow army, 1 of 1. Izuku looked at the thing he had made, this quiet obedient darkness standing in an alley that smelled like rain and rust, and felt the same vertigo he'd felt the moment the gate first opened beneath the central exchange. He was quirkless. He had been quirkless his entire life, the boy with nothing to offer, and now he was standing in an alley with an army of 1 and the absolute certainty that it would not be 1 for very much longer. He went home that night and did not sleep, not because he was afraid, but because for the first time in 15 years he did not know what the ceiling of his own potential looked like, and some small reckless part of him could not wait to find out. Chapter 5. 3 months bought him a level count in the 20s and a shadow army in the double digits, extracted one careful hunt at a time from villains too minor for the news to bother naming. He learned to read the city the way he had once read notebooks, mapping which alleys fed which black markets, which underpasses hid which fences, until the geography of Muzutafu's underworld sat as clearly in his head as any hero course syllabus. He learned, too, the shape of his own restraint. Every villain he took down walked away breathing. He was building an army, not a body count, and some quiet stubborn part of him refused to let that distinction blur even once. It was that restraint that put him in the wrong alley on the wrong night, 3 blocks from a chemical depot the government had quietly converted into a weapons cache, at the exact moment Lady Nagant took her firing position on the rooftop above him. He felt her before he saw her, a pressure at the base of his skull that the panel flagged instantly as hostile intent, ranged, lethal. He had half a second to throw himself sideways before the shot came, a round that would have gone through a normal skull like paper and instead cracked against the shadow barrier that rose around him on reflex, close enough that he felt the heat of it pass his cheek. Nagant fired 4 more times in the space of 2 seconds, each shot finding an angle he hadn't been standing in a moment before, each one turned aside by shadow that moved faster than her aim could compensate for. By the 5th shot she had stopped firing at all, and when Izuku looked up at the rooftop he found her staring down at him along the barrel of her rifle with an expression he recognized immediately, because he had worn it himself in every mirror since the day he woke up in that gate. It was the look of someone who had just discovered the floor of what they thought was possible had never existed at all. She was younger than the news files he'd half memorized suggested, her hair cropped short and practical, a thin dark collar sitting at the base of her throat that hummed faintly with a current he could feel from 30 meters away. He recognized what it was the instant he saw it. Not a quirk. A leash. You're not on the target list, she called down, her voice flat and professional even as her aim never wavered. Which means I have exactly one reason to still be pulling this trigger, and it isn't a good one. Izuku straightened slowly in the alley, feeling the panel flare a soft warning at the edge of his vision that he ignored entirely, and looked up at the woman who had just tried 5 times to kill him without once managing to draw blood. Then let's find you a better one, he said, and meant it as an invitation rather than a threat, because something in the set of her shoulders told him she had not chosen that collar any more than he had chosen the gate. Chapter 6. She came down off the rooftop the hard way, dropping into a 3-point landing that put 8 meters of cracked asphalt between them, rifle already reloaded and leveled before her boots finished settling. Izuku did not raise a hand against her. He let 3 more shots come and go, each one bending around him on a current of shadow that answered his will before his conscious mind had finished the thought, and watched something in her aim begin, very slightly, to shake. I don't miss, she said, and it was not bragging. It was the flat, disbelieving recitation of a fact that had just stopped being true. You're not missing, he said. I'm just not where the bullets think I am. Her finger came off the trigger. It was such a small motion, barely a change in the angle of one knuckle, but it told him everything he needed to know about the woman standing across from him. She had been sent to kill, ordered by whatever agency had put that collar around her throat, and some part of her had been hoping, quietly, hopelessly, for exactly this outcome. The collar, he said. Who controls it? Something crossed her face that she visibly fought back down before it could reach her voice. People who decided a marksman with my record was worth keeping on a very short chain, she said. It answers to a handler frequency. It answers to a kill switch if I ever decide the chain isn't short enough. I've had it 11 months. I don't recommend it. Izuku held out one hand, palm up, shadow curling loose and unhurried around his fingers in a way that was meant, deliberately, to look like an offer rather than a threat. I can't promise you anything about what happens after, he said. I don't even fully understand what I am yet. But I can take that off you right now, and whatever you decide to do with the rest of tonight is entirely your own choice. She looked at his outstretched hand for a long moment, rifle still slack at her side, and something in her posture that had been braced for 11 months finally, fractionally, eased. If you're lying to me, she said, I promise you I will find a way to make it count anyway. I'm not, he said, and closed the distance between them. The collar came apart under a touch of shadow the way a lock gives way to the right key, no violence in it at all, just a soft unraveling of current and then silence where the hum had been. Lady Nagant stood very still in the dark of the alley, one hand rising slowly to touch her own bare throat as if she did not quite trust it was real, and when she finally looked back up at Izuku there was something in her eyes that he would spend a long time afterward trying to find the right word for. Not gratitude, exactly. Recognition. The look of a soldier who had just found a commander worth actually following. So, she said, holstering the rifle at last. What exactly are you? He thought about the panel, the shadows, the gate, the 100 small impossible things that had happened to him in 3 months that he had told no one about, and settled on the only honest answer he had. Still finding out, he said. Want to help me figure it out? Chapter 7. They built the beginnings of a base out of necessity rather than ambition, a disused subway maintenance depot 2 levels below the 3rd ring that Nagant knew from an old assignment and Izuku's shadows could patrol without ever needing to breathe the stale air down there. It was not glamorous. It had exposed wiring and a leak in the northeast corner that never fully dried, and within a week it had become the only place in the city where Izuku Midoriya did not have to pretend to be smaller than he was. Nagant proved to be exactly what her file had promised and nothing that it had warned against. She was precise in a way that made his own instinctive, improvisational style look reckless by comparison, and she took to commanding his shadow soldiers on joint operations with the same cold competence she'd once used to carry out government contracts. Within 2 weeks they had dismantled a stolen quirk enhancer ring operating out of the old exchange district, extracting 3 more shadows in the process, each one folding silently into the ranks the way a river adds tributaries. You fight like you've never lost anything you actually wanted to keep, Nagant told him one night, watching him spar bare-handed against 2 of his own soldiers to test the edges of his growing strength. It's going to get you killed someday. Or it's going to make you the strongest person in this city. I haven't decided which yet. Maybe both, Izuku said, and did not entirely disagree with either half of her assessment. What neither of them said out loud, not yet, was the shape the operation had begun to take without either of them quite planning it. They were not vigilantes in the way the term usually got used, chasing headlines or public approval. They answered to no agency, filed no reports, wore no numbers on a hero ranking board. They took villains apart from underneath, quietly, methodically, and the ones who survived the encounter walked away changed in ways they rarely spoke about afterward, because something about facing a will that Quirk simply could not touch had a tendency to reorganize a person's priorities. The Undercity noticed before the surface did. Whispers started moving through Muzitafu's black markets about a shape that walked through locked doors and armed guards like they were smoke, that left villains bound and breathing but utterly, permanently done with the life, that commanded darkness the way a general commands troops. Nobody had a name for it yet. They only had a description, murmured nervously over black market transactions that were growing rarer every week. Something's hunting the hunters now. Izuku heard the phrase second-hand, relayed through Nagant after an informant let it slip during an interrogation, and felt something settle into place behind his ribs that he did not entirely understand yet, except to know that it felt, for the first time in his life, like being seen. Chapter 8. Rumi Usagiyama had built a career on being the fastest thing in any room she walked into, and it took her exactly 4 weeks of hearing the same rumor from 4 unrelated sources before her instincts, honed across a decade as the number 2 hero in Japan, decided that 4 was a pattern worth chasing personally instead of delegating. She liked the term the Undercity had settled on. Something's hunting the hunters. It had a rhythm to it that made her blood run hot in the good way, the way it used to run before the rankings had started to feel less like a ladder and more like a ceiling she'd already touched. Mirko did not chase mysteries because she was bored. She chased them because somewhere underneath the show and the smile for the cameras, she was still the same girl who had never once in her life backed away from finding out exactly how strong something actually was. She found her first hard lead in a warehouse district 3 blocks from where a quirk trafficking ring had been dismantled overnight 2 weeks prior. Every trafficker present bound in restraints nobody in the Hero Commission's Forensics Division could identify, made of something that photographed as pure black and registered as nothing at all on a quirk residue scanner. She crouched at the edge of the crime scene tape long after the investigators had gone home, running one gloved finger over a restraint mark pressed into the concrete floor, and felt a grin spread across her face that had nothing polite in it whatsoever. "Whoever you are," she said to the empty warehouse, "you'd better be as fun as the paperwork makes you sound." It took her another 9 days of careful, patient tracking, a discipline she rarely bothered to exercise for anything less interesting than this, before she finally caught the edge of something moving through the shipping yards on the 4th ring at 2 in the morning, fast and quiet in a way that made her own considerable speed feel almost clumsy by comparison. She followed the shape across 3 rooftops before it finally stopped, turned, and waited for her in the open with an ease that told her, immediately, that it had known she was there the entire time. Izuku stood on the edge of a container stack with 2 soldier shadows flanking him like an honor guard, and looked at the number 2 hero of Japan with an expression that held none of the fear she was used to seeing on people's faces the first time they met her in the field. "You've been following me for over a week," he said. "I figured it was polite to finally let you catch up." Mirko's grin widened until it showed teeth. "Oh," she said, dropping into a ready crouch that promised violence in the most delighted possible way. "I am going to enjoy this so much." Chapter 9. She came at him at full speed without another word of warning, because warnings had never been Mirko's style and because some instinct in her had already decided, correctly, that this was not a fight she needed to hold back for. Her kick landed clean on his raised forearm with enough force behind it to crater concrete, and Izuku felt the impact travel up through shadow woven so densely around his skin that it barely registered as more than pressure. "That should have broken something," she said, already spinning into a second strike before the first had finished connecting. "It should have," he agreed, and caught her heel an inch from his jaw with 2 fingers, holding it there with a stillness that made her pupils go wide with something that was not fear at all. They traded a dozen more exchanges across the rooftop in the time it took most fights to properly begin, Mirko throwing everything she had at a target that simply refused to break the way targets were supposed to, Izuku giving ground only when giving ground served the fight and holding his own when it did not, never once landing a blow that would have actually hurt her. She noticed that last part somewhere around the 8th exchange, the careful precision of a strength that could have ended things in a single strike and chose, deliberately, not to. "You're pulling every hit," she said, breathing hard for the first time in longer than she liked to admit, dropping back to a wary stance a few meters clear of him. "I don't fight people I respect to hurt them," he said. "I fight them to find out if they're worth respecting." Something in that answer landed harder than any of the kicks had. Mirko straightened out of her stance slowly, rolling one shoulder, and looked at him with an assessment that had nothing to do with hero work and everything to do with the particular, rare hunger she reserved for things that were genuinely, finally strong enough to matter. "You could have ended that fight in the first 30 seconds, she said. "Instead you gave me a real one. Most people who could do what you just did wouldn't bother. Most people who could do what I do haven't had to fight for anything their whole life to get here," he said. "I have. I'm not going to start being lazy about it now that I don't have to." Mirko laughed, loud and delighted, the sound bouncing off the shipping containers and out across the empty yard. Alright, Shadow Boy, she said, extending one hand toward him with a grin that promised trouble in the best possible way. I'm not reporting whatever this is to the commission. I'm not interested in getting it shut down. I'm interested in seeing how much stronger you get. Deal? Izuku looked at her offered hand, at the two soldier shadows watching silently from the container stack behind him, and understood that he had just gained something far more valuable than an ally who wouldn't turn him in. He had gained one who would push him, relentlessly and gladly, toward every limit he had left to find. Deal, he said, and shook it. Chapter 10. Nemuri Kayama heard about the shadow rumors the way she heard about most things that mattered in Muzidafu, secondhand and sideways, filtered through a UA teacher's lounge conversation she was only half listening to until Aizawa said the phrase quirk immune and every ounce of her attention snapped into focus at once. There is no such thing as quirk immune, she said, setting down her tea with more precision than the gesture strictly required. There wasn't, Aizawa agreed, until apparently there was. Commission's calling it an unregistered variable. Whatever it is, it's been quietly dismantling half the trafficking network on the 3rd and 4th rings for 2 months, and Mirko stopped filing incident reports about her nighttime patrols in that district entirely, which either means nothing is happening down there or something is happening that she doesn't want written down. Knowing her, I'd put money on the second one. Midnight had spent 17 years as a professional hero learning to read the difference between a mystery that deserved caution and a mystery that deserved curiosity, and something about this one, the careful restraint of it, the fact that every trafficker recovered from those scenes had been left alive and thoroughly, permanently reformed rather than simply beaten, tipped the scale toward the second category almost immediately. Villains who wanted power did not bother leaving their victims breathing. Whatever was operating in the Undercity wanted something else entirely, and Midnight had built an entire career on being curious about exactly that kind of contradiction. She found her opening 3 weeks later during a joint operation gone sideways, a hostage situation in an abandoned processing plant on the 4th ring that had spiraled well past what her rescue quirk alone could manage, 6 armed captors and a dozen civilians and a clock that had already run out twice on the negotiation team. She was 3 moves from having to make an impossible choice between 2 rooms she could not reach at the same time when the lights in the plant died all at once, every one of them, and the captor's panicked shouting cut off mid-sentence into a silence so total it felt like the building itself had exhaled. When the backup generators kicked the lights back on 90 seconds later, all 6 captors lay bound and unconscious against the far wall, every hostage unharmed and huddled together near the loading dock. And the only trace of whoever had done it was a faint residue of something that photographed as pure black and returned no readings on any scanner her team carried. Midnight walked the length of that processing floor twice, slowly, cataloging every detail with the same careful attention she gave a difficult student, and found herself smiling despite the circumstances. Whoever had just quietly, efficiently saved an operation she had genuinely believed was about to end badly had done it without a single wasted motion and without waiting around for anyone's thanks. I am going to find you, she said to the empty room, and there was nothing threatening in her voice at all. There was something that sounded, if anyone had been there to hear it, remarkably like anticipation. Chapter 11. It took her considerably longer than it had taken Mirko. Not because she was less capable but because she was more careful, building her search on pattern analysis rather than pure pursuit, cross-referencing every unexplained rescue and every dismantled operation across 6 weeks until the geography of it told her almost everything she needed to know about the person behind it. Whoever this was operated with a discipline that suggested planning rather than impulse, a restraint that suggested principle rather than image management, and a territory that, she noticed with growing certainty, always seemed to circle back toward a maintenance depot 2 levels below the 3rd ring that had been abandoned on every official record for over a decade. She went there alone, off the clock, wearing civilian clothes instead of her hero costume, because some instinct told her that whoever she was about to meet would respond far better to a person than to a uniform. Izuku felt her coming before she reached the depot entrance, the panel flagging her presence with none of the hostile intent markers it had thrown up the night he'd met Nagant, and made the decision, deliberately, to let her find the door unguarded rather than turn her away at the perimeter. Something about the careful, patient way she had tracked him across 6 weeks of scattered clues told him she deserved that much respect. She stepped into the depot's main chamber to find him waiting exactly where his own instincts had told her he would be, seated on an overturned equipment crate with Nagant standing watchful a few meters behind him and a handful of soldier shadows arranged along the walls like a silent honor guard. Midnight took in the whole scene with the unhurried thoroughness of someone who had spent a career reading rooms for a living, and let a slow, genuine smile spread across her face. "So," she said. "You're the one making my colleagues nervous." "Only the ones who deserve to be," Izuku said, standing to meet her. "I'd rather you not be one of them." "That depends entirely on what I find out in the next 10 minutes, she said, though there was nothing accusatory in it, only the frank curiosity of a professional taking honest stock of a situation. "Explain to me what I just walked into," he told her. Not everything, not yet, some instinct in him still cautious about handing every card away in a single sitting, but enough of the truth to be worth something: the gate, the shadow army, the quirk immunity, the careful, deliberate restraint he insisted on with every villain he took down. Midnight listened without interrupting once, her expression sliding gradually from professional wariness into something warmer, more interested, the particular fascination she reserved for people who turned out to be more complicated than the rumors suggested. "You could have kept every one of those villains you dismantled for yourself," she said when he finished. "Made yourself richer, more powerful, answered to nobody at all. Instead you're running what amounts to an unpaid, unrecognized rescue operation out of a condemned subway depot." "I spent my whole life with nothing," he said simply. "Now that I finally have something, I'm not interested in wasting it on myself." Midnight studied him for a long moment, the kind of look that made most people shift their weight uncomfortably, and Izuku found, to his own mild surprise, that he did not look away from it. "I'm not going to report this," she said finally. "Not yet, and maybe not ever, depending on how the next few months go. But I want to know more. I want to see what you're actually building down here. Consider this the start of a very long conversation." "I'd like that," Izuku said, and meant it more than he expected to. Chapter 12. While Izuku's operation grew one careful hunt at a time in the tunnels beneath the third ring, a very different kind of movement was gathering strength in the ruins of an organization that most of the country believed had already been broken beyond repair. The Paranormal Liberation Front had spent the better part of a year rebuilding in the wreckage of its own worst defeat, drawing survivors and opportunists out of the cracks the last war had left in the underworld, patient in a way the old organization under Shigaraki had never once managed to be. Its new leadership understood, with a cold clarity its predecessors had lacked, that the mistake of the last uprising had not been ambition. It had been moving too loudly, too early, before the pieces were fully in place. They moved quietly instead, this time, gathering intelligence long before they gathered soldiers, and it was through that patient intelligence network, 3 informants and 2 intercepted transmissions deep, that a report finally crossed the desk of the front's ranking strategist describing an unregistered variable operating out of Muzidafu's undercity, Quirk Immune, commanding what witnesses described only as living darkness, responsible for the quiet, total collapse of no fewer than 9 criminal operations across 4 months. The strategist read the report twice, then a third time, and felt something that had not troubled him in a very long time settle uncomfortably behind his ribs. Concern. Every calculation his organization had built for the coming operation assumed a battlefield of known quantities, heroes with catalogued quirks and predictable limits, a government commission whose response patterns had been studied and mapped for years. An entity that quirks simply could not touch, operating outside every hero registry, answering to no chain of command they could infiltrate or intimidate, was not a known quantity. It was a hole in the plan large enough to swallow the entire operation whole if it was allowed to remain unexamined for much longer. He carried the report to the small, quiet council that had assumed control in the aftermath of the old regime's collapse, laid it on the table without preamble, and said the only thing that needed saying. "Before we move against the city," he said, "we need to know exactly what this is. And then we need to decide whether it can be recruited, contained, or removed." The council was silent for a long moment, considering the implications of a piece on the board that none of them had placed there and none of them fully understood, before the eldest among them finally spoke. "Send scouts," he said. Quietly. "If it can be turned to our purpose, turn it. If it cannot, we will need to know precisely how it fights before the day we can no longer avoid finding out the hard way. Chapter 13. Izuku's army crossed 50 soldiers the same week his level count crossed 40, and somewhere in that steady, patient accumulation of strength, the depot beneath the third ring stopped feeling like a hideout and started, quietly, to feel like something closer to a court. Nagant ran operational planning with the same precision she'd once given government contracts, cataloging every target with a marksman's patience before committing a single shadow to the field. Mirko treated every joint patrol as a standing invitation to test him further, pushing his combat instincts sharper with every encounter until his unarmed technique had started to carry an edge that no notebook full of quirk analysis could have taught him on its own. Midnight, though she still kept one careful foot in her official hero duties, had become a quiet, constant presence at the depot several evenings a week, offering the kind of practical, procedural wisdom that came only from 17 years of navigating the Hero Commission's politics. Knowledge Izuku had no other way of acquiring and desperately needed if his operation was ever going to survive contact with the wider world. He had not set out to build a court. He had set out, in the beginning, to understand what he had become. But power, he was learning, had a gravity of its own, and the three women who had chosen to stand beside him rather than against him had each, in their own way, found in him something the rest of their lives had stopped offering. Nagant found a cause worth the freedom he'd given her. Mirko found the first opponent in years who made her feel, rather than merely perform, the thrill of a real fight. Midnight found a mystery that had turned, gradually and without either of them quite naming it, into something that felt a great deal like genuine respect. Izuku, for his part, found himself waking every morning to a panel that no longer felt like a stranger's gift bolted onto his life, but like a second nature settling comfortably into the first. Shadow Monarch, dormant, the title still read, and he had begun to wonder, in the quiet hours before dawn when the depot was empty and his shadow stood silent watch along the walls, exactly what circumstance might finally be enough to wake it the rest of the way. He did not have to wonder for very much longer. The first scout arrived on a Thursday night in late autumn, a quiet, careful figure who spent 4 hours studying the depot's perimeter from a rooftop half a kilometer distant before a soldier's shadow that had been watching her for the last 3 of those hours finally stepped out of the dark behind her and asked, in a voice with no threat in it at all, exactly who she reported to. Chapter 14. She did not run, which told Izuku almost as much about her as anything she eventually said. He arrived within minutes of the soldier's signal, Nagant a half step behind him with a rifle slung but not raised, and found a woman perhaps 30 years old standing calmly in the grip of a shadow's restraint, studying him with the flat, assessing patience of someone who had been sent to gather information rather than start a fight. "You're not here to attack me," he said. It wasn't a question. "I'm here to look," she said. "What happens next depends entirely on what I report back." "Who sent you?" Nagant asked, her voice carrying an edge that made the scout's eyes flick briefly toward her before returning to Izuku. "An organization that is currently deciding whether you're worth recruiting, containing, or removing," the scout said, with the flat honesty of someone who understood there was little value in lying to a man who could apparently read hostile intent before it finished forming. "I'd recommend against making that decision easy for them in either of the last 2 directions." Izuku released her from the shadow's grip with a gesture, watching her roll one shoulder and take a single measured step back, testing the boundaries of a freedom she had clearly not expected to be given. "Tell them exactly what you saw," he said. "Tell them I don't want their war. I want the people they intend to hurt with it left alone. If that's a message they can work with, I'm willing to have a conversation. If it isn't, tell them to think very carefully before they decide the third option is worth the cost." The scout studied him for a long moment, something calculating behind her expression, before she finally gave a small, precise nod and turned to go, vanishing back over the rooftop the way she'd come without another word spoken. Nagant watched her disappear into the dark, then turned to Izuku with an expression that mixed wariness and something close to respect in equal measure. "You know that message isn't going to land the way you want it to," she said. "I know," Izuku said quietly, watching the empty rooftop where the scout had stood. "But I'd rather give them the chance to choose peace and watch them refuse it, than take that chance away from them and never know if they would have." He did not need the panel to tell him that somewhere, deep in an organization he had never heard of until tonight, a council of dangerous, patient people had just begun weighing his life against their timeline. He felt it anyway, a pressure at the edge of his awareness that had nothing to do with any quirk and everything to do with instincts sharpened across 4 months of hunting things that hunted back. Something was coming. He intended to be ready for it. Chapter 15. The council's answer arrived 11 days later, and it was not the message Izuku had been hoping for. It came in the form of 6 of the front's sharpest operatives, dispatched not to negotiate but to test, moving into the third ring under cover of a manufactured gas leak evacuation that emptied 3 city blocks of civilians before the sun had fully set. Izuku felt the disturbance the moment it began, the panel flagging 6 distinct signatures of hostile intent converging on the depot's perimeter with a coordination that spoke of real training rather than desperate improvisation, and understood, with a calm that surprised even himself, that the council had made its choice. He met them in the open, on the cracked concrete plaza above the depot rather than inside it, because whatever was about to happen, he did not intend to let it happen anywhere near the tunnels where he had first learned to be something other than powerless. Nagant took the high ground on a fire escape a block distant, rifle steady. Mirko, who had been 3 streets away on an unrelated patrol when the signatures lit up, arrived in under 90 seconds with a grin that had absolutely nothing patient left in it. Midnight, off-duty, and 2 districts away, was already moving the moment her phone buzzed with the alert Nagant had sent, though she would not arrive in time for the opening exchange. The 6 operatives fanned out around the plaza with the loose, practiced discipline of people who had rehearsed this exact formation many times before, and their leader, a lean man with a quirk that let him phase half his body through solid matter, studied Izuku for a long moment before speaking. "The council wanted to know how you fight," he said. "I'm afraid that means we're obligated to find out the hard way." "I gave you the chance to skip this part," Izuku said. "I know," the man said, and something almost like regret crossed his face before he vanished into the concrete at his own feet. "You should have made the offer more convincing." The fight that followed lasted under 4 minutes and taught the Paranormal Liberation Front considerably more than its council had wanted to know. Shadow soldiers rose from the plaza's cracked stone to meet operatives who had trained their entire lives against quirks and found, with mounting horror, that nothing in that training applied. The phasing operative discovered that Shadow did not care whether flesh was solid or not, closing around him mid-transition with a grip that pinned him half inside the concrete itself. Mirko took down 2 more with the sheer joyful ferocity of a fighter who had been waiting weeks for exactly this kind of test. Nagant's shots found gaps in formations that had never been designed to account for a marksman who never missed. By the time midnight arrived, breathless and 2 minutes too late to matter, all 6 operatives lay bound in restraints of solid shadow, alive, unbroken in body if not entirely in competence, and Izuku stood at the center of the plaza with a stillness that had settled over him somewhere in the last 90 seconds of the fight. A quiet certainty that had nothing left in it of the boy who had once stood helpless in a gate and watched 11 professionals die around him. He crouched beside the leader, who watched him with the wary attention of a man recalculating every assumption he had walked in with. "Tell your council this instead," Izuku said quietly. "Whatever they're planning for this city, I will meet it. Not because I want a war with them. Because I already know exactly what they intend to do to the people I've spent 4 months protecting. And I have decided, without a single doubt left in my mind, that I am not going to let it happen." Chapter 16. The council received the message 3 days later, delivered through the same operative it had sent to test him, and spent a full night in silence before its eldest member finally spoke the words none of them had wanted to say out loud. "We cannot contain what we just watched happen in 4 minutes, he said. "And I do not believe, after reading this report twice, that it can be recruited either." "Then there is only the third option," the strategist said quietly, and no one in the room disagreed with him. What followed was not the patient, careful build-up the front had spent a year perfecting. It was acceleration, a timeline compressed from months into weeks under the simple, cold logic that every day the unregistered variable was allowed to keep growing was a day that made the coming operation more likely to fail. Resources that had been earmarked for a slower campaign were redirected overnight. Sleeper cells scattered across 3 prefectures received activation orders years ahead of schedule. The full weight of an organization that had spent a year quietly rebuilding itself in the shadow of its own worst defeat turned, all at once, toward a single city and the single dark, unregistered variable standing at its center. Izuku felt the shift before any of his queens managed to bring him a single confirmed report, a pressure gathering at the edge of his awareness like storm static building before a lightning strike, and stood alone in the depot's main chamber long after Nagant and Mirko had both gone quiet with their own preparations, staring down at a panel that had not changed its wording once in 4 months. Shadow Monarch, dormant. He thought about the boy who had walked into that gate with nothing but a notebook and a habit of noticing things nobody else bothered to notice. He thought about 11 hunters who had died around him because the world had not been ready for what was coming through that black seam in the sky. He thought about a city full of people who had no idea that the storm gathering against them even existed yet, and about 3 women who had chosen, each in their own way and for their own reasons, to stand at his side rather than walk away from what he was becoming. Midnight arrived last, letting herself into the depot with the quiet, careful familiarity of someone who had stopped needing an invitation weeks ago, and found him standing exactly where his shadows had told her he would be, staring down at that single unchanged word on a panel only he could see. "They're coming, aren't they?" she said. "Not a question. Soon," Izuku said. "And when they do, I don't think there's going to be anything dormant left about me by the time it's over." Outside the depot, far above the tunnels where a quiet, patient army of darkness stood ready in the dark, the first faint tremors of the storm that would decide the fate of Muzidafu had already begun moving through the city's foundations, and nobody standing above ground had the slightest idea it was coming. Chapter 17. They gathered in the depot's main chamber the next evening, all 3 of them at once for the first time since the plaza fight, and Izuku understood, watching the 3 women arrange themselves loosely around the overturned equipment crate he'd long since stopped bothering to replace with real furniture, that whatever this was becoming, it had stopped being a hideout weeks ago. It had become a command room. He simply hadn't let himself say the word out loud until now. Nagant spoke first, because planning had always been the part of this she trusted herself with most completely. "Whatever they're sending, it isn't going to look like the 6 we handled on the plaza," she said, laying a hand-drawn map of the city's ring structure across the crate. "That was a probe. If the acceleration reports the scout implied are accurate, we're looking at something closer to a coordinated citywide assault, multiple points of entry, enough bodies that even shadow soldiers in the numbers you're currently running are going to be stretched thin if we don't choose our ground carefully." "How many soldiers do you have now?" Midnight asked, and there was nothing casual in the question, only the practical concern of someone doing quiet arithmetic in her head. 63, Izuku said. "Closer to 70 by the time this actually happens, if the timeline holds the way Nagant thinks it will." Mirko let out a low whistle from where she'd perched herself on a stack of old rail ties, arms crossed, grin sharpening at the edges the way it always did when a fight worth having started to take real shape in front of her. 70 soldiers who don't get tired, don't panic, and can't be touched by a single quirk in this city," she said. "I like our odds more than I probably should." "Odds aren't the problem," Nagant said. "Coverage is. If they hit 4 rings at once, even an army that size gets spread too thin to hold every line. We need choke points. Places where numbers stop mattering because the terrain does the work for us." Izuku had already been turning the same problem over for 2 days on his own, tracing the city's underground architecture the way he'd once traced quirk theory in his notebooks, hunting for the shape of an answer inside a problem that refused to sit still. He laid a second map beside Nagant's, this one marked with the handful of gate collapse sites that had never fully closed, dormant thresholds the city had fenced off and forgotten about, each one still humming faintly with a residue only his panel could properly read. "These aren't just old collapse sites," he said. "They're scenes. If I anchor a portion of the shadow army at each one, I can move soldiers between them almost instantly, faster than any evacuation route the Commission has on file. We don't need to hold every ring at once. We need to control where the fighting actually happens, and funnel it toward ground where we already have the advantage." Midnight studied the map for a long moment, then looked up at him with an expression that mixed genuine admiration with the faint, familiar exasperation of a teacher watching a student solve a problem in a way she hadn't fully anticipated. "You're proposing to turn half the abandoned gate sites in this city into a private highway system," she said. "Do you have any idea how many regulations that violates?" "All of them, probably," Izuku admitted. "I'm open to better ideas if anyone has one." "Nobody did," and after a moment Midnight simply laughed, low and warm, shaking her head. "No," she said. "It's a good plan. It's a frighteningly good plan for someone who was drawing quirk diagrams in a notebook 8 months ago instead of running a private army. I just need a minute to get used to the fact that I'm apparently on the side that's about to break several dozen city ordinances in a single night. You're on the side that's trying to keep the people who live above us from finding out this ever happened at all," Izuku said quietly. "That's the only ordinance I actually care about keeping." They worked past midnight refining the plan, Nagant assigning firing positions with the same cold precision she'd once reserved for government contracts, Mirko volunteering for every forward position with an enthusiasm that made Nagant sigh audibly at least 3 separate times, Midnight quietly folding in every piece of commission procedure she could offer that might buy them warning time without drawing official attention before they were ready for it. By the time the 3 of them finally filed out into the tunnels to get what rest they could, Izuku stood alone once more in the empty chamber, looking down at a battle plan built almost entirely around a boy who 8 months ago had never won a single fight in his life. He did not feel afraid, standing there. He felt, for the first time since the gate had first opened beneath the central exchange, something that had been missing from his life for as long as he could remember. He felt ready. Chapter 18. The first confirmed sighting came 4 nights later, relayed to Nagant through an informant network she'd quietly rebuilt from her old government contacts, 3 transport trucks with false commercial plates crossing into the outer prefecture well after the last checkpoint's shift change, moving with a discipline that no ordinary smuggling operation bothered with. She had the report in Izuku's hands within the hour, and the moment he read it, the panel confirmed what his instincts had already told him standing in the empty chamber 4 nights before. Threat proximity, escalating. Estimated hostile convergence, 72 hours. 72 hours was not enough time to finish everything Nagant's plan called for, and all 4 of them knew it without needing to say so out loud. It was enough time to make sure the parts that mattered most were ready, and so the depot beneath the 3rd ring spent the next 3 days transformed into something closer to a war room than any of them had ever expected their strange, improvised alliance to become. Izuku spent the better part of 2 full days moving between the dormant gate sites Nagant had marked on her map, anchoring soldiers at each threshold and testing, over and over, the speed at which he could shift reinforcements between them until the movement felt less like a tactic and more like an extension of his own body, shadow flowing between fixed points across the city the way blood moved between a heart and its farthest reaching veins. By the end of the 2nd day he could redeploy a full third of his army from one side of Muzidafu to the other in under a minute, and the panel, which had said very little to him in weeks beyond routine quest notifications, finally offered him something new. Shadow exchange has stabilized. Domain integration, 34%. He did not know exactly what a full integration would mean, and some cautious instinct told him this was not the moment to find out by pushing further than the 72 hours would forgive. He filed the number away instead, the way he had once filed away every incomplete piece of quirk theory in his old notebooks, certain it would matter later even if he couldn't yet see the whole shape of why. Mirko spent those 3 days doing what Mirko did best, running reconnaissance loops around the prefecture border at a pace that left even trained scouts struggling to track her, mapping every road and access point the incoming trucks might use with an instinct for terrain that made Nagant's careful planning noticeably faster once the 2 of them finally sat down to compare notes. Midnight, for her part, spent the 3 days walking a far more delicate line, quietly steering just enough official Hero Commission attention toward the border region to keep response teams staged and ready, without ever revealing the true scale of what was actually converging on the city, a balancing act that left her more exhausted by the 3rd night than either of the other 2 women, though she never once complained about it. On the evening of the 3rd day, with the sun setting over a city that had no idea what was about to be asked of it, the 4 of them gathered one final time in the depot's main chamber, and for once nobody had anything left to plan. There was only the waiting, the particular, taut silence that settles over people who have done everything preparation can accomplish and now have nothing left to do but face whatever comes next. Nagant checked her rifle for the 3rd time in an hour, more out of habit than necessity. Mirko sat unusually still on her stack of rail ties, the restless energy that usually defined her narrowed down into something quieter and more focused, the calm before a storm she'd been waiting her whole career to actually deserve. Midnight stood near the chamber's entrance, watching the tunnel that led up toward the surface with an expression that held equal parts worry and a fierce, protective resolve that surprised even her. Izuku stood at the center of them all, the panel hanging quietly in front of him with its one unchanged line of text, and felt the storm static at the edge of his awareness sharpen, all at once, into something closer and far more certain than it had been even an hour before. "They're crossing the outer checkpoint now," he said quietly, and none of them needed to ask how he knew. Nagant rose first, slinging her rifle with the same flat calm she brought to everything. Mirko stood a half-second later, rolling her shoulders, grin returning to her face for the first time in hours, sharp and ready. Midnight crossed the chamber to stand at Izuku's side, close enough that her shoulder brushed his, a small, deliberate gesture that said more than any words could have managed in that moment. "Whatever happens tonight," she said quietly, "you don't have to carry it alone. None of us are going anywhere." Izuku looked at the three of them in turn, at the strange, unlikely court that 8 months of surviving the impossible had somehow assembled around him, and felt the last of the boy who had once stood powerless inside a collapsing gate settle, finally and completely, into something the world had never seen before and was not remotely ready to meet. "Then let's go make sure this city never has to know how close it came," he said, and led them up out of the dark toward whatever was waiting for them at the surface. Chapter 19. The outer checkpoint fell in under 6 minutes, and it fell quietly enough that the first any of them knew of it was a burst transmission from one of Nagant's old contacts cutting out mid-sentence, replaced by a silence that told its own story better than any words could have. Izuku felt it too, the panel flaring a wide band of hostile signatures across the northern approach to the fourth ring, more of them than he had bothered trying to count, spreading through the outer districts with the patient, practiced discipline of an organization that had spent a year learning not to be sloppy twice. They came up out of the depot into a city that had no idea it was already under siege. Streetlights still hummed over ordinary traffic. A convenience store 2 blocks from the plaza where they'd fought the 6 operatives was still open, its clerk restocking a shelf of instant noodles with the unhurried boredom of a Tuesday night. Izuku looked at all of it, the ordinary, oblivious continuity of a city that had trusted its safety to people it would never know existed, and felt something in his chest settle into a shape that was neither fear nor excitement. It was purpose, plain and total. "Positions," Nagant said, already moving toward the fire escape that would take her to the rooftop she'd chosen 3 days earlier. "Calm discipline from here. Nobody breaks silence unless it's an emergency. Try not to have too much fun without me," Mirko said, grinning as she peeled off toward the fourth ring access road at a pace that turned her into a blur within 3 strides. Midnight lingered a moment longer, her hand finding Izuku's forearm in a brief, steadying grip. "I'll keep the commission blind as long as I can," she said. "That buys you room to work without a dozen agencies tripping over each other in the middle of it." "Don't waste it." "I won't," he said, and meant it. Then she was gone too, moving toward the nearest evacuation staging point with the calm, practiced urgency of a hero who had spent 17 years learning exactly how to move a crowd without ever letting it become a panic. Izuku stood alone in the empty street for one more breath, the panel's threat display sharpening steadily as the convergence point drew closer, and let the shadows gathered along the rooftops and gutters around him rise, silent and patient, to answer a call he hadn't yet spoken aloud. "Arise," he said quietly, to all of them at once, and the fourth ring's rooftops filled, in the space of a single heartbeat, with an army that the city sleeping beneath it would never know had been there at all. Chapter 20. The first wave hit the fourth ring's eastern access road 11 minutes later, a column of armored transports and Quirk-augmented infantry moving with the disciplined speed of soldiers who had trained for exactly this kind of push, and they made it 400 meters past the checkpoint before the road itself seemed to come alive beneath them. Shadow rose from the asphalt in a wall too fast for any driver to brake against, folding around the lead transport's wheels and locking it dead in the street, and the infantry that spilled out to clear the obstruction found themselves fighting an enemy that did not bleed when struck and did not tire when it struck back. Izuku watched from a rooftop 2 blocks distant, the panel feeding him a steady stream of positional data across his entire army at once, a strange, layered awareness that let him feel each soldier's engagement almost as though it were happening to a dozen separate versions of his own hands. He had never fought a battle at this scale before. He found, to his quiet relief, that his body already knew how, some instinct built into the position itself rather than learned through practice, and he adjusted his soldiers' formations in real time with a fluency that surprised even him, thinning the line where the PLF pushed hardest and reinforcing it a half-second before the gap could actually open. Nagant's first confirmed kill shot came 4 minutes into the engagement, a PLF operative attempting to flank the shadow line through a service alley dropping without ever seeing where the round had come from, and her voice crackled once, briefly, over the calm line she and Izuku shared alone. Second wave forming up behind the first, she said. They're not committing everything at once. This is a probe with teeth. They want to see how deep your reserves actually go before they spend the real numbers. Then let's not show them, Izuku said, and pulled a third of his fourth ring soldiers back through the nearest dormant gate seam, redistributing them to reinforce Mirko's position 2 rings over before the PLF's own scouts could finish counting the ones that remained. It worked exactly as he and Nagant had planned it 3 nights earlier in the depot, shadow soldiers appearing and vanishing across the city with a speed that made the PLF's carefully gathered intelligence obsolete within the first quarter hour of actual contact, an army that seemed, from the outside, to have no fixed size at all because it never held still long enough to be properly counted. By the time the eastern column finally broke and fell back toward the checkpoint, leaving 11 operatives bound and unconscious in the wreckage of their own transports, the PLF's field commander for that sector had already relayed a single grim assessment back up the chain, one that would reach the council's ranking strategist within the hour and confirm every fear his earlier report had raised. Command estimates are wrong, the transmission read. The variable isn't defending a position. It's defending the entire city at once, and it hasn't shown us anything close to its actual limit yet. Chapter 21. Mirko's fight found her 20 minutes later, on the access road that fed the Fourth Ring's Western Industrial Corridor, when the second wave the Eastern Probe had been screening for finally committed in force. She had been waiting for exactly this, crouched on a warehouse roof with the particular, coiled stillness she reserved for moments that mattered, and when the first transport rounded the corner below her she dropped into the middle of the convoy without a single word of warning. It was, by her own private accounting, one of the best fights of her career. The PLF had sent real fighters into this wave, quirk users trained specifically to counter speed-based combatants, and for the first 90 seconds she gave ground more often than she took it, testing the shape of an enemy that had clearly done its homework on exactly how Mirko liked to fight. She adjusted the way she always did, mid-battle, discarding what wasn't working and doubling down on what was, and by the 3rd minute she had turned the convoy's own vehicles into a battlefield entirely on her terms, using wreckage and shadow reinforcement alike as stepping stones between strikes that left 3 more operatives down for every one that managed to land a hit on her in return. A shadow soldier caught the blow that would have actually hurt her, stepping into the gap at the exact half-second Izuku's awareness flagged the danger 2 rings away, and Mirko felt the wind of a strike that should have connected pass harmlessly through empty air where a body used to be standing before she'd even fully registered the threat. Nice save, she called out, to nobody in particular, grinning even as she drove her heel through the chest plate of the operative who'd thrown it. By the time the western wave broke, retreating in far worse order than the eastern probe had managed, Mirko stood alone in the middle of a convoy she had single-handedly turned into scrap, breathing hard and grinning wider than she had in years, the particular, uncomplicated joy of a fighter who had finally, after a career of being told she was already at her ceiling, found proof that the ceiling had never actually existed. "Shadow boy," she said into the calm, not even bothering to keep the delight out of her voice. "Remind me to thank you properly for finding me a war worth fighting." Later, Izuku said, already turning his attention toward a new cluster of signatures gathering at the southern checkpoint, where the council's actual reserve force had finally begun to move. Chapter 22. Midnight's part of the battle looked nothing like either of theirs, and she had known going in that it would be the least glamorous role of the 4, the one that would earn her no dramatic story to tell afterward and every ounce of exhaustion regardless. She spent the first hour of the invasion moving between 3 separate evacuation staging points, using her actual hero credentials and 17 years of earned trust with the local response teams to redirect civilian traffic away from every district her private, unofficial intelligence told her the fighting was about to reach, all without ever once explaining how she seemed to know exactly where danger was going to appear before it did. It cost her By the second hour, a commission liaison she'd worked with for a decade had started asking pointed questions about the pattern of her requests, and Midnight found herself walking a line thinner than any she'd navigated in her career, feeding just enough half-truths to keep the machinery of the Hero Commission moving in the right direction without triggering the kind of full-scale mobilization that would put dozens of heroes with no idea what they were walking into directly into the middle of a battlefield built around a boy whose existence none of them could be allowed to discover yet. She caught the infiltrator by accident, in the strictest sense, though 17 years of professional instinct told her afterward that nothing about noticing him had actually been luck. He moved through the third evacuation staging point dressed as commission support staff, calm and unremarkable in a way that would have fooled almost anyone else, and it was only the particular, practiced way his eyes tracked the exits rather than the crowd that told Midnight, with the flat certainty of long experience, exactly what she was looking at. She did not raise an alarm. An alarm would have cost her the very cover she'd spent 2 hours carefully building. Instead she crossed the staging area with the easy, unhurried stride of someone with nowhere urgent to be, and put her quirk to work the moment she was close enough for it to matter, a soft, sudden fog rolling low across that corner of the lot that had nothing sedating in it at all this time. Only enough disorientation to buy her the 3 seconds she needed to close the remaining distance and put him down without a single civilian nearby ever registering that anything had happened. She dragged him behind a supply truck, bound him with a length of cable meant for tent stakes, and allowed herself exactly 4 seconds to breathe before straightening her jacket and walking back out into the evacuation line with a smile that gave absolutely nothing away. Confirmed infiltration attempt, neutralized, she reported quietly over the calm line she shared with Izuku alone, once she'd found a corner private enough for it. Whatever they were hoping to accomplish by seeding someone into the evacuation route, it wasn't subtle. They're getting desperate. Or confident, Izuku said. Desperate people don't usually plan this many steps ahead. Chapter 23. The Council's reserve force hit the southern checkpoint 2 hours into the invasion, and it was, immediately and unmistakably, a different order of threat than anything the earlier waves had carried. Izuku felt at the moment the signatures crossed into his awareness, a density of hostile intent that made every previous engagement of the night feel, in comparison, like the opening move of a much larger game. At its center walked a woman the panel flagged with a threat rating that made every soldier shadow in a 3-block radius shift, unbidden, toward a defensive formation. She moved through the checkpoint's wreckage without hurry, stepping over the bound operatives Nagant's earlier fire had left scattered across the intersection with the mild, unbothered interest of someone reviewing a report rather than a battlefield, and when she finally looked up toward the rooftop where Izuku had chosen to make himself visible, her expression held nothing that resembled fear at all. "So you're the variable," she said, her voice carrying easily across the empty intersection. "The council sent 6 operatives to test you and got back a report that read more like a ghost story than an assessment. I don't put much stock in ghost stories. I prefer to gather my own data." "Then gather it," Izuku said, dropping from the rooftop to land without sound on the cracked pavement a dozen meters from her. "I'd rather you understand exactly what you're bringing your people up against before more of them get hurt tonight." She smiled, thin and unhurried, and the ground around her began to hum with a quirk signature the panel identified as a localized gravity distortion, powerful enough to have leveled the checkpoint's remaining structures on its own if she chose to unleash it fully. "I appreciate the concern," she said. "I don't share it." The fight that followed was unlike anything Izuku had faced since the gate itself. She was fast in a way that had nothing to do with raw speed and everything to do with the way she bent the space immediately around her own body, closing distance that should have taken 3 strides in one, and her strikes carried enough compressed force behind them that even Shadow, woven as densely as he could manage, staggered under the impact rather than simply absorbing it the way it had against every lesser opponent that night. He gave ground for the first time since Nagant's opening shots 8 months earlier, feeling something that was not quite fear but was, honestly, its closest neighbor, a recognition that the ceiling he'd been quietly testing all night had just, for the first time, pushed back. The panel flared, unprompted, with a line of text he had never seen before in 8 months of watching it. Domain integration, 61%. Threshold event approaching. Chapter 24. Nagant reached the checkpoint 90 seconds later, drawn by the sound of an exchange loud enough to carry 3 blocks, and took up a firing position on the one structure the gravity distortion hadn't yet leveled, watching the fight below with the flat, focused calculation of someone doing rapid triage on a problem she did not yet have a clean solution for. Her shots found the woman twice in the opening exchange, both rounds bending harmlessly away from their intended path a meter out from impact, deflected by a field of distorted space that made conventional aim as useless against her as it had once been against Izuku's shadow. Of course, Nagant muttered, already recalculating, and switched instead to suppressing fire aimed not at their opponent directly but at the ground and structures around her, forcing constant, reflexive adjustments to a gravity field that could not hold every angle stable at once. It worked, marginally, buying Izuku the half-seconds he needed to find his footing again, and between the two of them the fight slowly stopped being a one-sided test and started, gradually, to become something closer to even. Izuku learned her rhythm the same patient way he'd once learned quirk theory from a notebook, cataloging the half-second delay between each distortion and its release, until he could finally, on the 11th exchange, slip a strike through the exact gap her own power left behind. It connected clean, shadow-wrapped fist against a jaw that had not expected to be reachable at all, and she staggered back 3 full steps for the first time since the fight had begun, surprise flickering openly across her face before the calm, unbothered mask settled back into place. Interesting, she said, wiping a thin line of blood from her lip with obvious, genuine curiosity rather than anger. You're still growing. In real time. Mid-fight. He was. He could feel it now, clearer than he ever had before, some deep structural shift happening beneath the surface of his own power with every exchange that pushed him harder than anything had since the gate, the panel's threshold event warning humming steadily at the edge of his vision like a held breath waiting to finally release. The council sent me to gather data, she said, straightening, and for the first time something almost like genuine hesitation crossed her expression. I think I've gathered enough to recommend we stop underestimating you. Whether the rest of the council listens is, unfortunately, no longer my decision to make tonight. She raised one hand, and the gravity distortion around her collapsed inward all at once, a controlled detonation that sent a wave of crushing pressure rolling outward across the intersection, aimed not to kill but to buy the retreat she had clearly already decided was her wiser move. Izuku threw every soldier in range into a defensive wall around himself and Nagant both, felt the pressure wave shatter harmlessly against a barrier of shadow that had grown, in the space of a single fight, noticeably stronger than it had been an hour before, and by the time the dust settled, the woman who had nearly broken his composure for the first time in 8 months was already gone. Chapter 25. The retreat did not mean the battle was over. It meant, as Nagant grimly pointed out while reloading atop the ruined checkpoint structure, that the council had finally gotten the confirmation it needed to stop treating this as a probe and start treating it as the primary obstacle standing between the Paranormal Liberation Front and whatever it had actually been planning to do to Muzidafu all along. That confirmation arrived at the council's temporary command post an hour later, relayed by a lieutenant still favoring the jaw a shadow-wrapped fist had rearranged, and it forced the ranking strategist into a decision he had been hoping, right up until this exact moment, that circumstances might let him avoid. Bring it forward, he said quietly, and nobody in the room needed to ask what he meant. We were saving the anomaly device as the final phase of the operation, a way to level whatever resistance remained after the city itself had already been broken. That plan assumed we would have time. We no longer have time. If the variable is allowed to keep growing at the rate tonight has demonstrated, there will be no operation left to salvage by morning. The device in question had been the council's single most closely guarded asset for the better part of a year, a compact, stabilized fragment of unstable gate matter recovered from a collapse site 3 prefectures over, engineered by defectors from the original anomaly research program to do, on command, exactly what an uncontrolled gate collapse did by accident: tear open a localized rupture violent enough to level several city blocks in the process of forcibly widening itself. It had never been tested at full scale. It had never needed to be. Its entire value had always rested in the threat of what it could do, held in reserve for a moment when overwhelming force finally became the only remaining option. That moment, the council decided in the space of 11 grim minutes, had just arrived considerably earlier than any of them had planned for. Izuku felt the device the instant its containment shell was cracked open 2 rings away, a signature unlike anything else moving through the city that night, wrong in a way that made every soldier shadow within a kilometer of it recoil without needing to be told why. The panel's threat display, which had spent the entire night calmly cataloging conventional hostiles, produced, for the first time, a warning rendered in a shade of red he had never once seen it used before. Anomaly signature detected. Containment breach imminent. Citywide casualty projection, catastrophic. He stood very still on the ruined checkpoint, feeling Nagant go equally still beside him as her own comm picked up the same alert relayed a half-second later through her old contacts, and understood, with a clarity that swept away every trace of exhaustion the last 2 hours had left in him, exactly what the rest of this night was actually going to demand. "They're not trying to beat us anymore," he said quietly. "They're trying to make sure that even if we win, there's nothing left of this city worth having saved." Chapter 26. Midnight reached them 4 minutes later, having abandoned the evacuation staging point the moment Izuku's warning crossed her own comm line, and the three of them stood together on the ruined checkpoint with a map Nagant had already pulled up on a salvaged tablet, the device's signature pulsing at its center like a wound. "They placed it beneath the old transit hub on the second ring," Nagant said. "Central enough that a full detonation levels the most densely populated corridor in the city. If Midnight's evacuation numbers are accurate, that's close to 60,000 people still inside the blast radius who haven't been moved yet. I can push harder," Midnight said, already calculating routes in her head even as she said it, "but 60,000 people don't clear a corridor that size in under 20 minutes no matter how hard I push, and I don't know how long we have." "We don't have 20 minutes, Izuku said. The signature's still climbing. Whatever containment they cracked, it's not holding." "Nagant, can you get eyes on the hub itself?" "Already moving," she said, and was gone before he'd finished the sentence. Mirko's voice crackled over the shared line a moment later, breathless from a run that had covered half the city in the time it had taken the rest of them to gather. "Heard the alert. Already inbound to the second ring. Tell me there's a plan that doesn't end with all of us finding out what an anomaly device actually does up close." "There's a plan," Izuku said, though even as he said it he could feel the shape of it still forming, half instinct and half desperation, built on nothing more solid than the strange, growing certainty the panel's threshold warning had been building in him since the fight with the gravity distortion 2 hours earlier. "I need to reach the device directly. If I can extract its core the way I'd extract a shadow from anything else, there's a chance I can contain the rupture inside my own domain instead of letting it open into the city." There was a silence on the line that lasted just long enough to be its own kind of answer. "You don't actually know that will work," Midnight said quietly. "No," Izuku admitted. "But I know what happens if nobody tries, and I'm not willing to let that be the answer just because I'm not certain of the other one." Chapter 27. The transit hub's second ring entrance was already a war zone by the time Izuku reached it, PLF soldiers thrown into a defensive perimeter around the device with the grim, desperate discipline of people who understood exactly what would happen to them personally if the rupture went uncontained, and Nagant's rifle was already at work from a rooftop overlooking the plaza, thinning that perimeter one precise shot at a time. Mirko arrived a breath behind him, dropping into the perimeter's flank with a kick that sent 2 soldiers sprawling before either had time to raise a weapon, and between the 3 of them the defensive line around the hub's entrance folded in under 90 seconds, faster than any engagement the whole night had produced, because for once every one of them understood exactly what the cost of hesitation would be. The device sat at the center of the hub's lower concourse, a fist-sized fragment of black glass suspended in a cracked containment lattice, and the moment Izuku laid eyes on it he understood, with a certainty that came from somewhere far deeper than the panel's readouts, exactly why it had made every shadow soldier in a kilometer radius flinch. It was not merely dangerous. It was, in some small, fractured way, the same thing he was. A door that should never have been opened, straining against the only thing still holding it shut. He crossed the concourse at a dead run, shadow soldiers falling in around him to intercept the last scattered defenders, and reached the lattice with seconds to spare before the readout Nagant had been calling out over the comm hit 0. "Arise," he said, the word torn out of him with a desperation the command had never carried before, and reached for the device the same way he had reached for every shadow he'd ever claimed, with intent rather than force, an offer rather than a demand. The lattice did not want to yield. He felt it fighting him, a pressure that had nothing to do with strength and everything to do with the raw, chaotic hunger of the fragment inside, and for one long, terrible second he understood that this might genuinely be the thing that finally broke him, 8 months of growth undone by a single object never meant to answer to anyone's will at all. Then the panel's threshold warning, which had been climbing steadily since the fight with the gravity distortion, finally crested, and something in him that had been dormant for 8 months, waiting with the patience of a creature that had already survived 100 years without a name, opened its eyes all the way for the very first time. Shadow Monarch, the panel read, no longer dormant, and the fragment in the lattice stopped fighting him at all. Chapter 28. The world did not so much change as it finally admitted what had been true for months. Izuku felt the shift travel outward from the center of his own chest like the first ring of a struck bell, a pressure that had nothing to do with sound and everything to do with sheer, absolute authority, and every shadow soldier scattered across the city's rings, every ounce of darkness pooled in every alley and gutter and abandoned tunnel, answered it at once, a single unified will finally, fully awake for the first time in 100 years. The fragment's rupture, which had been a fraction of a second from tearing the transit hub apart, folded instead into his outstretched palm with no more resistance than a candle flame pinched between 2 fingers, its chaos absorbed rather than unleashed, filed away into a domain that had just, without warning, become large enough to actually hold it. Nagant's voice came over the comm a beat later, quiet with something that was not quite disbelief. Izuku. Look at the plaza. He did. Every PLF operative still standing in the concourse and the plaza beyond it had stopped fighting entirely, weapons lowered, staring upward at a sky that had, in the space of a single heartbeat, gone the color of deep violet twilight over the entire second ring, shadow pooling along every rooftop and gutter in a domain that had expanded, all at once, far past anything Izuku had consciously called into being. He had not commanded this. He understood that, standing at the center of it, with a clarity that made the panel's earlier readouts feel almost quaint by comparison. This was simply what he was, finally allowed to be all of it at once instead of the careful, dormant fraction he'd been operating with for 8 cautious months. Mirko landed beside him a moment later, staring up at the transformed sky with an expression that, for the first time since he'd met her, held something close to genuine, unguarded awe. Shadow boy, she said slowly, I think you just leveled up in front of the entire city. I think I did, Izuku said, and felt, beneath the vast, unfamiliar weight of a power finally fully awake, the same quiet, stubborn certainty that had carried him through every hunt of the last 8 months. It had not changed him. It had only, finally, given him room enough to be exactly who he had already decided to become. He turned toward the remaining PLF forces still frozen across the plaza, weapons lowered, and found that he did not need to raise his voice at all for every one of them to hear him perfectly. This ends now, he said. Lay down what you're carrying, and I promise you walk away from this night. Keep fighting, and I promise you nothing at all. Chapter 29. Most of them laid their weapons down. It was not courage that made the decision easy so much as the plain, overwhelming evidence of their own senses, a violet twilight sky and an army of silent shadow soldiers standing at attention on every rooftop in sight, the unmistakable proof that whatever chain of command had sent them into this fight had catastrophically underestimated exactly what they were being sent to face. A handful did not. The council's ranking strategist, watching the transit hub's plaza feed from a command post 2 kilometers distant, understood before any of his remaining field officers did that the operation had just, irrevocably, failed, and gave the order that came next with the flat, practiced calm of a man who had planned for failure long before he had ever allowed himself to plan for victory. Full withdrawal, he said. Every remaining asset, immediately. We are not fighting that tonight. We are surviving it. The order reached most of the scattered PLF cells across the city within minutes, and the ones who received it in time vanished back into whatever routes had brought them into Muzidafu in the first place, leaving behind wrecked transports and bound operatives and, in the case of the council's own command post, a hasty evacuation that Nagant's contacts would spend the following week trying, mostly without success, to fully trace. The ones who did not receive the order in time, a scattered handful of true believers and desperate stragglers still holding isolated pockets of the 4th and 2nd rings, found themselves facing a domain that had grown considerably less patient than it had been at the start of the night, though Izuku, even at the height of a power he was still only beginning to understand, held to the same principle he had carried into every fight of the last 8 months. Every one of them walked away from the encounter breathing bound, disarmed, thoroughly and permanently finished with the operation that had brought them there, but breathing. By the time the violet twilight finally began to fade back into ordinary night sky, some 90 minutes after it had first bloomed over the second ring, the last confirmed PLF signature within city limits had gone dark, and Muzutafu, still largely asleep to the fact that any of this had happened at all, stirred toward morning with nothing more unusual to show for the night than a handful of damaged intersections that the news would spend the next several days quietly attributing to an unexplained gas main failure. Chapter 30. They gathered back at the depot as the sky outside finally began, in earnest, to lighten toward dawn, for exhausted people and an army of silent shadows standing patient watch in tunnels that had, over the course of a single impossible night, gone from hideout to command post to something that felt, for the first time, genuinely and permanently earned. Nagant set her rifle down with the careful, deliberate motion of someone whose hands had finally stopped needing to be ready for the next shot, and allowed herself, for perhaps the first time since Izuku had met her, an expression that held nothing guarded in it at all. 8 months ago I was a leashed asset waiting to be told which direction to point a rifle, she said quietly. Tonight I helped stop a weapon that would have leveled half this city. I think that's worth sitting with for a minute before we start planning the next thing. Mirko dropped onto her usual stack of rail ties with a groan that was equal parts exhaustion and pure, uncomplicated satisfaction. Best fight of my entire career, she announced to no one in particular. Don't argue with me about it. I've earned bragging rights and I intend to use every single one of them. Midnight settled beside Izuku with the quiet, easy familiarity that had built itself slowly over the last several months, close enough that her shoulder rested against his, and for a long moment none of them said anything at all, simply sitting together in the aftermath of a night that had asked more of each of them than any single fight in their lives before it. You're not dormant anymore, she said eventually, studying him with the careful, thorough attention she gave everything that mattered to her. What does that actually mean, now that it's real instead of a line on a panel only you can see? Izuku considered the question honestly before he answered it, turning the last several hours over the same way he had once turned over an unfinished page of quirk theory, hunting for the shape of an answer that felt true rather than merely convenient. It means the city has a monarch standing in its shadows whether it ever finds out or not, he said finally. And it means I intend to spend every bit of that power making sure it never has a reason to regret not knowing. Nagant huffed something that was almost, unmistakably, a laugh. That's either the most reassuring thing you've ever said, or the most terrifying, she said. I genuinely can't decide which. Mirko grinned from her rail ties, eyes already half closed with the first real exhaustion she'd allowed herself all night. Can it be both, she said. I feel like it should get to be both. Midnight smiled, quiet and warm, and did not move her shoulder from where it rested against his. It usually is, with him, she said. I've stopped expecting anything less. Chapter 31. The council that had ordered the invasion did not survive its own failure for very long. What remained of the Paranormal Liberation Front's leadership scattered within the week, cells that had once answered to a single patient chain of command breaking apart into smaller, more desperate fragments as the ranking strategist's careful, year-long reconstruction unraveled faster than it had ever been built. Some of those fragments would resurface eventually, in smaller and more isolated troubles the Hero Commission would spend the following months quietly cleaning up without ever understanding the true scale of what had actually broken them apart in the first place. Most would not. The strategist himself vanished from every network Nagant's old contacts could still access, a ghost who had understood, in the final calculation of a single catastrophic night, exactly how thoroughly his organization's ambitions had outpaced its actual reach. Whether he still watched Muzutafu from somewhere beyond the reach of any report that crossed the depot's tables, none of them could say for certain. Izuku found, turning the question over in the quiet hours that followed, that he did not entirely want to know the answer yet. Some fights ended clean. This one, he suspected, had only paused. The city itself woke to a morning that looked, on the surface, almost entirely ordinary, a handful of damaged intersections attributed to gas line failures, a slightly higher than usual number of overnight arrests quietly processed through channels that never quite connected back to each other, And no headline anywhere that so much as hinted at how close 60,000 people sleeping above the second ring had come to a morning that never arrived at all. Izuku Midoriya went back to school 3 days later, quirkless in the official record and utterly, permanently changed beneath it, and found that the strange, ordinary rhythm of hallway conversations and homework deadlines felt, for the first time since the gate had first opened beneath the central exchange, like something he was choosing to hold on to rather than something the world had simply left him with by default. He had a court now, 3 women who had each, in their own way, chosen to stand beside a boy the world had once decided had nothing worth standing beside. He had an army that answered to a will finally strong enough to hold all of it at once. He had a title that no longer read dormant, and a city sleeping soundly above him that would never know exactly how much of its own survival it owed to a darkness it had never once been asked to acknowledge. It was enough, for now, to simply let it be quiet. But somewhere beyond the edge of everything the panel could show him, in places even a Shadow Monarch's growing domain had not yet learned to reach, older and far more patient eyes had already begun, very carefully, to take notice of exactly what had just woken up in Muzidafu. Chapter 32. Nagant took 2 weeks after the invasion before she finally told Izuku what she intended to do next, and when she did, she said it the way she said most things that mattered to her, flatly, without preamble, already halfway to having decided regardless of what anyone else thought about it. The people who put that collar on me weren't freelancers, she said, laying a thin folder of names across the depot's crate. They were a black budget line item inside the same government structure that used to run my old assignments. The kind of program that gets funded quietly and closed even more quietly the moment it stops being useful. I want to know how many other operatives are still wearing what I used to wear. And I want them free the same way I am. Izuku studied the folder for a long moment, 7 names beneath hers, each one attached to a service record that read, in its careful bureaucratic language, like a slow and deliberate theft of a person's own will. That's not a small operation, he said. If they figure out you're the one pulling those collars off, they're not going to sit still for it. I know, she said. I'm not asking permission. I'm telling you where I'm going to be for the next few months, because I'd rather you hear it from me than find out the hard way when a favor gets called in. He could have argued. Some earlier version of himself, the boy who had spent 15 years watching the world from the safe distance of a notebook, might have tried to talk her into caution instead. But he had watched her hold a choke point alone for the better part of an hour 3 weeks ago, had watched her put 5 rounds into a target that shouldn't have existed and adjust without complaint the moment it did, and understood, with total clarity, that caution had never once been the thing Lady Nagant actually needed from him. Then let me make it easier, he said instead, and closed his hand loosely around a fold of shadow that rose, patient and quiet, at his side. Take 3 soldiers with you. Not because I doubt you can do this alone. Because I'd rather you not have to. Something in her expression eased, just slightly, the particular loosening of a person who has spent a long time expecting to be told no and has just, instead, been handed exactly what she asked for. Careful, Nagant said, almost smiling. Keep being that generous and people are going to start calling you soft. Let them, Izuku said. I've been called worse things for less good reasons. She left 3 days later, 3 soldier shadows moving silent and unremarked in her wake, and over the following 2 months would quietly, methodically dismantle the program that had once put a leash around her throat, freeing 4 more operatives from collars that answered to the same handler frequency hers once had, before finally, permanently, closing that particular chapter of her own history for good. Chapter 33. Mirko's public life did not slow down at all in the weeks after the invasion, which was, in its own way, exactly the problem. She was still the number 2 hero of Japan, still expected to headline patrols and press conferences and the occasional gala event she privately loathed, and none of that obligation cared even slightly that she had spent the small hours of one particular night turning a PLF convoy into scrap metal alongside an unregistered variable the entire Hero Commission would have given a great deal to properly identify. The question started small, the way these things always did, a junior reporter at a routine press conference asking, almost as an afterthought, whether Mirko had any comment on the unusually high number of unresolved black market disappearances the Fourth Ring had reported over the last several months. She deflected it with the easy, practiced charm she'd built an entire public persona around, and made a private note, walking off that stage, to be more careful about exactly how many of her unofficial patrols overlapped with Izuku's territory going forward. It was Endeavor who asked the harder question, cornering her after an unrelated joint operation with the blunt, uncomplicated directness that had always defined him. "You've been running solo patrols in districts that aren't on your official rotation," he said. 3 months running. "I've noticed. I'm not the only one who has." Mirko considered, for one honest moment, telling him the truth. Endeavor was not a man who tolerated half-answers well, and something in her respected him too much to want to insult him with a clumsy lie. In the end she chose a version of honesty that was true without being complete. "There's someone doing good work down there that isn't ready to go public," she said. "I trust them. That's going to have to be enough for now." Endeavor studied her for a long moment, the kind of assessment that had once made rookie heroes visibly nervous, and then, to her genuine surprise, simply nodded. "I know what it's like to trust someone the rest of the world isn't ready to understand yet," he said, something old and complicated moving briefly behind his eyes. "Just make sure it's earned." "It is," Mirko said, with more certainty than she'd expected to feel saying it out loud, and meant every word. Chapter 34. Midnight's decision cost her more than either of the others fully understood, though she never once framed it to Izuku as a sacrifice, because in her own accounting it had never actually felt like one. She had spent 17 years building a career on the Hero Commission's trust, a reputation for reliability that had taken her from a promising graduate to one of the most respected pro-heroes in the country. And every week she continued quietly protecting a secret this large was a week she spent gambling every bit of that trust against a bet she had made almost entirely on instinct the night she first walked into a condemned subway depot. She sat with that risk honestly, alone in her apartment on a rare night off, turning it over the same careful way she once graded a difficult essay, and found, at the end of it, that the calculation was not actually as close as it might have looked from the outside. "I've spent my whole career protecting people from villains who wanted to hurt them," she told Izuku, the next time she saw him, sitting on the depot's crate with a cup of tea she'd brought down specifically because the depot never had anything decent to drink. "I don't think I've ever once protected someone who was actually trying to protect everyone else at the same time. That's rarer than you'd think, in this line of work. I'm not giving that up over paperwork." Izuku looked at her for a long moment, and something in his expression carried more than simple gratitude, a quiet, unguarded warmth that had been building slowly across months of late evenings in this same chamber. "You keep choosing this," he said. "Every time you'd have every reason not to." "I don't think I've properly thanked you for that." "You don't need to thank me," she said, and reached over to rest her hand briefly against his. "You could just keep being someone worth choosing. That's more than enough." He did not have a ready answer for that, and found, somewhat to his own surprise, that he did not need one. Some things were better simply allowed to sit, unhurried, in the quiet of a room that had slowly, over 8 months, become as much a home as anywhere else in his life. Chapter 35. With Nagant gone on her own mission and the city quiet in the aftermath of the invasion, Izuku turned the following weeks toward a question he had been circling since the moment the panel first dropped the word dormant from his title. He did not fully understand what he had become that night in the transit hub, and 8 months of careful, incremental growth had taught him that understanding, more than raw strength, was the thing that had kept him and everyone he cared about alive this long. The panel proved, as it often did, more patient teacher than eager guide, offering him information only in the shape of quests he had to actually complete before it would explain the mechanics behind them. Domain expansion trial, the first one read. Extend active domain radius to 1 kilometer and sustain for 10 minutes without soldier reinforcement. Reward, domain control unlocked. It took him 4 attempts and 3 exhausted collapses against the depot's tunnel walls before he finally managed it, learning in the process that the domain was not, as he had assumed, simply the reach of his shadow soldiers extended outward. It was closer to an extension of his own awareness, a field in which every shadow, every gap in the light, every corner and normal I would overlook, became an extension of his own senses and will at once. Sustained fully, it let him feel the entire 4th ring the way he felt his own hand, a vast, quiet awareness that made every future battle he might ever fight within it, in theory, close to unwinnable for anyone standing against him. Mirko, once she caught wind of what he was training for, insisted on being present for at least half the attempts, less out of any belief she could help and more because she had, in her own words, never once in her career gotten to watch someone break their own ceiling this many times in a row and had no intention of missing it now. She cheered, loudly and without a shred of self-consciousness, the night he finally held the full kilometer for the full 10 minutes, and Izuku, collapsed against the tunnel wall and grinning despite the bone-deep exhaustion, decided he did not mind the audience nearly as much as he'd expected to. By the time Nagant returned from her own mission 2 months later, Izuku had unlocked domain control fully, learned to layer shadow exchange across a dozen fixed points instead of the handful he'd managed during the invasion, and pushed his level count past 60, and the panel, reviewing the sum total of 2 months' careful, deliberate work, offered him a single line that felt, more than any battle he'd fought, like the true measure of how far he'd come. Title updated. Shadow Monarch, Ascendant. Chapter 36. The first sign that something beyond the paranormal liberation front had taken notice of him arrived on an unremarkable Thursday, 3 months after the invasion, in the form of a single soldier shadow returning from routine patrol along the depot's outermost perimeter with a report that made Izuku go very still the moment it reached him. There had been a presence at the edge of the fourth ring, brief and precise, gone again before any soldier could close the distance, leaving behind nothing but a faint residue. The panel struggled, for the first time in 8 months, to properly classify. Not quirk. Not gate anomaly. Something else entirely, old in a way the panel's own readouts seemed almost reluctant to quantify, as though whatever it had brushed against belonged to a category of existence the system itself had never been designed to fully catalog. Nagant, freshly returned from 2 months of dismantling a black budget program and in no mood for vague uncertainty, studied the residue report with the same flat focus she gave everything. Ghosts don't leave footprints, she said. Whoever or whatever this was, they wanted you to know they'd been close enough to look. That's not reconnaissance. That's a message. Midnight, arriving later that evening after a full shift of hero duties, read the same report with a stillness that told Izuku, more than her words did, exactly how seriously she was taking it. I've heard whispers, over the years, about organizations that operate above and outside even the Commission's reach, she said carefully. Groups that study anomalies like the gates rather than merely responding to them. If something like that has started paying attention to you, it isn't going to be interested in a fight the way the front was. It's going to be interested in understanding exactly what you are, and deciding, on its own timeline, what to do about it. Mirko, characteristically, found the entire prospect more thrilling than alarming. Bring it on, she said, cracking her knuckles with obvious anticipation. Whoever's out there watching, they can get in line behind everyone else who's underestimated him so far. Izuku said little through the discussion, turning the residue report over the same patient way he'd once turned over an unsolved quirk theory, and found, beneath the quiet unease of being watched by something he could not yet name, a familiar and stubborn resolve settling back into place. He had built this, one careful choice at a time, out of nothing but a boy's refusal to stay powerless. Whatever was watching from beyond the reach of his domain would simply have to learn, the same way everyone before it had, exactly what that refusal was capable of becoming. Chapter 37. They marked the anniversary of the Central Exchange collapse quietly, the 4 of them gathered in the depot's main chamber on an evening that held none of the urgency of the months before it, and for once nobody had a report to deliver or a plan to refine. There was only the simple, unhurried pleasure of being together without a crisis demanding it. A year ago tonight you were quirkless and invisible and had never won a fight in your life, Nagant said, settling onto the crate with a rare, easy contentment. Now you're sitting on an army that could probably contest a small country, and somehow you're still the same insufferably earnest person who apologizes to villains before he finishes restraining them. I'm working on that part, Izuku said, and the small laugh that got out of Nagant was worth, in his private accounting, considerably more than any battle he'd won that year. Mirko sprawled across her usual stack of rail ties with the loose, satisfied ease of someone who had finally found a corner of her life that had nothing to do with rankings or cameras or the careful performance of being the number 2 hero. Best year of my career, she said, and I didn't even need the commission to know about most of it. Turns out I didn't need the recognition nearly as much as I thought I did. Just needed a fight that actually mattered. Midnight sat close beside Izuku, her shoulder resting against his the way it had settled into being over months of these quiet evenings, and looked around the chamber with an expression that held, beneath its warmth, something like quiet wonder. "I've spent 17 years believing I understood exactly what it meant to be a hero," she said. "This last year taught me there was an entire category of it I'd never once considered, the kind that happens with no cameras and no credit and no guarantee anyone will ever know it happened at all. I don't think I'd trade this year for any of the ones before it." Izuku looked around the chamber at the three of them, at a court he had never once set out to build and could no longer imagine his life without, and felt something settle behind his ribs that had nothing to do with the panel's numbers or the shadow army standing patient watch in the tunnels beyond this room. It was the simple, quiet certainty of having found, after 15 years of believing himself destined to matter to no one, exactly where he belonged. "Whatever's watching us from out there," he said finally, quietly, "whatever comes next. I think, for the first time since this all started, I'm not facing any of it alone. And I don't intend to start now." Nagant raised an imaginary glass in his direction, dry and fond all at once. "To the Shadow Monarch, Ascendant," she said. "And to whatever poor fool decides to test him next." Chapter 38. Far beyond the reach of Izuku's domain, in a facility that appeared on no public registry and answered to an authority the Hero Commission itself had never been permitted to fully audit, a small, quiet room received the residue report Nagant had flagged 3 days after the soldier Shadow first brought it home. The room held 4 people, none of whom had introduced themselves to the wider world in more than a decade, seated around a table bare of anything except a single data slate displaying the same fragmentary readout that had puzzled Izuku's panel. They called themselves, among the very few who knew they existed at all, the Vigil, an organization built in the aftermath of the first fracture specifically to study what the gates had actually done to the world, and to intervene, quietly and without credit, whenever that study revealed something the rest of the world was not yet equipped to survive discovering. The eldest among them, a woman whose service record predated the fracture itself, studied the readout for a long moment before finally breaking the silence that had settled over the room since the file first arrived. "We have catalogued 11 true anomaly bearers since the first fracture," she said. "Individuals who did not merely survive contact with a gate, but were fundamentally changed by it, granted capability the rest of the population's quirks were never built to counter. 9 of them we recruited quietly, before the scale of what they carried became a danger to anyone but themselves. 1 we were forced to contain permanently. This is the first new signature we have detected in 6 years, and it is already, by every measure this readout can offer us, stronger than any of the previous 11 were at the point we first found them." A second member, younger, still carrying the particular restlessness of someone who had joined the Vigil hoping for more direct action than the organization's patient philosophy generally permitted, leaned forward over the table. "The Muzutafu incident 3 months ago," he said. "The one the public still thinks was a gas main failure. That's him, isn't it? A full domain event, sustained for over an hour, and nobody outside a 4-person circle even noticed it happened." "It is," the eldest said. "And I want to be very clear about what that means before anyone in this room starts drafting a recommendation. We are not looking at a threat that needs to be neutralized. We are looking at a variable capable of reshaping the entire strategic landscape of Quirk society within his own lifetime, for better or for worse, depending entirely on choices he has not yet been asked to make. Our involvement in 11 prior cases went well precisely because we approached each one with patience instead of alarm. I intend to extend him the same courtesy." A third voice, quieter than the others, finally spoke from the far end of the table. "And if patience isn't enough? If whatever he's building down there in Muzutafu grows past a point where courtesy is still the responsible choice?" The eldest was silent for a long moment, turning the readout over one final time, weighing 8 months of a boy's careful, deliberate restraint against the sheer, undeniable scale of what that restraint had just proven itself capable of holding back. "Then we will cross that particular bridge when we reach it," she said finally. "But I do not believe, reading everything this report has shown us about how he chooses to fight, that it is the bridge we are actually walking toward. Begin quiet observation. No contact. No interference. I want to understand this boy fully before this organization makes a single decision that could shape the rest of his life, or the rest of ours. The room fell silent again, for careful, patient watchers turning their attention, for the first time, fully toward a city that had no idea it was being studied at all, and in the depths of an abandoned depot 2 rings below Muzidafu's surface, a shadow monarch who had spent a lifetime being underestimated slept soundly, entirely unaware that somewhere far beyond the edge of his own considerable reach, the next chapter of his story had already, quietly, begun to take shape. Chapter 39. Izuku woke the next morning with no idea that a room full of strangers had spent the previous night debating the shape of his entire future, and went about the ordinary business of an ordinary Friday with the same quiet, careful diligence he brought to everything. Homework finished at the kitchen table while his mother hummed over breakfast in the next room, a life above ground that still, deliberately and gratefully, looked like nothing at all had changed. It was Nagant who noticed the pattern first, 3 days later, reviewing a fresh sweep of the depot's perimeter sensors with the same methodical patience she brought to every threat assessment. There's a rhythm to it, she said, spreading the data across the crate for Izuku and Midnight to study. Whatever left that residue isn't gone. It's circling. Slow, careful passes, never twice from the same angle, never close enough for the domain to get a clean read. That's not a scout building toward an attack. That's someone conducting a very long, very patient study. Midnight studied the pattern with the same careful attention she gave a difficult case file, and after a long moment she set the data down with an expression that held more curiosity than alarm. If I had to guess, based on nothing but instinct and 17 years of reading rooms full of people who didn't want to be read, she said, I'd say whoever this is hasn't decided yet whether you're something to fear or something to court. That's actually the safer position to find yourself in. People who've already made up their minds tend to act. People who are still watching are usually still willing to talk. Izuku turned the assessment over slowly, weighing it against everything the year had already taught him about the strange, layered war he'd been quietly fighting since the night a gate first opened beneath the Central Exchange. He had learned, across 12 months of hard-earned lessons, that patience was rarely a weakness in an opponent. It was, more often, the mark of someone dangerous enough not to need to rush. Then we do the same thing we did with the front, he said finally. We don't go looking for a fight that hasn't found us yet. We keep building. We keep training. And if whoever's out there watching finally decides to step out of the shadows and actually talk to us instead of just circling, I intend to make sure they find exactly the same thing the council did the night this all came to a head. Someone worth taking seriously, and someone who never once had to be the one who started it. Mirko, arriving late to the conversation with the tail end of a smoothie in one hand, caught just enough of the last line to grin around the straw. Careful, shadow boy, she said. Keep talking like that and people are going to start calling you diplomatic instead of terrifying. I liked terrifying. It suited you. I can be both, Izuku said, echoing, without quite meaning to, the same words she'd offered him months earlier in the exhausted quiet after the invasion, and found, watching her laugh at hearing her own line handed back to her, that whatever waited beyond the edge of his domain, patient and unnamed and still watching from somewhere he could not yet reach, he was facing it with exactly the same thing he'd faced everything else this year with. Not alone, and not afraid, and for the first time since a black seam had opened beneath the Central Exchange and changed the entire shape of his life, genuinely, unhurriedly certain that whatever came next, he and the small, unlikely court gathered around him would be more than ready to meet it together. Chapter 40. The vigil made contact on its own terms, 6 weeks after the anniversary gathering in the depot, in a manner so quiet and so utterly unlike the Paranormal Liberation Front's approach that Izuku almost missed it entirely. There was no probe, no scout circling the perimeter under cover of darkness. There was simply a woman standing in the open at the mouth of the depot's main tunnel one evening, waiting with the patient stillness of someone who had chosen to be seen rather than caught. Nagant had a rifle trained on her before Izuku had finished crossing the chamber, and the woman did not so much as flinch, her hands held loosely open at her sides in a gesture that read, unmistakably, as I am not here to fight. I imagine you already know who sent me, she said, her voice carrying the same unhurried calm the eldest of the vigil had used discussing him 3 months earlier in a room he would never know existed. My name is Rinsato. I've spent the better part of a decade studying people like you. I'd like to talk, if you're willing. Izuku studied her for a long moment, weighing the strange, layered unease of finally meeting the presence that had been circling his domain for weeks against the equally strange relief of no longer having to guess at its intentions. People like me, he said. That's an interesting phrase. I was under the impression I was the only one. You're not, Rin said, and something in the careful, deliberate way she said it told him, immediately, that this was the actual reason she had finally chosen to step out of the shadows and let herself be seen. You're the 12th. And if you're willing to sit down and let me explain what happened to the other 11, I think you'll understand exactly why we've been so careful about how we approached you. Chapter 41. They talked for 2 hours in the depot's main chamber, Nagant's rifle lowered but never entirely put away, Mirko perched on her rail ties with an attention she rarely gave anything that didn't involve a fight, Midnight seated close enough to Izuku to make her own position in the conversation quietly, unmistakably clear. The vigil, Ren explained, had been founded in the first chaotic year after the fracture, not by the government and not by any hero agency, but by a small group of researchers and survivors who had understood, faster than anyone else, that the gates were not simply going to be a problem the world's quirks could be trained to solve. Some of what came out of those black doorways changed the people who survived contact with it, granted them capability that operated on rules quirks had never been built to counter, and left them, almost without exception, catastrophically unprepared for the weight of what they'd been given. We've found 11 of them since, over 11 years, Rin said. 9 we approached the way I'm approaching you now, slowly, with patience, and helped them build the kind of support structure that let them carry what they'd been given without it eventually carrying them instead. They're still out there, living quiet lives, most of them never publicly connected to what they actually are. 2 of the 11 we found too late. Too late meaning what? Nagant asked, her voice flat and pointed in exactly the way that told Izuku she had already guessed the answer and wanted it confirmed out loud regardless. Ren held Nagant's gaze without flinching. 1 died, she said quietly. The power he'd been given outpaced every safeguard his own mind could build to hold it, and it consumed him from the inside before we ever reached him. The other survived the same collapse, but not the person he'd been before it. We keep him contained now, not as a prisoner, but because what's left of him is no longer capable of understanding the difference between a threat and an innocent bystander, and letting him walk free would be a death sentence for anyone unlucky enough to cross his path. The chamber went very quiet after that. Izuku felt the weight of the story settle into him the same way the panel's threshold warning had settled into him the night of the invasion, a recognition that whatever he had become, he was not the first person the universe had handed this particular gift to, and he was very much not guaranteed to be the last one who survived it intact. Why tell us this now? Midnight asked gently, breaking the silence. What exactly are you hoping we'll do with it? Ren's expression softened, just slightly, the first crack in an otherwise carefully professional composure. Because the 11th case is no longer as contained as we'd like him to be, she said. And because I believe, having watched you for 3 months, that you're the only person currently capable of helping us fix that before it becomes considerably worse. Chapter 42. His name, before whatever had happened to him took most of it away, had been Kaito Endo, Ren explained, laying a thin file across the crate that held, in careful clinical language, the story of a man who had once been very much like the boy sitting across from her now. He had survived a gate collapse 9 years ago, in a smaller city 2 prefectures south of Muzidafu, and awakened with a variant of the same core ability Izuku carried, command over shadow, immunity to quirks, the capacity to build an army out of what he claimed from the enemies he defeated. He built that army the same way you have, Ren said. Carefully, at first. He wanted to protect people. For nearly 2 years, he did exactly that, quietly, the way you've spent this past year doing it. We found him during that period and offered him the same support we're offering you now. He declined. He believed, not unreasonably at the time, that he didn't need it. What changed? Izuku asked quietly, though some part of him had already begun, uneasily, to guess. The domain did, Ren said. It grows with use, the same way yours has. And somewhere around his 3rd year, it began to grow faster than his own sense of self could keep pace with it, a slow erosion of the line between the will commanding the shadow and the shadow itself, until one night, protecting a district from an actual threat, he simply stopped being able to tell the difference between the villains he was fighting and the civilians he was meant to be protecting. By the time we reached him, the district he'd sworn to protect had lost 43 people to an army that no longer answered fully to the man who'd built it. We've kept him contained since, in a facility built specifically to hold a domain of that scale, and every year, the gap between the person he was and the thing that's left grows a little wider. Izuku sat with that for a long, heavy moment, feeling Midnight's hand find his beneath the crate, a small, steady point of contact that grounded him against the particular vertigo of hearing, laid out in careful clinical detail, exactly the kind of ending his own story could theoretically be building toward. You said he isn't as contained as you'd like anymore, he said finally. What does that mean? Ren's expression, for the first time since she'd stepped into the depot, showed something that looked genuinely, personally afraid. It means the facility's containment field failed a reading 3 days ago, she said. Briefly, and it restabilized before anyone got hurt. But it's the first failure in 9 years, and our engineers can't explain why it happened, or guarantee it won't happen again. If it fails permanently, we are looking at an uncontained domain of a scale this organization has never had to face, loose somewhere in a country that has no idea creatures like that exist at all. Chapter 43. The conversation that followed the file's revelations lasted well past midnight, 4 people and one quiet, careful representative of an organization none of them had known existed a week earlier, working through the shape of a problem that none of the front's careful, patient invasion had ever come close to preparing them for. Nagant, predictably, was the first to voice the suspicion the rest of them had been circling politely for the better part of an hour. You want him to fight a version of himself that lost, she said, nodding toward Izuku without taking her eyes off Ren. Best case, he wins and you get to study exactly how he managed it. Worst case, you've just handed us a very convenient excuse to justify locking him up the same way you've got Endo locked up now, once you've seen what he's capable of at full output against a real threat. Ren did not flinch from the accusation, which Izuku found, privately, more reassuring than any denial could have been. That's a fair concern, she said. I won't pretend it hasn't occurred to some people inside my own organization. It hasn't occurred to me, and it isn't the reason I'm here. I'm here because Kaido Endo was a person before he became a cautionary tale, and I have spent 9 years watching what's left of him and wondering if there was ever anything we could have done differently that might have kept him whole. I don't have a good answer for that. I'm hoping, watching how carefully you've built what you have here, that you might. Mirko, uncharacteristically quiet through most of the discussion, finally spoke from her perch on the rail ties, her usual sharp humor stripped down to something plainer and more serious than Izuku had heard from her in a long while. What happens to him if the containment does fail before we get there, she asked. All the way, not just a reading blip. What are we actually walking into? An uncontained domain with the raw power of a fully realized Shadow Monarch, and none of the judgment left to direct it toward anything except whatever's nearest, Rin said quietly. I won't lie to you about the scale of that. It would not be a fight anyone in this room could take lightly. Izuku sat with the full weight of it for a long moment, turning the shape of the choice over the same careful way he'd once turned over an unsolved page of quirk theory, and found, at the end of it, that the decision had never actually been much of a decision at all. We'll help, he said finally. Not because you're asking nicely, and not because I owe your organization anything yet. Because somewhere in that facility there's a person who used to want exactly what I want, and if there's any version of this where he gets to come back from what happened to him instead of just being managed for the rest of his life, I'm not willing to let that chance pass by unexamined. Ren studied him for a long, quiet moment, and something in her carefully professional composure finally, fully cracked into plain, unguarded relief. Thank you, she said. I hoped that's what you'd say. I need to be honest with you about one more thing before we move forward, though. If the containment fails while we're still preparing, there may not be time to reach him gently. You may be walking into a fight before you ever get the chance to try anything else. Then we prepare for both, Izuku said. And we hope, as hard as we can, that it's the gentler version we actually get. Chapter 44. The containment failed for good 6 days later, in the small hours of a Wednesday morning, and the vigil's alert reached the depot at almost the exact same moment Izuku's own panel flared with a threat signature the likes of which he had never once encountered in over a year of hunting. Anomaly domain detected. Threat classification, Monarch tier. Containment, none. Nagant had the map up before he'd finished reading the alert, a rural facility 80 kilometers south of Muzidafu, remote enough that the vigil had clearly chosen the site specifically to minimize collateral damage if exactly this scenario ever occurred. That's not close enough to threaten the city directly, she said, already calculating routes. But if that domain starts moving toward population centers instead of staying put, 80 kilometers isn't nearly the buffer it sounds like. Midnight was already on her feet, pulling her hero gear on with the brisk, practiced urgency of someone who had spent 17 years responding to exactly this kind of emergency call, though never one quite like this. I can buy us cover with the commission for an unscheduled deployment, she said. I can't buy us more than a few hours before someone starts asking harder questions than I can comfortably answer. Mirko was already moving toward the tunnel exit, all trace of her earlier quiet seriousness burned away into the sharp, focused readiness she carried into every fight that actually mattered. Then let's make sure a few hours is all we need, she said. Izuku stood at the center of the chamber for one long breath, feeling the weight of the panel's unfamiliar classification settle into him alongside a quieter, more personal dread that had nothing to do with tactics at all. Monarch tier. The words sat uneasily against everything Ren had told them 6 days earlier, a plain, clinical confirmation that whatever waited at that facility was not merely dangerous. It was, in the truest sense the word could carry, a mirror. Ren's voice crackled over a comm channel the vigil had set up for exactly this contingency, tight with an urgency that cut through every trace of her earlier calm. He's moving, she said. East, toward the nearest township. We have evacuation teams mobilizing now, but at the speed a domain that size can cover ground, we don't think we can clear the town before he reaches it. Then we're not trying to beat him there, Izuku said, already reaching for every shadow soldier within range of a gate scene that could get him moving fast enough to matter. We're trying to make sure that whatever's left of Kaido Endo when he arrives, he finds someone standing between him and that town who understands exactly what he's going through, instead of just another threat to be erased. Chapter 45. He reached the outskirts of the township 11 minutes later, Shadow carrying him across 80 kilometers of open country faster than any vehicle could have managed, and found, standing in the middle of a rural intersection with the streetlights flickering under the sheer weight of the domain pressing outward from him, a man who had once, 9 years ago, been exactly what Izuku was now. Kaido Endo did not look like a monster. That was, somehow, the worst part of it. He looked like an ordinary man in his early 30s, tired and gaunt in a way that had nothing to do with physical exhaustion, his eyes tracking the empty street with a slow, mechanical patience that held no recognition in it at all, no awareness that the town around him held anything except targets and obstacles in roughly equal measure. Shadow soldiers rose around him in numbers that made Izuku's own considerable army look modest by comparison, an unstructured, chaotic swarm that answered no clear tactical logic Izuku could immediately parse, simply pressing outward in every direction with the blind, undirected hunger of a will that had long since stopped being able to distinguish threat from innocent. Izuku stepped into the intersection with his own shadows rising quiet and disciplined around him, and found, standing there, that he did not know what to say to a man who might no longer be capable of hearing him at all. Kaido, he tried anyway, keeping his voice level and calm despite the pressure building in his chest. My name is Izuku. I know what happened to you. I know you didn't choose this. I'm not here to hurt you, but I need you to stop before anyone in this town gets caught in something that isn't their fight. For one long, fragile moment, something flickered behind Kaido's eyes, a recognition that seemed to reach, however briefly, past whatever had consumed the rest of him. His head tilted, slow and uncertain, and for just a heartbeat the mechanical blankness in his expression cracked into something that looked, unmistakably, like confusion. Then the domain surged, a wave of shadow crashing outward with a violence that had nothing calculated in it at all, and whatever fragile flicker of recognition had surfaced vanished back beneath it as quickly as it had come. Izuku threw up a wall of his own shadow to catch the wave before it could reach the houses lining the street, felt the impact shudder through him with a force that made his own considerable strength feel, for the first time in months, genuinely and uncomfortably tested. "He's still in there," Izuku said quietly, more to himself than to anyone listening over the comm. "He's still in there, and I am not leaving this street until I find a way to reach him." Chapter 46. The fight that followed was unlike anything the invasion 8 months earlier had prepared him for, not because Kaido's domain was more disciplined than the PLF's forces had been, but because it was so thoroughly, catastrophically undisciplined that predicting it required an entirely different kind of instinct. Shadow soldiers surged and scattered in patterns that answered no tactical logic at all, and Izuku found himself spending as much effort simply containing the chaos as he did actually engaging it, redirecting reckless swarms away from the town's edges with a patience that cost him ground he could not easily afford to give. Nagant arrived 4 minutes later, taking up a position on the water tower overlooking the intersection, and her voice came calm and steady over the comm despite what she was looking down at. "I can't get a clean shot on him without going through 6 of his own soldiers first," she said. "And I don't think putting him down is actually the plan here anyway, is it?" "It's not," Izuku said, catching a wild swing of shadow on his forearm and redirecting it into the empty field beside the road rather than the house it had been drifting toward. "I need to reach whatever's left of him. I don't think that happens if the first thing he registers from any of us is another attack." Mirko's arrival came with rather less subtlety, dropping into the intersection from a rooftop with a kick that scattered a cluster of Kaido's soldiers before they could close on a family still frozen in their driveway, too slow evacuating and now caught directly in the path of the chaos. She swept the family behind her with one arm, expression grim in a way that had nothing of her usual battlefield delight in it at all. "Civilians still on the street," she called out. "I've got them. Do whatever you need to do, but do it fast." Midnight arrived last, breathless from a run that had covered the final stretch on foot after her vehicle could carry her no further, and took in the scene, the chaotic domain, the gaunt, mechanical figure at its center, the desperate scramble to keep a handful of remaining civilians clear of a fight none of them had asked to be part of, with the fast, practical assessment of someone who had spent her entire career walking directly into exactly this kind of impossible moment. "I can buy you an opening," she said. "My quirk won't hold against a domain that size for long, but it might hold long enough for you to actually get close to him instead of just holding the line." "Do it," Izuku said, and braced himself for whatever came next. Chapter 47. Midnight's fog rolled outward across the intersection a moment later, thicker and more disorienting than anything Izuku had seen her use before, drawn from a reserve of strength she had clearly been holding back for exactly this kind of emergency. It would not disable a domain of Kaido's scale outright, they had all understood that going in, but for a handful of precious seconds it blurred the mechanical, undirected hunger driving his shadow soldiers just enough to open a gap in the chaos. Izuku took it without hesitation, shadow carrying him through the swarm and directly toward the man standing motionless at its center, close enough now to see, up close, the particular hollowness behind Kaido's eyes, a person reduced, over 9 long years of contained isolation, to little more than the raw, undirected shape of the power he had once carried so carefully. He did not attack. He reached instead, the same offer he had made to every shadow he'd ever claimed since the night in that alley 8 months ago, an extension of will rather than force, and closed the last few meters between them with his hand outstretched. "You built something once," he said, quiet and steady despite the storm of shadow raging around them both. "You protected people. I know you did, because I've read what happened before the collapse, and I know that person is still in here somewhere, buried under 9 years of being told he was too dangerous to be anything except contained. I'm not here to contain you. I'm here because I think you deserve the chance to remember what you actually built this power to do in the first place." For a long, terrible moment, nothing happened at all. The domain continued its blind, chaotic pressure, shadow soldiers still surging against Nagant's careful containment and Mirko's desperate rear guard, and Izuku began to fear, standing there with his hand outstretched and nothing answering it, that whatever fragile flicker he'd seen in the street minutes earlier had simply been the last, dying ember of a person who was already, functionally, gone. Then Kaido's hand rose, slow and trembling, and closed around Izuku's own. The domain did not simply stop. It unraveled, all at once, 9 years of undirected, chaotic hunger folding back inward with a violence that staggered both of them, Kaido collapsing to his knees in the middle of the intersection with a sound that was, unmistakably, the first genuinely human noise he had made since Izuku arrived, a raw, broken sob of a man remembering, all at once, everything he had lost and everything that had been done in his name while he was gone. Chapter 48. Ren reached the intersection 11 minutes later, arriving with a small vigil medical team that moved with the careful, practiced urgency of people who had clearly hoped for this outcome without ever quite letting themselves expect it, and found Kaido Endo sitting on the curb where he had collapsed, wrapped in a jacket Midnight had draped over his shoulders, staring at his own hands with an expression that held more grief in it than anything else. "I remember all of it," he said quietly, to no one in particular, as the medical team knelt carefully beside him. 9 years. I remember every single thing that happened while I couldn't stop it. I remember the 43 people I couldn't save, and I remember not being able to tell the difference between them and the villains I was supposed to be fighting, and I have no idea how I'm supposed to live with that now that I'm actually capable of understanding what it means again. Izuku knelt beside him, ignoring Ren's brief, hesitant motion to intervene, and said the only thing he could find that felt honest enough to offer. "You don't have to figure that out today," he said. "You don't have to figure it out alone, either. I don't know everything about what you're carrying, but I know something about being handed power you never trained for and having to learn, the hard way, exactly how much weight it's actually capable of holding. That's not a fight you win in an afternoon. It's one you keep choosing to show up for, every day, for as long as it takes." Kaido looked at him for a long moment, something in his hollow, exhausted eyes finally, fully present for the first time since the fight had begun. "How did you learn that?" he asked quietly. "I had help," Izuku said, glancing toward Nagant, Mirko, and Midnight, gathered a few meters away, watching the scene with expressions that held none of the wariness they might once have carried into a moment like this. "I had people who chose to stand beside me instead of just watching from a distance to see whether I'd survive it on my own. I don't think anyone's supposed to carry this kind of weight alone. I think that might be the actual mistake that cost you 9 years in the first place." Ren, listening quietly from a few steps back, felt something in her carefully maintained composure finally give way entirely, 9 years of guilt and careful, clinical distance cracking into plain, unguarded emotion. "We should have done this differently," she said, more to herself than to anyone else. "We should have found a way to keep him connected instead of simply containing him. I think, watching this, that we've been thinking about this all wrong for a very long time." Chapter 49. The weeks that followed reshaped the Vigil's entire approach to what it had once called, in careful clinical language, containment protocol. Ren pushed the change through the organization's leadership with the same quiet determination that had carried her into the depot alone 6 weeks earlier, arguing, successfully, that isolation had never actually been the safeguard the organization believed it to be, that the 9 years spent keeping Kaido Endo physically secure had done nothing to keep the person inside him intact, and that whatever came next needed to look considerably more like what Izuku had built in Mizudafu, and considerably less like a facility designed to hold something dangerous at arm's length. Kaido began, slowly and carefully, the long work of actually living again, under a support structure that finally, 9 years too late, resembled what he had needed from the very beginning. He would not, everyone involved understood clearly, ever fully be the man he had been before the collapse. But he was, for the first time in nearly a decade, present enough to grieve what he had lost, and present enough, on his better days, to start imagining what might still be possible on the other side of that grief. Izuku visited twice in the following month, awkward, careful conversations that slowly, gradually, began to feel less like a wellness check and more like the tentative beginnings of an actual friendship between two people who understood, in a way almost no one else on Earth could, exactly what the other was carrying. "You built a family down there," Kaido told him, during the second visit, watching Izuku's careful, easy interaction with the Vigil staff who had grown steadily more comfortable around him with each visit. "I built an army and told myself that was enough. I think that might have been the difference, in the end. Not the power. The people standing next to you while you carried it." Izuku thought about that for a long time on the ride back to Mizudafu, turning it over the same careful way he turned over every hard-earned lesson the last year had handed him, and found, arriving back at the depot to find Nagant cleaning her rifle and Mirko arguing cheerfully with Midnight over something on the tablet between them, that he did not need to turn it over for very much longer to know exactly how true it was. Chapter 50. The Vigil's alliance, once it finally solidified in the months that followed, looked nothing like the oversight arrangement Nagant had warned might be coming. Ren, true to the promise she had made in the depot's main chamber on the night they first met, brought no demands for control, no attempt to fold Izuku's growing operation into a chain of command answerable to anyone but the 4 people who had built it. What she offered instead was resources, quiet access to a decade of careful research into anomaly bearers that Izuku's own panel had never been able to fully explain on its own, and, more valuable than any of it, the simple, steady presence of an organization that finally understood exactly what he was and had decided, deliberately, that understanding was worth more than control. "We'll be here if you need us," Rin told him, during a visit to the depot that had, by then, become almost comfortably routine. "We won't be here if you don't. I spent 9 years learning what happens when an organization tries to manage a person like you from a distance instead of actually standing beside them. I don't intend to make that mistake twice." Nagant, predictably, remained the most cautious of the 4 about the arrangement, though even she had softened considerably since the night in the township, watching an organization that could have simply studied Kaido Endo from behind glass instead choose, at real cost to its own careful protocols, to try to give him back some version of a life. "I still don't fully trust them," she admitted to Izuku one evening. "But I trust that they're capable of learning from a mistake, and honestly, that's more than I can say for most of the people I used to answer to." Mirko, characteristically, cared rather less about the philosophical implications and rather more about the practical ones. "Do we get access to their research archive?" she asked Rin directly, during one of the Vigil's visits. "Because if there's a decade of data in there about how domains actually scale, I have several hundred questions and absolutely no patience for waiting to ask them." Midnight, for her part, found in the Vigil's slow, careful correction of its own past mistakes something that resonated with a lesson she had been quietly carrying since the night she first walked into this depot uninvited. "Sometimes the right thing costs you the structure you built your whole career around," she said, during a rare quiet moment with Izuku, watching Ren and Nagant argue amicably over logistics across the chamber. "I think that's actually the whole lesson, watching all of this. Doing the right thing rarely looks like following the rules you started with. It looks like being willing to admit the rules were wrong, and building something better in their place." Chapter 51. Muzidafu, through all of it, remained exactly as unaware as it had been the night of the invasion, a city that would never know how close it had come to a catastrophe considerably larger than anything the Paranormal Liberation Front had ever managed to threaten, nor how much of its continued ordinary safety it owed to a boy who had once believed himself destined to matter to no one at all. Izuku found, in the months that followed the confrontation with Kaido Endo, that something in him had settled in a way it never quite had before, even in the aftermath of the invasion's victory. He had spent the first year of this strange, impossible new life proving himself, to the front, to the city, to his own uncertain understanding of what he had become. He spent the months after Kaido's rescue simply living inside the shape of what he had built, a family assembled out of choice rather than circumstance, a growing understanding of a power that no longer felt quite so much like a mystery he was racing to solve before it could consume him. He returned to school that spring for his final months as a quirkless student in a hero-saturated world, and found, walking those familiar hallways, that the strange double life he'd been carrying for over a year no longer felt like a burden so much as simply the shape of who he actually was, a boy with an ordinary face and an extraordinary court waiting for him below the third ring every evening, patient and steady in a way nothing in his life had ever been before the gate first opened beneath the central exchange. Graduation approached with the quiet, ordinary inevitability of any ending that had been visible from a long way off, and Izuku found himself, for the first time in longer than he could remember, actually looking forward to whatever came next rather than simply enduring the wait for it. Chapter 52. They gathered in the depot on the evening of his graduation, the 4 of them together for what had become, by unspoken agreement, the closest thing any of them had to a real family tradition, and for once the conversation held nothing urgent in it at all, no threat gathering at the edge of the city, no report demanding immediate action, only the simple, unhurried pleasure of marking a milestone together. Nagant produced, with obvious discomfort at the sentimentality of the gesture, a small wrapped package that turned out to be a notebook, identical in every visible detail to the composition books Izuku had filled with quirk theory his entire childhood. "Figured you'd want somewhere to keep writing all of it down," she said, not quite meeting his eyes. "The theory, the tactics, whatever this year and a half has actually taught you about what you are. Seemed wrong for the habit that got you through 15 years of having nothing to just disappear now that you've got everything." Izuku turned the notebook over in his hands, feeling something warm and full settle behind his ribs, and found that he did not trust his voice enough to answer properly right away. Mirko, with considerably less discomfort about sentiment than Nagant, simply pulled him into a rough, delighted hug the moment he looked up. "Congratulations, Shadow Boy," she said. "Quirkless straight through graduation, and somehow still the single most dangerous person in this entire city. I hope you know how proud of you I am. I don't say that kind of thing often. Don't get used to it." Midnight's gift was quieter, a simple, steady hand resting against his shoulder and a smile that held more warmth in it than words could easily have carried. "Whatever you decide to do next," she said, "university, more training, simply continuing exactly what you've already built down here, I want you to know that you don't have to decide any of it alone. That's the whole point of everything we've built together. It doesn't end just because one particular chapter of it does." Izuku looked around the chamber at the three of them, at a family he had never once set out to build and could no longer imagine his life without, and felt, for the first time since a black seam had torn open beneath the central exchange and changed the entire shape of his existence, the quiet, settled certainty of a person who had finally, fully arrived exactly where he belonged. "Thank you," he said finally, simply, and found that it was, somehow, exactly enough. Chapter 53. The empire Izuku Midoriya built beneath Muzidafu never once announced itself to the city it protected, and in the years that followed his graduation, it grew slowly, carefully, exactly the way everything he had built from the very beginning had grown, through patient, deliberate choice rather than unchecked ambition. The Vigil's alliance deepened into something closer to genuine partnership. Kaido Endo eventually became, gradually and on his own timeline, something more than a cautionary tale, a quiet advisor whose hard-earned wisdom helped shape every safeguard Izuku built into his own growing domain going forward. Nagant continued her quiet work freeing operatives from programs the government would have preferred stayed buried, eventually building an informal network of freed hunters and reformed villains that answered, loosely and without any formal structure, to the same principle Izuku had built his entire operation around from the start. Mirko remained the number 2 hero of Japan for the rest of a career that would, eventually, see her offered the top spot twice and quietly decline at both times. Content, she always said, with exactly the balance she had already found between the spotlight and the work that actually mattered. Midnight rose, over the following years, into one of the Hero Commission's most respected senior voices, carrying into that role a hard-earned understanding of exactly how much good could be done in the spaces the official structures never quite managed to reach. And Izuku himself, quirkless in every official record the world would ever keep, remained, in the only records that actually mattered, the sole player of a system that had chosen him on a night 11 professionals died and he alone had survived, a Shadow Monarch who had built, out of nothing but a boy's stubborn refusal to stay powerless, not merely an army, but a family, a city's quiet, unacknowledged safety, and a life that had finally, fully become exactly what he had always secretly hoped. Against every reasonable expectation, it might someday be allowed to become. Chapter 54. Not everyone inside the Vigil shared Ren's conviction that patience and partnership were the right answer to a variable of Izuku's scale, and the disagreement that had simmered quietly beneath the surface of the organization's leadership since the night of Kaido Endo's recovery finally came to a head 3 months after the confrontation in the township, when a senior director named Sora Kurosawa called an emergency session of the council. Ren had spent 9 years slowly reforming. Kurosawa had built his entire career inside the Vigil around the containment protocols the organization had relied on for a decade, the same protocols that had, in his own private accounting, kept the country safe from 10 catastrophic failures for every one case like Kaido's that had gone wrong. He did not dispute that the boy in Muzidafu had proven himself, in the strictest tactical sense, remarkably capable. He disputed, forcefully and at length, the wisdom of leaving that capability entirely outside any structure the vigil could actually influence if circumstances ever changed. We got fortunate, he told the council, laying his own file across the same table where Ren had first presented Izuku's residue report months earlier. The boy happened to have good instincts and good people around him. That is not a safeguard. That is a coincidence we have been treating as a policy, and I am not willing to stake this organization's entire mandate on the hope that his instincts remain good indefinitely, particularly once his power finishes growing into whatever it's ultimately capable of becoming. Ren, who had expected this confrontation for weeks and had spent every one of them quietly building the case to answer it, did not raise her voice in response. What would you propose instead? She asked. A monitoring collar, the way the old government program did to Lady Nagant. A containment facility, the way we built for Kaido, right up until the moment isolation itself became the thing that broke him. I have watched both of those approaches fail, directly and personally, and I am not interested in repeating either mistake because it happens to feel more familiar than trusting the outcome we've actually seen with our own eyes. Kurosawa did not have a clean answer for that, and the room understood, watching him fail to produce one, that his position rested on caution rather than any actual plan capable of surviving contact with the evidence Ren had spent months carefully assembling. But caution, in an organization built specifically to manage catastrophic risk, carried its own considerable weight, and the council adjourned that evening without a resolution, leaving both factions to continue building their case in the weeks that followed. Chapter 55. Kurosawa did not wait for the council to reach a formal decision before acting on his own concerns, and the first sign that he had chosen to move independently reached Izuku through Nagant's old government contacts rather than through Ren's usual channel, a quiet inquiry from a Hero Commission liaison asking pointed, unusually specific questions about unexplained activity in Muzutafu's Undercity that no official report had ever documented. Someone's been feeding the commission information, Nagant said, laying the intercepted inquiry across the depot's crate with the flat, controlled anger of someone who recognized exactly the kind of maneuver being attempted. Not enough to expose you outright. Enough to make the commission curious on its own, so that whatever happens next doesn't trace back cleanly to the vigil at all. Ren confirmed it within the day, arriving at the depot with an expression that carried more genuine anger than Izuku had ever seen from her. Kurosawa, she said simply. I don't have proof yet that will hold up inside our own council, but I know his methods well enough after 9 years to recognize them without it. He's trying to force the commission's hand, hoping that if enough official scrutiny lands on you without the vigil's fingerprints on it, the council will conclude our current approach has become too great a liability to continue, and adopt something closer to his position instead. Midnight, who had spent the better part of a decade navigating exactly this kind of institutional maneuvering, listened to the whole account with the sharp, focused attention of someone already 3 steps ahead of the problem. If the commission starts asking questions this specific, she said, I can slow it down for a while, the same way I did during the invasion. But I can't make the questions disappear entirely, not without eventually having to answer some of them myself, and I'm not willing to do that without your say-so. Izuku sat with the shape of the threat for a long moment, feeling something old and familiar settle into place, the same patient, careful resolve that had carried him through the front's invasion and the confrontation with Kaido Endo both. He had learned, across nearly 2 years of hard-fought lessons, that problems built on fear rarely responded well to being met with more of the same. Then let's not give him a fight to point at, he said finally. If Kurosawa's whole argument rests on the idea that I'm a risk this organization can't actually predict or influence, the answer isn't to hide from that harder. It's to make the prediction easy. Ren, I want to meet your full council. Not through you as an intermediary. Directly. Let them see exactly what they're actually deciding about, instead of arguing over a file and a set of readouts that can't tell them anything about who I actually am. Chapter 56. The council convened in full session 2 weeks later, in a location Ren would not disclose to any of them until the morning of the meeting itself, a quiet, unremarkable building in central Tokyo that gave no outward hint of the organization operating beneath its ordinary corporate signage. Izuku arrived alone, at his own insistence, though Nagant had made her displeasure about that decision known at considerable length beforehand, and found himself, for the first time in nearly 2 years, standing in a room full of strangers who understood exactly what he was without needing a single word of explanation. Kurosawa sat at the far end of the table, his expression carefully neutral, and opened the session with the same blunt directness he had brought to every meeting since the confrontation began. "I'll be honest with you, since honesty seems to be the currency you're asking this council to trade in today," he said. "I don't distrust your intentions. I've read every report Ren has filed, and I believe, as much as I believe anything in this line of work, that you mean exactly what you say you mean. What I don't trust is the assumption that intention is enough to guarantee outcome, indefinitely, across a lifetime of power that is still, by every measure we have, nowhere near finished growing." Izuku considered the challenge honestly before answering it, the same careful, deliberate weighing he brought to every hard question the last 2 years had handed him. "You're not wrong to worry about that," he said finally. "I worry about it too, more than most of the people in this room probably realize. I've read Kaido's file. I've sat with him and listened to 9 years of what happens when that worry goes unaddressed for too long. I don't have a guarantee to offer you, because I don't think an honest one exists. What I can offer you is this. I have built everything I have around people who are willing to tell me when I'm wrong, and who have never once been afraid to actually do it. Nagant argues with me constantly. Mirko pushes me past every limit I try to quietly set for myself. Midnight has spent 2 years making sure I never once mistake power for permission. That's not a guarantee. But I'd argue it's a considerably stronger safeguard than any facility your organization could build to hold someone like me at arm's length, because it's a safeguard that actually wants me to succeed, instead of one that's only built to manage me if I fail." The room was quiet for a long moment after that, and Ren, watching from her seat near the head of the table, felt something in the tension that had been building for months finally, cautiously, begin to ease. Kurosawa studied Izuku across the length of the table with an expression that held, for the first time since the confrontation began, something that looked less like suspicion and more like genuine, difficult consideration. "I still think you're the single largest variable this organization has ever had to account for," he said finally. "I'm not going to pretend that concern disappears because you gave a good answer in a room full of people you're trying to persuade. But I've spent 30 years building safeguards against catastrophic failure, and I recognize, listening to you, something I don't often get to hear in this line of work. You're not asking us to trust that you'll never fail. You're asking us to trust the structure you've built to catch you if you do. I can work with that. I don't know yet if I can fully believe in it. But I can work with it." "It was not," Ren told him quietly afterward, walking him out of the building into an ordinary Tokyo afternoon that gave no hint of what had just been decided inside it, the resounding victory it might have felt like from the outside. "But it was," she said, "the first time in the Vigil's entire history that a session like that one had ended with an actual bridge built between two positions, instead of one side simply winning," and she suspected, watching Izuku's quiet, thoughtful expression as they walked, that the bridge would hold considerably longer for having been built that way. Chapter 57. The years that followed settled into a rhythm none of them could have predicted on the night Izuku first woke up inside a collapsing gate with nothing but a notebook full of quirk theory and a habit of noticing things nobody else bothered to notice. Kurosawa never became a friend to the arrangement, exactly, but he became, gradually, something closer to a demanding and occasionally useful critic, the kind of voice inside the Vigil's council that kept every safeguard honest by insisting, at every turn, that comfort was never a substitute for genuine accountability. Kaido Endo, 2 years into his slow recovery, began, cautiously, to build something of his own, a small support network for the handful of anomaly bearers the Vigil had quietly identified since, built on exactly the principle Izuku had stumbled into by instinct in a condemned subway depot and Kaido had learned, the hard way, only after nearly losing everything. Nobody carries this alone. Nobody should have to. Nagant's network of freed operatives and reformed hunters grew, quietly and without any formal name, into something the government's own oversight committees would spend years failing to fully map, a loose, principled web of people who had each, in their own way, been handed a leash at some point in their lives and had chosen, once freed of it, to spend their strength making sure fewer people had to wear one after them. Mirko remained, through it all, exactly as fiercely, uncomplicatedly herself as she had been the night she first tracked a mysterious signature across the Fourth Ring's rooftops, and found, in the family that gathering had eventually become, something she would later admit, on one of the rare evenings she let her guard all the way down. She had been quietly searching for her entire career without ever having the language to properly name it. Midnight rose, over those same years, into a voice the Hero Commission's younger generation increasingly turned to when the official structures failed to reach the people who needed them most, carrying into every one of those conversations a hard-won understanding of exactly how much good could be built in the spaces between the rules, when the person building it was willing to be held accountable for every choice along the way. Chapter 58. Izuku Midoriya turned 20 on an ordinary Tuesday that looked, from the outside, exactly like every other day in a life that had long since stopped needing to announce itself to the world above the third ring. He spent the morning in a quiet meeting with Ren, reviewing the latest addition to the small, careful list of anomaly bearers the Vigil had identified and, this time, approached with patience from the very first contact instead of months of careful, distant observation. He spent the afternoon training with soldiers whose numbers had long since passed any count he bothered keeping precise track of anymore, a domain that had grown, over 3 careful years, into something that could, if the need ever truly arose, answer a threat considerably larger than anything the Paranormal Liberation Front had ever managed to bring against him. He spent the evening exactly the way he had spent nearly every evening for 3 years, in the depot's main chamber, with the same 3 people who had chosen, on 3 separate nights across a single extraordinary year, to stand beside a boy the world had once decided had nothing worth standing beside, and found, looking around the chamber at a family built entirely out of choice rather than circumstance, that the strange, impossible weight he had carried since the night a gate first opened beneath the central exchange no longer felt like a weight at all. It felt, simply, like his life. The one he had built, carefully and deliberately, one choice at a time, out of a power that had found him helpless and left him, 3 years later, more thoroughly and completely himself than he had ever once believed he was allowed to become. The notebook Nagant had given him at graduation sat, considerably thicker now, on the crate beside him, filled with 3 years of theory and tactics and the hard-won lessons of a life spent quietly protecting a city that would never know his name. He opened it that evening, the way he had 100 evenings before it, and began, once again, to write. Chapter 59. Kurosawa's first genuine test of the new arrangement came 6 months after the council session in Tokyo, not as a challenge but as a request, delivered with the same blunt directness that had defined every one of his previous objections during the long, difficult months when trust between them had still been little more than a careful, provisional agreement neither side fully believed the other would honor. A joint operation, he explained, arriving at the depot in person for the first time since their disagreement had begun, a vigil field team pinned down in a collapse site 2 prefectures east, facing an emerging anomaly signature none of the organization's usual operatives had the raw capability to safely contain. I could send in a larger team, he said, laying the incident report across the crate with the same clinical precision he brought to everything. It would take hours to assemble, and I am not confident it would be enough regardless. Or I could ask the one person in this country who has personally handled 2 Monarch-tier events without a single fatality attached to either outcome. I am asking. I want to be clear that I am asking, not simply assuming the answer, because I think that distinction matters considerably more to you than it ever did to me before. Izuku recognized the request for exactly what it was, not merely an operational necessity, but a genuine test of the trust both sides had spent 6 careful months building, and answered it the same way he had answered every hard choice since the night he first accepted the panel's offer inside a dying gate. Send me the coordinates, he said. I'll bring Nagant. Whatever's down there, we'll handle it the same way we handle everything else. Carefully, and with as few people getting hurt as we can possibly manage. The operation itself, when it came, proved considerably less dramatic than the incident report's tone had implied, a young anomaly bearer barely out of his teens, terrified and overwhelmed by a domain he had triggered by accident rather than any hostile intent, calmed within the hour by the same patient, steady presence Izuku had once needed so badly himself and never quite had, until a strange, dangerous night 8 months into his own transformation had finally handed it to him instead. Nagant handled the evacuation of the surrounding site with the same flat, unhurried competence she brought to everything, and by the time the young man's domain finally settled back into something he could carry without fear of losing himself the way Kaido once had, the entire operation had taken barely 90 minutes from start to finish, a quiet, unremarkable success that would nonetheless prove, in the weeks that followed, to matter considerably more than its modest scale suggested. Kurosawa's report on the operation, filed with the council 3 days later, contained a single line that Ren would quote to Izuku, with open and unguarded satisfaction, 4 months afterward. The variable performed exactly as described, it read, in language stripped of every trace of the suspicion that had defined his earlier assessments. I am revising my recommendation. Continued partnership, not containment, remains this organization's most effective safeguard against outcomes we are not equipped to survive alone. Chapter 60. Kaido Endo stood at the front of a small, quiet gathering 4 years after the night Izuku first found him standing in the middle of a rural intersection, hollow-eyed and mechanical, remembering nothing of the person he had once tried so hard to be, a man who had spent nearly a decade before that lost somewhere between the power he had built and the self it had slowly, quietly consumed. The gathering marked, in the careful, understated language the vigil had settled on for occasions like this one, his formal transition out of active support and into something closer to an ordinary life, a small apartment in a quiet district, a part-time position at a community center that had no idea its newest volunteer had once carried, and nearly lost himself entirely to, a power that could have leveled the building they stood in without a second thought. I spent 9 years being told what I was too dangerous to be allowed to try, he said, addressing the small circle of people who had gathered to mark the day, Ren and Kurosawa both present, along with Izuku and the 3 women who had become, in Kaido's own quiet estimation, something like an extended family he had never expected to find on the other side of his own worst mistake. I spent the 4 years since being shown, patiently and repeatedly, exactly how wrong that was. I don't know if I'll ever be able to fully explain what that shift actually cost the people who made it happen. I know I wouldn't be standing here without it. Izuku, watching from the back of the small gathering with Midnight's hand resting easily in his own, felt something settle behind his ribs that had nothing to do with power or domains or any of the strange, extraordinary machinery of the life he'd built. It was simply the quiet, unglamorous satisfaction of having helped build something that outlasted the crisis that created it, a life handed back to a man who had once been told, definitively, that no such thing was possible. You did that, Midnight said quietly, close enough that only he could hear it. Whatever else this life has asked of you, whatever else it's going to keep asking, that's the part one hope you never stop being proud of. I don't think I will, Izuku said, and watched Kaido Endo step forward to embrace Ren with the easy, unguarded warmth of a man who had finally, fully found his way back to the surface of his own life, 3 years of patient, deliberate work carrying him the rest of the way home. Kurosawa, standing near the edge of the gathering with the same careful reserve he brought to nearly everything, caught Izuku's eye across the small crowd and offered him something that might, on anyone else, have simply been a nod, but carried, from a man who had spent the better part of a year arguing that trusting him at all was a mistake the vigil could not afford to make, considerably more weight than the gesture let on. I was wrong about the shape the risk would take, he said quietly, crossing the gathering to stand beside Izuku once the small crowd had begun to disperse. I assumed the danger would come from you eventually failing to hold what you'd been given. I never once considered that the greater danger, all along, was an organization like mine failing the people who needed us to do better than contain them. I don't say that often. I don't intend to make a habit of it. But I wanted you to hear it plainly, once, from the person who fought hardest against giving you the chance to prove it wrong. Izuku studied him for a long moment, and found, in the older man's careful, difficult honesty, something that felt, in its own quiet way, every bit as significant as anything the day's larger occasion had offered. Thank you, he said simply. For fighting hard enough that when the answer finally changed, it actually meant something. Kurosawa's mouth twitched, the closest thing to a smile Izuku had ever seen cross his face, and he said nothing further, simply inclining his head once more before turning to rejoin the gathering, leaving Izuku standing quietly at its edge with Midnight's hand still resting easily in his own, watching a man who had once been told he had nothing left to become finally, fully step back into a life built on exactly the opposite belief. Chapter 61. Muzutafu slept on above him, exactly as it always had, unaware of the empire that had grown quietly and carefully beneath its streets, unaware of the boy who had once stood powerless inside a collapsing gate and become, in the years since, the patient, steady darkness that had kept it safe through threats it would never know existed. He did not need the city to know, and had long since stopped waiting for the day it might. He had learned, across 4 years of hard-fought lessons, that the truest measure of what he had built was never going to be gratitude he'd never receive, or recognition he had long since stopped wanting. It was simply this. A family gathered around him in a quiet, ordinary chamber 2 rings below the surface, patient and steady and entirely his own, a notebook filling steadily with everything he had learned about carrying power without ever once losing sight of who he actually was, and a city sleeping soundly above him, safe, unknowing, and entirely, permanently his to protect for as long as the shadows agreed to answer his call. He thought sometimes, on quiet, unremarkable evenings like this one, about the boy who had once stood at the edge of a barrier taped with nothing but a notebook and a habit of noticing things nobody else bothered to notice, watching heroes and hunters both from a distance he had assumed, back then, was the only distance he would ever be allowed to stand at. That boy could not have imagined any of this, not the shadows, not the domain, not the strange, extraordinary family gathered around him now in a chamber that had once been nothing more than a condemned stretch of abandoned tunnel. He had only ever wanted to matter, in whatever small way the world might eventually allow him to. He supposed, closing the notebook at last and looking around the chamber at Nagant cleaning her rifle with the same patient care she brought to everything, at Mirko sprawled across her rail ties arguing cheerfully with nobody in particular, at midnight watching him with the quiet, steady warmth that had become, over 4 years, as familiar to him as his own name, that he had gotten considerably more than that small, careful hope had ever dared to ask for, and considerably more, too, than he had ever once let himself believe he deserved. Enough. Chapter 62. The report that ended nearly a year of quiet came from Ren, on an otherwise unremarkable spring evening, carrying an urgency Izuku had not heard in her voice since the night the Vigil's containment facility first failed and sent them all racing south toward a township that had no idea how close it had come to catastrophe. "We intercepted a shipment 3 days ago," she said, spreading a set of surveillance photographs across the depot's crate, fragments of stabilized gate matter, the same category of material the Council's anomaly device was built from during the invasion. Small quantities, carefully packaged, moving through a supply chain we thought we'd fully dismantled 2 years ago. We traced the buyer back through 4 shell purchases before the trail went cold, but the 5th purchase order carried an authorization code that matched, precisely, a signature we haven't seen active since the night the front's command post evacuated and vanished. Nagant went very still, the particular stillness she reserved for information that confirmed a fear rather than introduced a new one. "The strategist," she said. "He's still out there." "He's more than still out there," Rin said grimly. "He's building something. I don't yet know what, but whatever it is, it requires stabilized gate matter in quantities large enough that even our own research division would think twice before requesting them, and it's being assembled somewhere far enough outside our current monitoring network that we have no confirmed location, only the trail of purchases that led us here." Midnight studied the photographs with the same sharp, careful attention she brought to any case file that mattered, and after a long moment looked up with an expression that held more concern than any of them had voiced yet. "Gate matter isn't a weapon on its own," she said slowly. "It's raw material. If he's not building another device like the one under the transit hub, what else would someone with his particular obsession actually want that much of it for?" Nobody in the chamber had a good answer for that. Izuku felt the same old, familiar weight settle into his chest, the particular gravity of a threat that had not yet fully revealed its shape, and understood, looking around at the 3 women who had stood beside him through every version of this feeling before, that whatever the strategist was building, they were not going to wait for it to finish before finding out. Chapter 63. It took Nagant's network 3 weeks to run the purchase trail to ground, 3 weeks of careful, patient work across contacts she had spent years quietly cultivating, freed operatives and reformed hunters who understood, better than almost anyone, exactly what it looked like when someone was trying very hard not to be found. The trail ended, finally, at an abandoned research campus in the mountains north of the city, a facility that had operated, according to the paperwork Midnight managed to extract through careful, roundabout channels at the Commission, as a legitimate quirk augmentation research center until its funding had quietly dried up 4 years earlier. Ren's own investigators confirmed the site's current activity within days of Nagant's lead reaching her, satellite imagery showing a level of security infrastructure far beyond anything an abandoned research campus should have required, generators running at a scale that suggested considerably more power draw than the facility's official records could account for. "Whatever's happening in there," Ren said, reviewing the imagery with Izuku and the others gathered around the depot's crate, "it's substantial. And it's been running for longer than the 3 weeks it took us to find it. I don't like how long that gives him a head start on whatever he's actually planning." Mirko, who had spent the 3 weeks of investigation growing steadily more restless with the patient, procedural pace of the search, finally voiced the question that had clearly been building in her the entire time. "Do we know what he's making yet?" she asked. "Because I've been assuming weapon this whole time, and something about the way everyone keeps not saying that word directly is starting to worry me more than the weapon itself would." Ren hesitated visibly, and the hesitation told Izuku, more clearly than any answer could have, exactly how much she did not want to say what came next. "We have a working theory," she said finally. "Based on the volume of gate matter, the facility's original purpose as an augmentation research center, and one detail from an intercepted communication 3 days ago that I've been hoping, honestly, was a mistranslation. I don't think he's building a weapon, at least not in the sense we've been assuming. I think he's trying to replicate what happened to you." Chapter 64. The silence that followed lasted long enough that Izuku felt it settle into every corner of the chamber, a weight considerably heavier than any tactical briefing had ever carried before. He thought, unbidden, of Kaido Endo standing hollow-eyed in the middle of a rural intersection, a domain of the same origin as his own, reduced to blind, undirected chaos by 9 years of isolation, and understood, with a dawning, sick clarity, exactly what kind of nightmare an intentional, weaponized version of that same collapse could represent. "He can't just hand someone a quirk they weren't born with," Nagant said slowly and carefully, working through the mechanics out loud the same careful way she worked through any unfamiliar threat. "What he's got access to is raw gate matter, not a functioning system. That's not the same thing as what happened to Izuku. Whatever he's forcing on people, it isn't going to look like a controlled gift. It's going to look like a wound that never properly heals." Ren nodded grimly. "That's exactly our concern," she said. "The 11 prior cases we've catalogued all occurred through natural contact with an active gate collapse, a single, chaotic moment none of them chose and none of them could have prepared for. What we believe he's attempting is to replicate that exposure artificially, deliberately, on subjects who have no idea what they're being exposed to and no support structure in place to help them survive contact with it intact. If even a fraction of what happened to Kaido happens to someone forced into this instead of surviving it by accident, the outcome isn't going to be a controlled asset. It's going to be exactly the kind of catastrophic failure our organization was founded to prevent." Izuku sat with the shape of it for a long, heavy moment, feeling something cold and resolute settle into place behind his ribs, the particular clarity that had carried him through every hard choice since the night he first accepted the panel's offer inside a dying gate. "Then we don't have 3 more weeks to plan this carefully," he said. "Every day that facility keeps running is a day someone in there is being hurt in a way we might not be able to undo afterward. I want a plan that gets us inside as fast as it possibly can, without losing the caution that's kept every one of us alive this long." Chapter 65. They did not reach the facility fast enough to prevent the first confirmed casualty, and the knowledge of that arrived 3 days into their planning, delivered by a vigil field team that had been quietly monitoring the mountain campus's perimeter and picked up, in the small hours of a Thursday morning, a signature reading that made every alarm in their monitoring station fire at once. Izuku felt it too, the panel flaring with a threat classification he had not seen since the night he found Kaido standing in the middle of that rural intersection, and understood, reading it, that whatever the strategist had been building toward had just, catastrophically, succeeded on at least one subject. They reached the mountain campus's outer perimeter 40 minutes later to find a section of the facility's containment wall already breached, a wide, ragged tear in reinforced concrete that had clearly been made from the inside, and a trail of chaotic, undirected shadow leading away from it into the surrounding forest, a domain unlike anything Izuku's own careful, disciplined army had ever resembled, wild and fragmented and radiating a distress that had nothing coherent left in it at all. They found her 20 minutes into the forest, a young woman who could not have been older than 19, curled against the base of a tree with shadow pouring off her in erratic, uncontrolled waves, her eyes wide and unseeing in a way that made Izuku's chest tighten with a grief he had not expected to feel this immediately. Nagant reached her first, rifle lowered the moment she saw the girl's face, and knelt at a careful distance with her hands held open in the same gesture Ren had once used at the mouth of the depot's tunnel. "We're not here to hurt you," she said quietly. "We're here to help. Can you tell me your name?" The girl's mouth moved, shaping something that might once have been a word, and what came out instead was a fractured, panicked burst of shadow that scattered 3 trees into splinters before Izuku's own domain rose, instinctive and gentle, to absorb the worst of it before it could reach any of them. "She's not dangerous," he said quietly, feeling the shape of her fractured, terrified power through his own domain's careful reach. "She's drowning. Whatever they did to her, she never had a chance to learn how to swim." Chapter 66. It took the better part of 2 hours to calm her. Izuku's domain wrapped gently around her own fractured one the entire time, not overpowering it but simply, patiently offering it something steady to hold on to, the same offer he had made to every shadow he had ever claimed since the night in that alley 2 years earlier. By the time her breathing finally slowed and the wild, erratic bursts of shadow settled into something closer to stillness, the sun had begun rising over the mountain treeline, and the young woman, whose name turned out to be Aiko, sat wrapped in Midnight's jacket with the same hollow, overwhelmed exhaustion Kaido had once worn in a very different intersection 2 years before. "They told me it would make me stronger," she said quietly, her voice raw and unsteady. "My family needed money. He said it would make me stronger, and that strength like that was worth more than anything I could ever earn honestly. I didn't know what I was agreeing to. I don't think I understood, until it was already happening, that there wasn't going to be any part of me left to decide whether I wanted it once it started." Ren, kneeling nearby with a vigil medical kit already open, felt her own carefully maintained composure crack for the second time in 2 years, hearing an echo of Kaido's own story in a girl not yet out of her teens. "How many others?" she asked gently. "Do you know how many people are still in that facility?" Aiko's face crumpled, the question clearly costing her more than the exhaustion already had. "A lot," she said. "I don't know exactly. More than I could count, in the room they kept us in before. Some of them didn't survive the process at all. The ones who did, most of them ended up like I almost did. Lost inside it. He calls it yield. Like we're not people at all. Just a percentage he's trying to improve." Izuku felt something old and resolute harden behind his ribs, the same cold clarity that had carried him through the invasion 2 years earlier, and found, looking at Aiko's exhausted, frightened face, that whatever caution had shaped their planning over the last 3 weeks had just become, entirely, secondary to a considerably more urgent priority. "We're not waiting any longer," he said quietly. "Whatever's left of the plan, we finish it moving. Every hour we spend being careful is an hour someone in that facility doesn't have." Chapter 67. The infiltration began at dusk the following day, Nagant taking the perimeter's northern watchtower with the same cold precision she brought to every operation, Mirko clearing the facility's ground-level entry points with a speed that left the skeleton security staff no chance to raise a coordinated alarm, Midnight moving through the facility's administrative wing gathering records with the practiced, efficient focus of someone who understood exactly how much evidence would matter once this was over. Izuku went for the lower levels directly, where Aiko's fractured memory and the facility's own recovered blueprints both pointed toward the true heart of the operation, and found, descending stairwells that grew progressively colder and more clinical the further down he went, a security response considerably more organized than the skeleton staff above had suggested, augmented guards trained specifically, he suspected, to handle exactly the kind of unstable subjects the facility itself was creating. He moved through them the way he moved through everything now, with a discipline built on 2 years of hard-fought restraint, every guard left breathing and bound rather than broken, though the effort of holding that restraint while every instinct in him screamed to move faster cost him more than any single fight had and longer than he could remember. The lower-level central chamber, when he finally reached it, held exactly the horror Aiko's fragmented account had promised and somehow still managed to exceed it, a wide, clinical room lined with containment cells, dozens of them, each holding a subject in some stage of the process Aiko had barely survived, some unconscious, some awake and staring at nothing, a handful further along than Aiko had been, fractured shadow leaking steadily from cells that had clearly been reinforced specifically to contain exactly that outcome. Izuku stood in the doorway for one long, terrible breath, feeling the full weight of what he was looking at settle into him with a clarity that made every previous fight of his life feel, in comparison, almost simple by contrast, and understood, standing there, exactly why the strategist had chosen this particular horror to build in the years since his organization's collapse. He wanted to prove something could be manufactured that once only survived by accident, Izuku said quietly, to no one in particular, and felt, for the first time in 2 years, something close to genuine fury settle into the resolve that had always, until now, stayed carefully, deliberately measured. Chapter 68. The strategist found him there, standing amid the rows of containment cells, and Izuku understood, the moment the man stepped into the chamber's far entrance, exactly how much the years since their last encounter had changed him. He no longer carried himself with the careful, patient calculation of a man managing a losing operation from behind a desk. He stood taller now, something dark and unstable moving beneath his skin that the panel flagged immediately as a fragmented, artificially forced echo of the very power he had spent years trying to weaponize against the person who had first shown it to him. You've grown considerably since the transit hub, he said, his voice carrying an unsettling, layered quality that hadn't been there 2 years earlier. I've been watching, from a distance, the entire time. Watching you build your careful little family, your careful little alliance with an organization that once existed specifically to contain people like us. I wanted to understand exactly what made your version of this power sustainable, when every other bearer we've studied eventually broke under its weight. You didn't need to hurt anyone to understand that, Izuku said, his voice carrying none of the careful diplomacy he'd once extended even to the front's own scouts. You could have asked. I would have told you exactly what made it sustainable. It wasn't the power. It was the people who stood beside me while I carried it. The strategist's expression flickered, something that might once have been genuine consideration crossing it before the cold, fractured calculation reasserted itself. Sentiment, he said. That's a fragile foundation to build an empire on. I decided a more reliable variable was required, one that didn't depend on the accident of finding people willing to stand beside you. I decided to manufacture the strength directly, and remove the dependency on luck entirely. Izuku looked past him, at the rows of cells holding people who had never chosen any of this, who had been told their own suffering was simply the cost of a percentage he was trying to improve, and felt the last of his patience for diplomacy finally, completely exhausted. You didn't remove the dependency, he said quietly. You just decided other people's suffering was an acceptable price for skipping the part where you actually had to earn it. That's not strength. That's theft with better paperwork. Chapter 69. The fight that followed tore through the facility's lower level with a violence that made every previous confrontation of Izuku's 2 years feel, in retrospect, almost restrained by comparison. The strategist's fractured power moved without the discipline Izuku had spent 2 years building into his own, wild and unpredictable in a way that made every exchange a fresh, dangerous guess at what might come next, and more than once Izuku found himself throwing every ounce of his own control not into offense but into keeping the wild, chaotic backlash from tearing through the containment cells lining the chamber's walls. You're holding back, the strategist said, somewhere in the fight's 4th minute, his voice carrying genuine, bitter frustration beneath the layered distortion. I can feel it. You could end this in a single move if you actually let yourself. Why continue pretending otherwise? Because there are people locked in cell 6 meters from where we're standing, Izuku said, catching a wild lash of shadow on his forearm and redirecting it, with considerable effort, into the chamber's reinforced ceiling rather than the wall behind which Aiko's fellow victims still waited. If I fight you the way you're fighting me, some of them don't survive whatever happens next. I'm not willing to let your carelessness become the reason for that. Something in the strategist's fractured expression twisted, a flicker of the calculating, patient man he had once been fighting to surface through whatever the forced exposure had done to him. That restraint is going to be the reason you lose, he said, and drove a wave of chaotic shadow forward with enough raw, unshaped force behind it that Izuku felt, for one genuinely uncertain moment, the true scale of what an unstable, weaponized echo of his own power might actually be capable of doing. He held the line anyway, domain flaring outward to absorb the worst of it, shadow soldiers rising in disciplined ranks around the chamber's cells to shield them from the chaos even as the effort cost him more than he had expended in a single exchange since the night of the anomaly device 2 years earlier, and understood, feeling the strain settle into every corner of his considerable strength, that this fight was not going to be won through raw power alone. Chapter 70. It was Aiko's voice that finally shifted the balance, carrying down the stairwell from where Ren had left her resting under careful medical supervision, close enough now that she had clearly heard, and understood, exactly what was happening 2 levels below her. She did not descend the stairs. She simply called out, her voice raw but steady, carrying with a clarity that cut cleanly through the chamber's chaos. That's not strength, she said, echoing without quite realizing it the words Izuku had spoken minutes earlier. That's what you did to me. I'm not going to let you use whatever's left of what you did to hurt anyone else. Something in the strategist's fractured focus wavered, just slightly, and in that fraction of a second Izuku felt the shape of an opening he had been waiting for since the fight began. He did not take it as an attack. He took it, instead, the same way he had once reached for Kaido Endo in the middle of a rural intersection, an extension of will rather than force, and closed the last of the distance between them with his hand outstretched. You built this because you wanted a strength that didn't depend on anyone else, he said quietly, close enough now that only the strategist could hear it clearly over the chamber's settling chaos. But look at what actually stopped you tonight. Not my power. Her voice. The thing you spent years trying to remove from the equation is the exact thing that just cost you the fight. The strategist's fractured composure finally, fully broke, the wild, chaotic power that had been surging through him for the last several minutes collapsing inward with a violence that staggered him to his knees, and in the silence that followed, Izuku understood, looking down at a man who had once commanded an entire organization and now knelt broken amid the wreckage of his own worst ambition, exactly how thoroughly the last 2 years had proven every one of his careful, hard-won lessons true. All over again. Chapter 71. The rescue that followed took the better part of the night, Ren's full vigil medical response finally arriving to find a facility considerably more contained than the initial reports had suggested, every guard bound and breathing, every containment cell finally, carefully opened, and dozens of frightened, exhausted survivors given, for the first time since their ordeal began, the simple reassurance that it was actually, genuinely over. Izuku moved among them the same patient, careful way he had once moved among the 11 professionals scattered across a false amphitheater on the worst night of his old life, offering what comfort he could to people who had no way yet of understanding exactly what he was, only that whatever he carried had been the thing that finally stopped the horror they'd been living inside. Aiko found him near the end of the night, still wrapped in Midnight's jacket, watching the last of the survivors being carefully loaded into transport vehicles bound for whatever careful, patient recovery the vigil could now offer them. Are you going to be all right? She asked quietly, the question carrying more genuine concern than Izuku had expected from someone who had spent the last several weeks trapped in exactly the nightmare he'd just ended. I will be, he said, and found, saying it, that he actually believed it, more fully than he had expected to on a night that had asked so much of all of them. What about you? She considered the question for a long moment, looking down at hands that still, faintly, carried the residue of a power she had never asked for and would now, with careful support instead of isolation, have to learn how to actually carry. I don't know yet, she admitted. But I think, for the first time since this started, I actually believe I'm going to get the chance to find out properly. That's more than I thought I'd get to say a week ago. Izuku thought of Kaido Endo, for years into a recovery nobody had believed possible when they first found him hollow-eyed in a rural intersection, and felt something warm and certain settle into the exhaustion of the night's long fight. Then let's make sure you get every bit of that chance, he said. You won't be doing it alone. None of you will, not now and not for as long as any of us have a say in the matter. Chapter 72. The strategist's capture reshaped the Vigil's approach to its own oversight considerably more permanently than even Kaido's rescue 2 years earlier had managed, Ren pushing through a formal charter revision in the months that followed that folded survivor support directly into the organization's founding mandate, no longer a careful, case-by-case exception but a structural commitment written into the very framework of how the Vigil would operate going forward. Kurosawa, whose earlier skepticism had softened considerably over 2 years of watching Izuku's partnership prove itself in exactly the ways Ren had always argued it would, became, unexpectedly, one of the charter revision's strongest advocates, arguing before the full council with the same blunt directness he had once brought to opposing Izuku's involvement entirely. "We built an organization to prevent catastrophic failure," he said, "and for years we assumed that meant preventing dangerous people from causing harm. What this facility proved is that the greater failure was never the danger itself. It was our own willingness to look away from the people suffering inside it, right up until the suffering became loud enough to force our attention. I don't intend to make that mistake again, in either direction." Aiko, along with the majority of the facility's other survivors, entered the Vigil's newly restructured recovery program under exactly the principle Izuku had spent 2 years quietly proving: patient support rather than distant containment, and within the year had begun, tentatively and with considerably more guidance than either Izuku or Kaido had ever received themselves, to build something like a life on the other side of what had been done to her. The strategist himself was placed under a containment protocol considerably more humane than anything his own operation had inflicted on its victims, a decision Izuku had insisted on personally, over the quiet, understandable objections of more than one Vigil official who argued the man deserved considerably less consideration than he was being offered. He didn't earn kindness, Kurosawa told Izuku once, during one of the many long conversations that had, over 2 years, slowly built into something resembling genuine mutual respect. "I understand why you're insisting on it anyway." "I'm not doing it for him," Izuku said. "I'm doing it because I've watched what happens when this organization decides someone's suffering doesn't matter enough to address carefully. I'd rather be consistent about that principle even when it's difficult, than only apply it to the people who make it easy." Chapter 73. They gathered in the depot 3 weeks after the facility's fall, the 4 of them together for the first time since the night of the rescue, and for once the conversation held none of the careful, measured weight of debriefing or planning at all, only the simple, hard-earned relief of having survived something that had, for a handful of genuinely uncertain minutes in that clinical lower chamber, felt considerably more uncertain than any of them had wanted to admit out loud. Nagant set her rifle down with the same deliberate care she always brought to the gesture, and allowed herself, for a rare, unguarded moment, an expression that held more than her usual flat composure. "I've spent most of my life either wearing a leash or helping other people take theirs off," she said quietly. "I don't think I fully understood, until I watched that girl call out from a stairwell and turn an entire fight around, exactly how much power that kind of voice actually carries. I think I'm going to be sitting with that for a while." Mirko, sprawled across her usual rail ties with rather more visible exhaustion than she typically allowed herself to show, nodded slowly. "Best and worst fight of my career, all at once," she said. "I don't think I want another night like that one anytime soon. But I also don't think I've ever been prouder of anything we've built down here than I was watching those cells finally open." Midnight sat close beside Izuku, her shoulder resting against his with the same easy, familiar warmth that had settled into being over more than 2 years of evenings exactly like this one, and looked around the chamber with an expression that held, beneath its quiet warmth, something that looked, unmistakably, like hard-won pride. "We keep finding out, don't we," she said, "that the thing this world actually needs most isn't more power. It's more people willing to stand in the gap between the power and the person it's about to hurt. I think that's the actual through line of everything we've built here, if anyone ever bothered to write it down properly." Izuku looked around the chamber at the 3 of them, at a family that had, over 2 years and 3 separate impossible crises, proven itself capable of carrying weight none of them could have managed alone, and felt, settling into the exhaustion of a night that had asked more of all of them than almost anything before it, the same quiet, steady certainty that had carried him through every hard chapter of this strange, extraordinary life. "Then let's keep writing it down," he said. One chapter at a time, for as long as the shadows need us to. Chapter 74. The public fallout began 3 days after the mountain campus's fall, when a hiking party stumbled across the facility's breached perimeter wall before the vigil's cleanup teams had finished their work, and photographs of a clearly non-standard research site, its containment wall torn open from the inside in a way no conventional demolition could explain, found their way onto a handful of local news sites before midnight or anyone else had a chance to intervene. She spent the better part of a week managing the response, drawing on 17 years of hard-earned relationships across the Hero Commission to steer the official narrative toward an unlicensed quirk augmentation lab shut down through a joint operation, technically true in every detail she offered and carefully silent on every detail she couldn't afford to share. It cost her considerably more capital with the commission than any single crisis had before it, favors called in across a dozen departments, careful, exhausting conversations that stretched long into nights she would rather have spent recovering from the mountain campus herself. You didn't have to carry all of that alone, Izuku told her, the first evening she finally had free enough to return to the depot, watching the particular, bone-deep exhaustion she rarely let herself show settle openly across her face. I know, she said, leaning into the easy warmth of his shoulder without hesitation. But it's the part of this only I can actually do. You handle what happens inside that facility. I handle what the rest of the world gets to believe happened afterward. That's always been the shape of it, since the very first night I walked down here uninvited. I don't regret a single hour of it. He studied her for a long moment, feeling the particular gratitude that had built steadily across years of exactly this kind of quiet, unglamorous sacrifice, and found, not for the first time, that he did not have adequate words for what her steady, unwavering presence had actually meant across every hard chapter of the last several years. Then let me at least make sure you never have to carry it without knowing how much it's actually worth, he said quietly, and meant it more than any single sentence he'd offered her in longer than he could remember. Chapter 75. Mirko's part of the fallout arrived in a considerably more direct form, a formal commission inquiry into reports of an unidentified individual matching descriptions gathered from 3 separate witnesses near the mountain campus during the same window the illegal facility had been shut down. She sat through 2 full days of questioning with the same easy, practiced charm she brought to every press conference, deflecting with careful half-truths that stopped just short of anything a review board could formally challenge. It was Endeavor, once again, who asked the question that actually mattered, cornering her after the second day's session with the same blunt, uncomplicated directness that had defined every one of their conversations on the subject for years now. This is the 3rd incident in 2 years, he said. Whoever you're protecting, they've stopped a citywide catastrophe, rescued dozens of trafficking victims, and now apparently shut down an illegal human experimentation facility single-handedly. At what point does the Commission's ignorance of who they actually are stop being caution and start being negligence? Mirko considered the question with more seriousness than she typically allowed herself in these conversations, weighing 3 years of careful, deliberate trust against the genuine, difficult weight of Endeavor's concern. When they're ready, she said finally. I know that's not a satisfying answer. It's the honest one. I've watched them build something down there worth protecting, carefully and at real cost to themselves, and I'm not willing to force that timeline just because the paperwork would be easier if I did. Endeavor studied her for a long moment, and something in his expression, weathered by his own long, complicated history of learning what genuine change actually cost, finally eased into something that looked, unmistakably, like respect. Then I'll trust your judgment on it a while longer, he said. But not indefinitely, Usagiyama. Whoever they are, I hope they understand exactly what you're spending to keep protecting that choice. They do, Mirko said quietly, and found, walking away from that conversation, that she believed it more fully than she had at the start of it. Chapter 76. Nagant visited Aiko for the first time 3 weeks into the girl's recovery, drawn less by any operational necessity than by a quiet, personal pull she had not fully examined until she found herself standing outside the Vigil's residential facility with a small, carefully chosen gift in hand, uncertain, for one of the only times in recent memory, exactly how to begin the conversation she'd come to have. Aiko recognized her immediately, and something in her exhausted, careful expression eased at the sight of the woman who had knelt at a careful distance in the forest weeks earlier and asked, gently, for nothing more than her name. "You're the one who found me first," she said. "I don't think I ever properly thanked you for that." "You don't need to," Nagant said, settling into the chair across from her with considerably more care than she typically extended to anyone outside her closest circle. "I came because I understand a little of what you're carrying, more than most people probably could. I wore a collar for almost a year, before Izuku found me. Someone else's hand on the leash, someone else deciding what my own strength was allowed to be used for. It's not the same as what happened to you. But I don't think the particular grief of having something taken from you before you ever got the chance to choose it yourself is really so different, no matter what shape it takes." Aiko was quiet for a long moment, turning the small gift Nagant had brought over in her hands, something practical and unglamorous, a sturdy notebook not unlike the one Nagant had once given Izuku at his own graduation. "How did you get past it?" she asked finally. "The feeling that whatever's left of you afterward isn't really yours anymore." "I'm not sure I ever fully did," Nagant admitted, with an honesty she rarely extended to anyone. "I think you don't get past it so much as you build something new around it, slowly, with people who are willing to stand there while you do it. That's the only thing that's ever actually worked for me. I'd like to be one of those people for you, if you'll let me." Aiko's eyes filled, and for the first time since the mountain campus's fall, the tears that fell were not born of fear or grief alone, but of something that felt, unmistakably, like the first fragile edge of hope. Chapter 77. The debate over what should happen to the strategist himself proved considerably more contentious than any operational question the mountain campus's fall had raised, dividing the Vigil's council along lines that echoed, uncomfortably, the same argument Kurosawa and Ren had fought through 2 years earlier, though this time the roles had shifted in ways nobody had quite expected. Some of the survivors themselves, once well enough to be consulted, argued forcefully for the harshest containment the Vigil's protocols allowed, a position Izuku found himself unable to fully argue against, having watched firsthand exactly what the man's ambitions had cost people who never chose any part of it. Others, Aiko notably among them, argued for something closer to the patient, restorative approach that had eventually reached Kaido, though even she admitted, in the council session where the question was finally debated at length, that her own forgiveness was not something she expected to arrive at quickly, or perhaps ever fully. "I don't think what happens to him needs to depend on whether I've forgiven him," she said, addressing the full council with a steadiness that surprised even Izuku, watching from the gallery. "I think it needs to depend on what actually keeps the next person safe. If isolating him without any path toward understanding what he did just produces someone more dangerous when he eventually gets out, the way it nearly did with Kaido, then harshness isn't justice. It's just a different kind of failure, dressed up to look like accountability." The council's final ruling, reached after considerably more debate than any previous decision the reformed charter had required, settled on a middle path, secure containment paired with the same patient, careful engagement that had eventually reached Kaido, administered by staff trained specifically to recognize the difference between genuine remorse and the kind of calculated performance a man like the strategist might easily produce if he believed it would shorten his sentence. "It will take years to know if it worked," Ren admitted to Izuku afterward, walking with him through the quiet halls of the facility that had, over 3 difficult years, become almost as familiar to him as his own depot. "Maybe longer than years. But I'd rather spend that time finding out than assume, the way this organization once did with Kaido, that the answer was already decided before we even tried." Chapter 78. Kaido and Aiko's partnership, once it began in earnest the following spring, grew into something neither of them had expected when they first met, 2 survivors of the same fundamental horror, arriving at it from opposite directions, one through 9 years of accidental collapse and isolation, the other through weeks of deliberate, engineered cruelty, and finding, in each other's hard-won understanding, a foundation neither of them had been able to build entirely alone. They called the program, once it finally received its own formal budget line within the Vigil's restructured charter, simply the Bridge, a deliberately unglamorous name for what had become, within 2 years of its founding, the most consistently successful initiative the organization had ever run, catching 7 new anomaly bearers before their own struggles could spiral toward anything close to what had once happened to either of its founders. Izuku visited the program's modest headquarters often in those years, watching Kaido walk a frightened new arrival through the same patient, grounding conversation he had once needed so desperately himself, watching Aiko sit with a girl not much younger than she had been, offering the same steady, hard-won presence Nagant had once offered her, and found, each time, a quiet, settled satisfaction that had nothing to do with power or domains or any of the extraordinary machinery of the life he had built. It's strange, Kaido told him once, watching Aiko work with a new arrival through the observation window of a quiet counseling room. 9 years ago I would have told you the worst thing that ever happened to me was surviving that gate. I don't think I believe that anymore. I think the worst thing was surviving it alone. Everything since you found me has just been slowly proving that the accident itself was never actually the tragedy. The isolation was. Izuku thought of the boy he had once been, quirkless and invisible, chasing the space between heroes and villains with nothing but a notebook and a stubborn, aching wish to matter, and felt, hearing Kaido's hard-won wisdom, the full weight of exactly how true that lesson had always been, even before either of them had the language to properly name it. Chapter 79. The particular evening Izuku would later think of as the true turning point of that whole difficult year arrived quietly, almost without ceremony, nearly 6 months after the mountain campus's fall, when midnight found him alone in the depot's main chamber long after Nagant and Mirko had both gone for the night, the notebook open in front of him and a rare, unguarded stillness in his expression that told her, before he'd said a word, exactly what kind of evening this was going to be. You've been thinking about something for weeks, she said, settling beside him with the same easy familiarity that had become, over years of exactly these quiet evenings, as natural to both of them as breathing. I've been waiting for you to decide you were ready to say it out loud instead of just carrying it around in that notebook. He set the pen down slowly, turning to look at her with an honesty he had learned, across everything the last several years had taught him, was always worth more than careful hesitation. I keep thinking about what Kaido said, he told her. About the accident never actually being the tragedy. About isolation being the real one. I've spent 6 years building a family out of people who refused to let me carry any of this alone. I don't think I've ever properly told you what that's actually meant to me. Not just as gratitude. As something considerably more specific than that. Midnight's expression softened into something warm and patient, giving him the space to find the rest of what he clearly needed to say without rushing him toward it. You've been the steadiest thing in my life since the night you walked into this depot uninvited and decided, for reasons I still don't fully understand, that a strange boy with an army of shadows was worth the risk to your entire career, he said. I don't know exactly what the shape of the rest of this is supposed to look like. I've never had a normal life to measure it against. But I know I don't want to keep figuring that out with anyone except you standing right here beside me while I do it. She reached for his hand, threading her fingers through his with the same quiet certainty that had carried her through every hard choice of the last 6 years, and found, in the simple warmth of the gesture, that she did not need any grander words to answer him. I'm not going anywhere, she said softly. I haven't been, since long before either of us was ready to say so out loud. Whatever comes next, we'll figure out the shape of it together. That's always been the whole point, hasn't it? It has, he said, and felt, sitting there with her hand in his in a chamber that had slowly, over 6 extraordinary years, become the truest home he had ever known, a quiet, settled happiness that no amount of shadow or power or hard-fought victory had ever quite managed to give him on its own. Chapter 80. The offer arrived from the Hero Commission itself the following spring, delivered through midnight with the same careful diplomacy she brought to every difficult conversation between Izuku's world and the official one, a formal position, unprecedented in the Commission's history, that would have granted him a recognized, sanctioned role working directly alongside the Vigil on exactly the kind of cases the mountain campus had represented, full legal protection, full institutional resources, and, for the first time in 7 years, the chance to stop operating entirely from the shadows. He turned it over for the better part of a month, weighing it with the same careful, deliberate thoroughness he brought to every significant choice, and found, at the end of that month, sitting with Nagant, Mirko, and Midnight in the depot's main chamber to finally give his answer, that the decision had crystallized into something considerably clearer than he had expected it to. I appreciate what they're offering, he told them. I understand what it would mean, for all of us, to finally operate with full institutional backing instead of constantly managing the risk of exposure. But I keep coming back to the same thing Kaido told me once, about isolation being the actual tragedy rather than the accident itself. I don't think the answer to that is trading one kind of isolation for a different kind of visibility. I think what's actually worked, this whole time, is exactly what we already have. A family that chose this, not an institution that assigned it. Nagant, who had expected some version of this answer from the moment the offer first arrived, nodded slowly, a rare, genuine warmth crossing her usual flat composure. I was hoping you'd say that, she admitted. I spent a year of my life as a government asset. I don't have any interest in watching you become one, even a well-protected one, if there's another way to keep doing exactly what we're already doing well. Mirko grinned, stretching lazily across her rail ties with obvious relief. Besides, she said, if you took that offer, I'd have to start filing actual joint incident reports with you, and frankly, Shadow Boy, I've grown very fond of not having to do paperwork about half the things we actually get up to down here. Midnight, watching him with the same quiet, steady warmth that had defined the shape of their relationship for years now, simply reached for his hand again, the gesture carrying, this time, none of the tentative uncertainty of their conversation months earlier, only easy, settled certainty. Then that's the answer, she said. We keep building it exactly the way we already have. Together, and on our own terms. Chapter 81. The bridge program marked its third anniversary with a small, quiet gathering that Kaito and Aiko had insisted on keeping modest, despite the considerable weight of what the milestone actually represented. 7 anomaly bearers caught and carefully supported before their own struggles could spiral toward tragedy. 7 lives that stood now as living proof of exactly the philosophy Izuku had first stumbled into by instinct in a condemned subway depot 8 years earlier. Izuku attended with the full weight of his own family beside him, watching a room full of people once broken by the same power that had made him laugh together over modest refreshments, trading stories with an ease that would have seemed, to anyone who had witnessed their earliest, most fragile days of recovery, like an entirely different set of people than the frightened, hollow-eyed survivors the program had first caught. Aiko found him near the evening's end, considerably steadier now than the exhausted, uncertain girl who had once asked him, wrapped in Midnight's jacket in the middle of a forest, whether she was going to be alright, a question that had once seemed to carry the whole weight of an uncertain future, and now, watching her stand comfortably among the very survivors she'd helped catch, felt like a memory from a considerably more fragile chapter of both their lives. I used to think surviving what happened to me was going to be the whole story, she told him. I don't think that anymore. I think it was just the beginning of a considerably better one, and I don't think I would have ever gotten here without you deciding, that first night in the forest, that I was worth the patience it took to reach me instead of just containing whatever I'd become. Izuku looked around the room at 7 lives rebuilt out of exactly the principle he had spent 8 years quietly proving, one careful, deliberate choice at a time, and felt the same quiet, settled satisfaction that had carried him through every hard chapter of this strange, extraordinary journey. You did the actual work, he told her. All I ever did was refuse to let you do it alone. That's a considerably smaller thing than you're giving me credit for. It's not smaller, Aiko said, with a conviction that surprised him. It's the whole thing. I think you've spent 8 years proving that's the entire secret, actually. Not the shadows, not the power, not any of it. Just refusing to let people do the hardest parts of their lives completely alone. I don't think that's small at all. Chapter 82. Word of the mountain campus's fall, carefully filtered and stripped of anything that could trace back to Izuku directly, eventually reached other organizations across the world quietly grappling with their own versions of the same problem: isolated anomaly bearers, poorly understood containment failures, survivors nobody had quite known how to help. Ren's careful documentation of the Vigil's reformed approach, the patient, partnership-based model that had first taken shape on the night they raced south to reach Kaido Endo, found its way, through channels considerably more official than anything Izuku himself ever touched, into the hands of 3 sister organizations operating on other continents, each quietly reconsidering decades of containment-first policy in light of what a small research group in Japan had proven was possible instead. Ren visited the depot to share the news personally, an unusual formality that told Izuku, before she'd said a word, exactly how much the development actually meant to her. We're not the only ones anymore, she said, something like quiet wonder in her voice. There's a facility in South America restructuring its entire protocol around what we built here. A group in Northern Europe that reached out last month, asking for guidance on exactly the kind of program Kaido and Aiko have spent 3 years building. I spent 9 years believing containment was the only responsible answer this work could offer. I don't think I fully understood, until this moment, how much a single different choice, made carefully enough and followed through on long enough, could eventually change. Izuku thought of the boy he had once been, convinced his own life would never matter beyond the narrow radius of his own small, quirkless existence, and felt, hearing Ren's quiet wonder, the full and considerable weight of exactly how far a single stubborn refusal to accept that could eventually travel. You built that, he told her. I just refused to let one person go through what Kaido went through without someone trying something different. You're the one who took that refusal and turned it into something an entire organization, and now apparently several more, could actually stand on. Ren smiled, something warm and genuinely moved crossing an expression that had, across 8 years of careful, professional composure, rarely allowed itself quite this much unguarded feeling. We built it, she corrected gently. All of us. I don't think that's a distinction worth losing, going forward. It's the whole reason any of this actually worked in the first place. Chapter 83. Nagant's own quiet mission, the one she had first announced flatly in the depot years earlier before setting out to dismantle the black budget program that had once put a collar around her throat, finally reached its conclusion the same spring the bridge marked its 3rd anniversary, when the last confirmed operative still bound to the old handler frequency was located, carefully, methodically freed in an operation that drew on every hard-won skill she had built across a decade of government service and the years of quiet, principled work that had followed it. His name was Tetsuya, a marksman not unlike Nagant had once been herself. 7 years into a leash he had long since stopped believing anyone would ever think to remove. He did not fight the collar's removal, or celebrate it loudly, the way some of the earlier operatives she'd freed had. He simply stood very still afterward, one hand rising slowly to touch his own bare throat, and looked at Nagant with an expression she recognized immediately, because she had worn it herself once, in an alley 2 rings below Muzidafu, on the night a boy with shadows for an army had asked for nothing but her name. How many, he asked quietly, are still out there? None, as far as I've been able to find, Nagant said, and felt, saying it, the full weight of what those words actually represented after years of patient, careful work. You're the last one on the list I started with. I don't know what comes after this for me. I've spent most of a decade defined by that list, one way or another. Tetsuya studied her for a long moment, the same careful assessment she remembered making of Izuku on the night they first met. Maybe the list isn't actually finished, he said finally. Maybe it just changes shape now. There are always going to be people someone else has decided don't get to choose their own strength. I don't imagine you're the type to stop looking for them just because this particular chapter closed. Nagant considered that, turning it over the same careful way she turned over any assessment that mattered, and found, walking back toward the depot that evening with the particular, hard-won satisfaction of a mission finally, fully completed, that he was almost certainly right. Chapter 84. Kurosawa's retirement from the Vigil's active council came quietly, 3 years after the mountain campus's fall, announced without ceremony in a brief internal memo that gave no indication of the considerable journey it actually represented. A man who had once argued forcefully for containing Izuku entirely stepping down from an organization he had spent 30 years helping shape, confident, for the first time in his long career, that the structure he was leaving behind no longer needed his particular brand of vigilant caution to keep it honest. He visited the depot once before formally stepping away, an unusual gesture from a man who had never been given to sentiment, and found Izuku in the main chamber reviewing reports from the bridge's latest intake with the same careful, deliberate focus he brought to everything. I spent 30 years assuming my job was to imagine the worst version of every variable this organization encountered, Kurosawa said, settling onto the crate across from him. I was good at it. I believe, honestly, that the caution I brought to this table saved us from more than one mistake we'd have otherwise made. But I don't think I ever once imagined, in 30 years of that work, that the actual safeguard we needed most would turn out to be exactly the thing I spent so long arguing against. trust, extended carefully, and renewed constantly through the work of actually earning it. I don't think your caution was wasted, Izuku said. I think it made every part of what we built together considerably stronger for having to survive being tested by it. I wouldn't trade the version of this partnership we ended up with for one that never had to earn your trust in the first place. Kurosawa's mouth twitched into something that had, over the years, become almost a familiar expression on him, the closest thing to a genuine smile the old director ever allowed himself. Then I'll consider the 30 years well spent, he said, rising to leave. Take care of what we built, Midoriya. All of it. The organization, and the family that actually made it worth building. I will, Izuku said, and watched him go with a quiet, settled gratitude that needed no further words to carry its full weight. Chapter 85. Mirko's own quiet evolution over those same years surprised no one more than herself, the restless, rankings-hungry hero who had once tracked a mysterious signature across the fourth ring's rooftops purely for the thrill of finding out how strong it actually was, gradually becoming, without ever quite noticing the shift happen, one of the steadiest mentors the Hero Commission's newest generation had ever produced, her sharp, unfiltered honesty tempered by 8 years of watching exactly what real strength was actually built out of. She still declined the top-ranking spot when it was offered to her a third time, the year Izuku turned 23, and gave the same answer she had given the 2 times before it, delivered this time to a considerably more understanding panel of commission officials who had, by then, stopped being surprised by it. I like the work I actually get to do at number 2, she told them. The spotlight's never been the part that mattered to me. I found the part that actually did a long time ago, somewhere it took me weeks of very stubborn tracking to finally locate. She trained a generation of young heroes in those years who would later describe her, almost without exception, as the mentor who had taught them that real strength was never about the size of the fight you could win, but about which fights were actually worth having in the first place, a lesson she had learned, though she rarely said so directly, from a boy who had once given her the best fight of her career and then, immediately afterward, offered her something considerably more valuable than victory. You gave me a reason to still love this job when I'd started to lose it, she told Izuku once, watching a young hero she'd been mentoring walk off confidently after a difficult first solo patrol. I don't think I ever thanked you properly for that either. Feels like there's a pattern forming around here, everybody owing you thanks they never quite got around to giving. Might as well make it official and start a club. Then consider this me finally collecting, Izuku said, grinning, and found, in the easy warmth of her answering laugh, one more small, quiet proof of exactly how far a single choice, made carefully enough and followed through on long enough, could eventually carry 4 very different people who had once been strangers to each other, standing at the edges of the exact same fight. Chapter 86. Muzidafu slept on above him, unaware, exactly as it always had, of the empire that had grown quietly and carefully beneath its streets, unaware of the boy who had once stood powerless inside a collapsing gate and become, in the years since, the patient, steady darkness that had kept it, and considerably more than it, safe through threats it would never know existed, and would likely never think to thank him for even if it somehow did. He did not need the city to know, and had long ago stopped measuring his life against the hope that it someday might. What he had instead was considerably rarer, and considerably harder one. A family assembled entirely out of choice, 3 women who had each, on separate nights across a strange and extraordinary handful of years, decided that a boy the world had once dismissed as having nothing worth standing beside was worth standing beside after all. A growing circle of people once broken by the same power that had made him, slowly, patiently rebuilding themselves into something whole, because he and the family he'd built had refused to let isolation be the only answer anyone ever offered them. A quiet, patient philosophy that had, against every reasonable expectation, begun to travel considerably further than the narrow tunnels beneath the 3rd ring where it had first taken shape. He thought, closing the notebook on another ordinary evening in a chamber that had long since become as much a home as anywhere above it, of the boy who had once stood at the edge of a barrier taped with nothing but a habit of noticing things nobody else bothered to notice, and understood, with the same quiet, settled certainty that had carried him through every hard chapter since, that whatever came next, whatever fresh crisis eventually found its way to the depot's door the way 3 had already done before it, He would not be facing it as the powerless observer that boy had once believed himself destined to remain, nor as the isolated, unsupported bearer that Kaido and the strategist's own victims had so nearly become instead. Izuku Midoriya turned 22 on an ordinary spring evening that looked, from the outside, exactly like every other day in a life that had long since stopped needing to announce itself to the world above the third ring, and spent it exactly the way he had spent nearly every evening for 8 years now, in the depot's main chamber, with the same 3 people who had chosen, across 4 separate impossible crises and countless quiet, ordinary evenings between them, to keep standing beside a boy the world had once decided had nothing worth standing beside. He would be facing it as exactly what he had spent every one of these hard-fought years becoming. Not merely a monarch of shadow, but the steady center of a family that had chosen, again and again, to stand in the gap between power and the people it could so easily have hurt instead, and that had, in choosing it long enough and carefully enough, quietly changed considerably more of the world than any of them had ever set out to change at all. Nagant looked up from her rifle long enough to catch his eye across the chamber and offer the small, dry almost smile she reserved for the rarest of moments. Mirko, sprawled comfortably across her rail ties, raised an imaginary glass in his direction the way she always did on evenings like this one. Midnight simply reached for his hand again, unhurried and certain, the way she had every single time it had mattered most across 8 remarkable years. Enough. Chapter 87. The alert that finally, truly ended the long, settled peace Izuku had spent nearly a decade quietly building did not come from Ren, or from Nagant's network, or from any of the careful, familiar channels that had carried every previous crisis to the depot's door across 9 long and eventful years. It came directly from the panel itself, on an ordinary autumn morning 9 years after the night a gate first opened beneath the central exchange, in a line of text unlike anything it had ever shown him before. Origin signature detected. Source, first fracture point. Status, destabilizing rapidly. Global gate network affected. He stood very still in the depot's main chamber, reading the words twice, then a third and final time, feeling a cold, unfamiliar dread settle into him that had nothing to do with any enemy he had ever faced before. Every threat of the last 9 years, the front, Kaido's collapse, the strategist's mountain facility, had been, in the end, a human problem, dangerous and complicated but ultimately built on choices someone had made and could, with enough patience, be unmade. This was something else entirely, a reading that traced back not to any person at all, but to the exact coordinates, halfway across the Pacific, where the very first gate had torn open 11 years before Izuku was ever born into this strange, extraordinary story. Ren arrived within the hour, her own expression carrying a heavy gravity Izuku had not seen from her since the earliest, most uncertain days of their long alliance. "We're seeing it too," she said, her voice tight with a controlled urgency that told him, more than her words did, exactly how seriously the Vigil's leadership was taking the reading. Gate activity has spiked simultaneously at every monitored site across the globe in the last 6 hours. Our best analysts believe the origin point, the very first fracture, never actually closed the way everyone has assumed for 11 years. It's been dormant. And something, in the last 6 hours, has started waking it back up. Chapter 88. The Vigil's Council called an emergency summit within 2 days, and for the first time in the organization's history, that summit included every anomaly bearer it had ever quietly identified and supported. 9 careful, deliberate successes gathered alongside Kaido Endo and Izuku himself in a secure facility outside Tokyo that none of them, until that week, had ever known existed. Izuku had spent 9 years hearing about the 9 in only the vaguest terms, careful case studies stripped of identifying detail in the files Ren had occasionally shared, and found himself, standing in a quiet conference room surrounded by people who understood exactly what he was without a single word of explanation, feeling something he had not expected after nearly a decade of building his own careful, patient family. He was not the only one who had made it through intact. He was not even, he realized within the first 10 minutes of introductions, the only one who had built something considerably larger than himself out of a power that had first found him helpless and afraid. There was a woman from Osaka who had spent 6 years quietly running a search and rescue operation through her own domain, invisible to every official record, credited by name to no one. A man from Sapporo who had turned his own gift toward disaster response, moving through collapsed buildings and avalanche debris with an ease no ordinary rescue team could match. 7 others besides, each carrying some variation of the same strange, extraordinary inheritance, each having found, in their own way, exactly the thing Kaido had once told Izuku mattered more than the power itself. People willing to stand beside them while they carried it. "We've never had all 11 of you in the same room before," Rin told them, addressing the gathered group with an expression that mixed genuine wonder and considerable strain in equal measure. "I wish it were happening under better circumstances. But if the reading from the origin point is accurate, and I have no reason left to hope it isn't, we are looking at a destabilization event considerably larger than the one that created any of you individually. We don't yet know exactly what closing it, or containing it, is going to require. What we do know is that we've never had a better assembled resource for finding out." Chapter 89. The full briefing, delivered by a team of Vigil researchers who had spent 9 years quietly studying exactly the phenomenon now threatening to unravel, painted a picture considerably more alarming than the morning's first alert had suggested. The first fracture, they explained, had never actually closed in the way the world had assumed for over a decade. It had simply gone quiet, a wound that stopped bleeding without ever actually healing, held in a fragile equilibrium by forces the Vigil's best researchers had spent years trying, and largely failing, to fully understand. "Something has disturbed that equilibrium," the lead researcher said, gesturing toward a projection of readings that meant little to Izuku's eye but drew visibly concerned murmurs from several of the other anomaly bearers seated around the table. "We don't know what. We only know the timeline. 6 days ago, seismic sensors near the origin point recorded an anomaly reading unlike anything in 11 years of monitoring. Since then, the destabilization has accelerated steadily, and every gate on the global network, active or dormant, has begun exhibiting sympathetic instability in response. If the origin point fully reopens," another researcher continued grimly, "we are not looking at a localized event the way every gate since the first fracture has been. We are looking at something considerably closer to a second fracture, at a scale that could reopen dozens of collapse sites simultaneously across the globe, releasing forces on a scale this organization has never once had to plan for." Izuku sat with the full weight of that projection for a long, heavy, silent moment, feeling the familiar, cold clarity that had carried him through every hard fight of the last 9 years settle, once again, into place. He looked around the table at 10 other people who had each, in their own way, built something extraordinary out of a power born from exactly this kind of catastrophe, and understood, without needing anyone to say it aloud, precisely what the Vigil's careful, decade-long project of patient support had actually been building toward all along. "Then we go to the origin point," he said quietly and firmly. "All of us. If 11 years of careful, separate growth was ever going to be worth something beyond each of our own individual lives, I think this is exactly the moment it was always meant to matter for." Chapter 90. The plan that took shape over the following 3 days of frantic, careful preparation had no precedent in the Vigil's history, and everyone involved understood, working through its details in exhausting, methodical sessions that stretched long past midnight more than once, that they were building the response from nothing but instinct, hard-won experience, and a considerable amount of hope. The theory, refined across those 3 days by researchers and anomaly bearers working side by side for the first time in the organization's history, held that the origin point's fragile equilibrium had been sustained, however imperfectly, by the natural dissipation of anomaly energy across the global gate network in the years since the first fracture, a slow, steady bleed that had kept the wound from reopening even as it never fully closed. Something, the researchers now believed, had recently begun reversing that bleed, drawing energy back toward the origin point rather than away from it, and the readings suggested, with mounting urgency, that whatever was doing the drawing showed no sign of stopping on its own. "If we can't identify what's causing the reversal in time," the lead researcher explained, in the final briefing before departure, "our best remaining option is considerably more direct. 11 domains, working in careful, deliberate coordination, may be capable of forcing enough anomaly energy back into dissipation to restore the equilibrium manually, buying considerably more time to find and address the actual cause. It has never been attempted. We have no precedent for coordinating power at this scale, and no way to fully model what the strain of it will cost each of you individually. Izuku looked around the room at 10 people who had, 3 days earlier, been strangers to him, and felt, in their steady, resolute silence, exactly the same quiet certainty that had carried him through every impossible choice of the last 9 years. "We've all carried more than we thought we could before," he said. "I don't think any of us are strangers to paying a cost nobody could fully calculate in advance. I'd rather try this together than watch the alternative unfold from a safe distance and wonder, for the rest of my life, whether we could have stopped it." Chapter 91. Nagant, Mirko, and Midnight arrived at the staging facility the evening before departure, having spent the 3 days of frantic preparation coordinating an entirely different, equally essential piece of the operation, quiet evacuation planning across every population center within range of a possible destabilization event. Built in careful cooperation with Commission officials, Midnight had spent years cultivating exactly this kind of trust with. "We can't evacuate the whole Pacific Rim without causing a panic that does almost as much damage as the event itself," Midnight told Izuku, reviewing the final logistics with the same sharp, exhausted focus she'd brought to every crisis of the last 9 years. "But we've built quiet contingencies into every major coastal city within the projected range, staged and ready to move fast if this goes wrong. It's not everything I'd want. It's the most this timeline allows." Nagant, checking her own gear with the same flat, methodical calm she brought to everything, looked up at Izuku with an expression that held, beneath its usual composure, something considerably more vulnerable than she typically allowed to surface. "I've watched you walk into 4 impossible fights over 9 years, she said. "I've never once been able to stand beside you for this particular kind of one. I don't like that. I want you to know that, before you go." "I know," Izuku said quietly, and found, looking at the 3 women who had built this entire strange, extraordinary life alongside him, that he did not have words fully adequate to the moment, only the same simple, honest truth that had carried him through every hard chapter before this one. "Whatever happens out there, it's going to be because of everything the 4 of us built together first. I'm not walking into this as the boy who once stood powerless in a collapsing gate. I'm walking into it as everything you all helped me become instead." Mirko pulled him into a fierce, wordless hug that said everything her usual sharp humor couldn't quite manage in that particular moment, and Midnight, when he finally turned to her, simply pressed her forehead against his and held it there, unhurried, for a long, quiet breath that carried 9 full years of everything neither of them needed to say aloud to mean completely. Chapter 92. Kaido found Izuku alone on the transport vessel's deck the night before their arrival at the origin point, the vast, dark Pacific stretching out around them in every direction, and stood beside him in silence for a long moment before finally speaking. "I spent 9 years believing the worst thing that could ever happen to me had already happened," he said quietly. "Then you found me, and I spent the years since learning that was never actually true, that the isolation was the tragedy, not the accident. I think I need you to hear, before tomorrow, that whatever this costs any of us, the years since you found me have been worth every bit of the fight it took to get here. I wouldn't trade a single one of them, even knowing what tomorrow might ask of me in return." Izuku studied his old friend for a long moment, feeling the full weight of 9 years of hard-won history settle between them. "You don't have to be here," he said. "Nobody would think less of you for sitting this one out. You've already given this cause more than most people could ever be asked to give." Kaido shook his head slowly, something steady and resolved settling into his expression. "I spent 9 years being someone other people had to save," he said. "I'd like the chance, just once, to be someone who helped save something considerably larger than myself instead. I think I've earned that, and I think, more than that, I actually want it. Not out of obligation. Out of the same thing that got you into that first alley 9 years ago. A stubborn, aching wish to matter." Izuku felt something warm settle behind his ribs despite the gravity of what waited for them at dawn, and found, looking out at the dark water stretching toward a horizon that held, somewhere beyond it, the very origin of everything his life had become, that he understood exactly what Kaido meant, more fully than perhaps anyone else alive could have. "Then let's go matter together," he said, and the 2 of them stood in silence the rest of that long night, watching the horizon for the first gray edge of dawn. Chapter 93. The origin point, when they finally reached it at dawn, defied every careful theory the Vigil's researchers had built across 3 days of frantic preparation. It was not a gate in the sense any of them had ever encountered before, not a doorway standing open in some ordinary landscape, but a vast, slow wound in the ocean itself, water and sky both bending subtly around a center that the eye slid away from no matter how directly anyone tried to look at it, a scar on the world 11 years old and finally, after a decade of fragile, uneasy healing, beginning to tear back open. 11 anomaly bearers stood arrayed around its perimeter on a specially constructed platform, each carrying a domain built from years of individual growth that had, until this exact morning, never once been asked to work in concert with another. Izuku felt the scale of what they were about to attempt settle into him with a weight that made even the strategist's mountain facility feel, in retrospect, almost gentle by comparison. On my signal, the lead researcher said, her voice carrying clearly over the platform's careful, tense silence, we begin the coordinated dissipation sequence. I want to be honest with all of you, one final time, before we start. We have modeled this as carefully as 3 days allowed us to. We do not know, with certainty, what sustaining a domain at this scale, in coordination with 10 others, is actually going to cost any of you individually. If at any point the strain becomes more than you can safely carry, disengage. We will find another way rather than lose any one of you to this. Izuku looked around the platform at 10 faces carrying the same steady, resolved determination he felt settling into his own chest, people who had each, in their own separate corner of the world, spent years proving exactly what patient, careful strength could accomplish, gathered now for the first and possibly only time to prove it together on a scale none of them had ever imagined attempting. Then let's begin, he said quietly and steadily, and felt 11 domains rise as one, answering a call that had taken 11 years. And 11 separate impossible journeys, to finally, fully assemble. Chapter 94. The coordinated dissipation sequence held for the first 11 minutes with a stability that drew, even amid the platform's tense concentration, a few relieved, exhausted glances exchanged between researchers monitoring readings that had, until that moment, shown nothing but escalating danger. 11 domains, woven together through a careful, deliberate synchronization the researchers had spent 3 days theorizing and none of them had ever actually tested, began, slowly and steadily, drawing the origin point's reversed energy flow back toward its natural, decade-old equilibrium. It was in the 12th minute that the wound fought back. Izuku felt at first, a violent, sourceless surge that had nothing coherent behind it, no strategist's calculation or PLF Council's patient malice, simply the raw, ancient hunger of a wound in the world's own fabric refusing, after 11 years of fragile stillness, to be gently coaxed back into silence. It hit every domain on the platform simultaneously, and Izuku heard, over the calm line connecting all 11 of them, the sharp, involuntary sounds of several bearers straining against a backlash considerably larger than any of the careful modeling had prepared them for. Hold the formation, the lead researcher called out, her voice tight with barely controlled alarm. Whatever's happening, breaking sequence now is more dangerous than continuing through it. Izuku felt the strain settle into every corner of his own considerable strength, a pressure that made even the anomaly device beneath the transit hub 9 years earlier feel, in comparison, almost manageable, and understood, gritting through it with every ounce of the discipline 9 years of hard-fought lessons had built into him, exactly why the researchers had been so careful to warn them, before beginning, that none of them could fully predict what this moment might actually cost. Chapter 95. It was Kaido's voice that broke through the chaos first, strained but steady over the shared calm line, carrying a clarity that cut through the platform's mounting alarm the same way Aiko's had once cut through his own fractured collapse in a rural intersection 9 years earlier. I've been on the other side of exactly this feeling, he called out. This is what it felt like right before I lost myself the first time. Don't fight it like it's a wall. Fight it like it's a current. Give it somewhere to go instead of just holding the line against it. Izuku felt the shift in his own domain almost immediately, adjusting his approach the way Kaido's hard-won wisdom suggested, no longer bracing against the wound's violent surge but redirecting it, the same patient, deliberate technique he had used 100 times before against smaller threats, applied now at a scale that tested every ounce of control 9 years had built into him. One by one, across the platform, the other bearers found the same shift, redirecting rather than resisting, and the wound's violent backlash, which had threatened for one terrifying stretch of minutes to overwhelm the entire coordinated sequence, began, slowly, to bend back toward the equilibrium they had come to restore. "It's working," one of the researchers called out, her voice carrying a disbelieving edge of hope. "Readings are stabilizing. Whatever that surge was, it's not escalating further. Hold the formation. We're closer than the models predicted." Izuku held his portion of the formation with everything he had left, feeling the combined weight of 11 domains, once strangers to each other and now bound together by nothing but shared purpose and hard-won trust, finally, gradually begin to win the fight the origin point had been threatening to force on the entire world. Chapter 96. The sequence held for 6 hours before the readings finally, definitively confirmed what every exhausted bearer on the platform had begun to feel in the ache of their own strained domains an hour earlier. The origin point's equilibrium had been restored, not merely patched but reinforced, the coordinated effort of 11 separate wills leaving behind a stability the researchers estimated, in their first careful post-event analysis, might hold considerably longer than the fragile decade-long balance that had preceded it. Izuku collapsed to his knees on the platform the moment the lead researcher's confirmation came through, feeling 9 years of hard-fought strength finally, completely spent, and found Kaido kneeling beside him a moment later in an identical state of exhausted, hollowed-out relief. "We did it," Kaido said, his voice carrying a disbelieving wonder that Izuku felt echoed fully in his own chest. 11 years since the first fracture, and we actually did it. "We did it together," Izuku said, looking around the platform at 10 other exhausted, triumphant faces, people who had been strangers 3 days earlier and were now bound by something that felt, in the aftermath of 6 impossible hours, considerably closer to family than colleagues. "I don't think any one of us does something like this alone. I don't think that's ever actually been the lesson, this whole time." The woman from Osaka, kneeling nearby with the same spent exhaustion the rest of them carried, managed a tired, genuine laugh. 11 years of the vigil insisting isolation was the safest policy, she said, and it took exactly 1 afternoon of all of us working together to prove, definitively, precisely how wrong that always was. Chapter 97. The origin point stabilization made no headlines anywhere in the world, exactly as every previous crisis of Izuku's strange, extraordinary life had failed to, filtered instead into a handful of quiet, technical adjustments to seismic monitoring protocols that only a small circle of researchers would ever understand the true significance of. The world woke the next morning exactly as it always had, unaware of how close the ground beneath its feet had come to tearing back open, unaware of 11 exhausted strangers who had spent 6 hours on a platform in the middle of the Pacific holding that possibility permanently at bay. Izuku returned to Muzidafu 4 days later, exhausted in a way that reached considerably deeper than any single fight of the previous 9 years had managed, and found Nagant, Mirko, and Midnight waiting at the depot's entrance with an intensity of relief that told him, more clearly than any words could have, exactly how long those 4 days had felt from the other side of an ocean he'd had no way to call home across. Midnight reached him first, pulling him into an embrace that held nothing careful or restrained in it at all, and Izuku, feeling the full weight of 9 years and 1 impossible, world-altering afternoon finally settle into something like rest, understood, standing there in the depot's familiar entrance with the people who had built his entire extraordinary life alongside him. Exactly why every one of the 11 bearers on that platform had fought as hard as they had to make it home. "Never again," Nagant said quietly, her voice carrying an edge that told him exactly how much the 4 days of uncertainty had cost her too, "sending you somewhere I can't stand beside you." "I'll do my best," Izuku said honestly, because he had learned, across 9 hard-fought years, that a promise he couldn't fully guarantee was worth considerably less than an honest one he actually intended to keep trying for. Chapter 98. The 11 bearers, before parting ways at the staging facility to return to their separate quiet lives across the world, made one collective decision that would reshape the Vigil's mission for the following decade, a formal, permanent alliance between their scattered, independent operations, built not on any organization's oversight but on the same principle that had carried all of them through the origin point's violent backlash. Shared purpose, and the hard-won trust that made coordinating that purpose possible when it actually mattered. Ren, watching the alliance take shape in the exhausted, hopeful hours after the origin point's stabilization, felt something in the Vigil's decade-long mission finally, fully click into the shape it had always been reaching toward without quite managing to name. We spent 11 years finding each of you separately, she told the gathered bearers, and treating each discovery as its own isolated case to manage carefully and quietly. I don't think I understood, until today, that the actual goal was never managing you individually at all. It was building the conditions that would eventually let all of you find each other, and trust each other enough to stand together when the world actually needed it. Kaido, standing beside Aiko, who had insisted on being present for the alliance's formation despite not carrying a domain herself, looked around the room with the same quiet, settled satisfaction that had defined so much of his hard-won recovery. The bridge started as a way to make sure nobody else went through what I went through alone, he said. I think this is just that same idea, grown considerably larger than either of us ever imagined it becoming. Izuku, exhausted and profoundly satisfied in equal measure, found himself thinking, one final time, of the boy who had once stood at the edge of a barrier taped with nothing but a notebook and a habit of noticing things nobody else bothered to notice, and understood, watching 11 strangers become something considerably closer to family in the space of a single extraordinary week, exactly how far that boy's small, stubborn wish to matter had actually managed to travel. Chapter 99. Izuku Midoriya married Nemuri Kayama on a quiet spring afternoon 8 months after the origin point's stabilization, in a small, private ceremony held not in any grand venue but in the depot's main chamber itself, transformed for one afternoon with more warmth and light than its condemned subway walls had ever held before, attended only by the family that had built this entire extraordinary life alongside him. Nagant stood as his witness, delivering a toast considerably longer and more openly sentimental than anyone who had known her 9 years earlier would have believed her capable of, and finished it by raising her glass toward the two of them with an expression that held, for once, absolutely nothing guarded in it at all. I spent a year of my life believing I'd never get to choose anything about my own future again, she said. Watching the two of you choose each other, after everything this life has asked of both of you, is the best possible proof I've ever had that the choosing was always worth fighting for. Mirko served as officiant, having badgered the position away from a considerably more traditional choice with the same stubborn enthusiasm she brought to everything that mattered to her, and delivered the ceremony itself with a warmth that surprised even her, watching Izuku's hands tremble slightly as he took Midnight's in his own. 8 years ago I tracked a mysterious signature across some rooftops because I wanted to know how strong it actually was, she said, addressing the small, gathered crowd with unusual gravity. I found out that day. I don't think I understood, until right now, that the actual answer was never going to be about how hard he could hit. It was always going to be about exactly this. How much he was willing to build, and how many people he'd managed to convince to build it with him. Midnight, when it finally came time for her own vows, spoke with the same quiet, steady warmth that had carried her through every hard chapter of the last 9 years. I walked into a condemned subway depot 9 years ago because I was curious about a mystery I couldn't quite let go of, she said. I never once expected to find the rest of my life waiting for me at the bottom of that tunnel. I don't regret a single hour of the choice that led me there, and I don't intend to regret a single hour of the considerably larger choice I'm making today either. Chapter 100. The 3 days of frantic preparation before departure for the origin point left little room for anyone involved to process the full weight of what they were about to attempt, and it was Nagant, watching Izuku split his attention between briefing sessions and the desperate, private work of making sure the depot could function without him for however long the mission required, who finally pulled him aside on the second night with the same blunt directness she brought to everything that actually mattered. You're trying to solve every problem in the building before you leave, she said, catching his arm as he moved between one exhausted conversation and the next. That's not preparation. That's you trying not to think about the fact that you might not come back from this one. I've watched you do this before smaller fights. I recognize it considerably better now than I did the first time. Izuku stopped, the accusation landing with more precision than he'd expected, and found, meeting her steady, unflinching gaze, that he did not have a ready denial for it. I don't know how to walk into something this uncertain without trying to make sure everything I'd be leaving behind is as steady as I can make it first, he admitted quietly. Then let us help carry that instead of trying to finish it alone in 2 days, Nagant said, her voice softening into something considerably warmer than her usual flat composure typically allowed. That's the whole lesson you spent 9 years teaching everyone else. Nobody carries this alone. I don't see why you'd get to be the exception to your own rule, especially tonight of all nights. He looked at her for a long moment, feeling something in his own frantic, anxious preparation finally ease, and found himself, for the first time since the alert first arrived, simply sitting with her in the depot's quiet chamber rather than racing toward the next task on an impossibly long list. Thank you, he said simply, and meant it more fully than the two words could easily carry. They sat together in comfortable silence for a while after that, neither feeling any particular need to fill it with words, and Izuku found, in the simple, steady presence of someone who had chosen him 9 years earlier and never once wavered since, exactly the kind of grounding he had not realized, until that exact moment, how badly he actually needed. Chapter 101. The other 10 bearers gathered at the staging facility over those same 3 days proved, in the small, quiet hours between formal briefings, considerably more human and considerably less mythic than Izuku had allowed himself to imagine in 9 years of hearing about them only through careful, anonymized case files. The woman from Osaka, whose name turned out to be Haruka, spent one long evening trading stories with him over reheated instant noodles, comparing notes on exactly how strange it felt to build an entire second life out of a power nobody around them could ever fully understand. I used to think I was the only one carrying something this heavy, she told him, turning a chipstick between her fingers with the same restless energy Mirko brought to any conversation that mattered to her. 6 years running search and rescue through my own domain, and I never once had anyone to compare notes with about what it actually felt like on the inside. I don't know if I realized, until this week, how much I needed exactly this. Not the crisis. Just the company. The man from Sapporo, whose name was Ren's own younger cousin, though neither of them had ever mentioned the connection publicly, added his own account with the same quiet, understated modesty he brought to everything, describing years of disaster response work that had saved, by his own conservative estimate, several hundred lives across a string of earthquakes and avalanches that had never once carried his name in any official report. Izuku listened to each account with a growing, humbling wonder, understanding for the first time the true scale of what the Vigil's patient, decade-long project had actually built, not merely 11 isolated success stories, but 11 separate, quiet empires of protection scattered invisibly across the globe, each one built on exactly the same principle he had stumbled into by instinct in a condemned subway depot years earlier, a principle none of them had ever needed a name for until this exact week finally gave them the chance to compare notes on it together. We've all been doing the same work this whole time, he said finally, feeling the weight of the realization settle into him with real force, just never in the same room to actually see it, never with the chance to trade the hard-won lessons each of them had been forced to learn entirely alone. Chapter 102. Midnight spent the 3 days of preparation running herself considerably thinner than she let anyone but Izuku see, coordinating evacuation contingencies across a dozen coastal cities while simultaneously managing a hero commission liaison structure growing increasingly anxious about seismic readings nobody outside the Vigil's inner circle had been given the full context to properly understand. He found her alone on the depot's rooftop access point late on the second night, staring out at a city that had no idea how close it might soon come to a danger considerably larger than anything the front or the strategist had ever managed to threaten it with, and settled beside her without a word, simply offering his presence the way she had offered hers to him so many times across 9 hard-fought years. I keep running the numbers on what happens if this doesn't work, she admitted quietly, not looking away from the skyline. Not the origin point numbers. The evacuation numbers. How many people we can actually move in time if the equilibrium fails entirely instead of just destabilizing further. I don't like any of the answers I keep arriving at. I know, he said. I don't have anything better to offer you than the truth, which is that I don't know either. What I do know is that whatever happens out there, you've already done everything humanly possible to make sure this city has the best chance it could possibly have. That's not nothing. That might be the entire difference, if it comes down to it, and I intend to make absolutely certain it does. She finally turned to look at him, something fierce and unguarded crossing her exhausted expression. Come back to me, she said, her voice carrying none of her usual measured calm. I mean that as plainly as I've ever meant anything. Whatever it takes. Come back. I will, he said, and this time, holding her gaze in the quiet dark above a city neither of them could bear to imagine losing, he let himself believe it fully and completely, not as a hope but as a promise he intended to spend everything he had left keeping. Chapter 103. The transport vessel carrying all 11 bearers toward the origin point held, for the better part of its 2-day crossing, a strange and unexpected quiet, exhausted preparation giving way, gradually, to something closer to genuine camaraderie among people who had, 3 days earlier, been strangers bound only by the same rare and terrible inheritance. Izuku found himself, somewhere in the crossing's second day, teaching a handful of the younger bearers a variation of the domain control exercises that had once taken him months to master alone, watching them grasp in an afternoon of shared instruction what had cost him weeks of solitary, frustrated trial and error nearly a decade earlier. It struck him, watching their quick, eager progress, exactly how much faster and how much less painfully every one of them might have grown if the vigil's original, isolation-first approach had never been the model at all. This is what it could have looked like from the very beginning, Kaido said quietly, watching the same scene beside him. If we'd had this 10 years ago. If any of us had. We have it now, Izuku said. I don't think it does anyone any good to spend tonight mourning the version of this that didn't happen. I'd rather spend it building the version that's actually in front of us. Kaido smiled, something warm and genuinely at peace settling into an expression that had, 9 years earlier, held nothing but hollow, mechanical grief. You've gotten wiser since the last time I watched you talk someone through a crisis, he said. I remember a version of you who would have spent the whole crossing apologizing for a decade that wasn't his fault to fix. I'm working on that part, Izuku said, echoing, without quite meaning to, the exact words he'd once offered Nagant in a very different chamber 9 years earlier, and found, hearing Kaido's answering laugh, that some things about this strange, extraordinary family only ever seemed to grow more true with time. Chapter 104. The formal alliance the 11 bearers built in the exhausted, triumphant hours after the origin point stabilization took its final shape over the following months, a quiet, decentralized network the group itself chose to call simply the Circle, built on no hierarchy beyond the trust that had carried all of them through 6 impossible hours on a platform in the middle of the Pacific. Ren's own role within the vigil shifted considerably in the aftermath, promoted, at the unanimous recommendation of a council that finally, fully understood exactly what her decade of patient, unglamorous advocacy had actually been building toward, into the organization's director, a position she accepted with the same quiet, careful humility she had brought to every hard-fought advance of the philosophy she'd spent 10 years defending. I don't think I would have gotten here without watching every one of you prove, one hard chapter at a time, that partnership was never actually the risk everyone assumed it was, she told the assembled circle at their first formal gathering as director, her voice carrying a warmth that had grown, over a decade, into something considerably less guarded than the careful professional composure she'd first brought to the mouth of Izuku's depot years earlier. I intend to spend whatever time I have in this role making sure the next person who survives contact with a gate finds exactly what all of you found, considerably faster than any of you had to find it. The Circle's first formal act, undertaken within weeks of its founding, was the quiet, careful establishment of an early support framework for anomaly bearers across every country the Vigil now maintained partnerships with, built on the same principle Kaido and Aiko's bridge program had proven years earlier, a promise that no one who survived contact with the gate's chaos would ever again have to face what came after it entirely alone. Chapter 105. Aiko, 5 years into her own hard-won recovery and 3 years into her partnership with Kaido running the bridge, stood before the newly formed circle at its founding gathering and delivered, at Kaido's quiet encouragement, an account of her own journey that left more than one hardened veteran of the platform's 6 impossible hours visibly, openly moved. I used to think what happened to me was the whole story, she said, echoing words she had once offered Izuku privately years earlier, now shared for the first time with a room considerably larger than any she'd addressed before. I know now it was only the beginning of a considerably better one. I don't think I would have believed, 5 years ago, that I'd ever stand in a room like this, surrounded by people who understood exactly what I was carrying, and feel, for the first time in longer than I could remember, completely and totally unafraid. Izuku, watching from the gathering's edge with Midnight's hand resting easily in his own, felt the full, accumulated weight of everything the last decade had built settle into him with a clarity that made even the origin point's terrifying 6 hours feel, in retrospect, like a single hard-fought step in a considerably longer and more meaningful journey, one that had somehow, against every reasonable expectation of frightened, quirkless boy could once have held for his own future, arrived exactly here. She's come so far, Midnight said quietly, following his gaze toward Aiko's steady, confident presence at the front of the room. We all have, Izuku said. I don't think any of us ever really arrives anywhere final. I think we just keep choosing, one hard day at a time, to build something worth the effort it took to get here. I'm grateful, more than I think I've ever properly said out loud, that I got to spend this particular decade building it with all of you. Chapter 106. Mirko's own contribution to the Circle's founding came in a form considerably more practical than any of the gathering's more sentimental speeches, a proposal, delivered with her usual blunt, unfiltered directness, that the Circle's newest and youngest members be paired, wherever possible, with an experienced mentor from among the original 11, rather than left to navigate their own early growth in isolation the way every one of the founding members had originally been forced to. I spent 8 years watching young heroes flounder because nobody bothered pairing them with someone who actually remembered what it felt like to be new at this, she told the gathered circle, her tone carrying none of her usual sharp humor, replaced instead by a hard-earned seriousness that surprised more than one person who had only ever known her public, playful persona. I'm not making that same mistake with people carrying something considerably heavier than a hero license. If any of you need someone to walk you through the hard parts, I'm volunteering, and I expect at least half of you to volunteer right alongside me. The proposal passed within the hour, unanimous and enthusiastic, and within the following year had already paired 4 new anomaly bearers, identified by the Vigil's expanding early detection network, with experienced mentors from the Circle's founding 11, a structure that would, over the following decade, prevent no fewer than 3 cases from ever coming close to the kind of isolated collapse that had once nearly consumed Kaido Endo entirely. Izuku watched Mirko take on her first mentee, a nervous teenager from Fukuoka who had survived a minor gate collapse only months earlier, with the same fierce, uncomplicated dedication she brought to everything that actually mattered to her, and found, watching the easy warmth already building between them, a quiet, settled pride in exactly how far his own once solitary journey had eventually managed to travel. Chapter 107. Nagant's own final contribution to the decades-long, hard-fought story arrived quietly, roughly a year after the origin point stabilization, in the form of a formal proposal she brought before the Circle with characteristic bluntness, that the network's considerable combined resources be turned, in part, toward identifying and dismantling the kind of leash-based control programs she had spent the better part of a decade fighting alone. I found every operative on my original list years ago, she told the gathered circle. I don't think that means the work is finished. I think it means the list was never actually going to be small enough for one person to handle alone in the first place. If 11 of us working together can stabilize something the size of the origin point, I don't see why 11 of us working together couldn't make considerably faster progress on this too. The proposal passed with the same swift, enthusiastic support the Circle had extended to Mirko's mentorship initiative months earlier, and within 2 years had grown into a quiet, coordinated effort spanning 6 countries, freeing considerably more people from considerably more forms of coerced servitude than Nagant's original decade of solitary work had ever managed to reach alone. You built the whole model for this, Izuku told her, watching her review the network's latest progress report with the same flat, focused satisfaction she brought to everything that actually mattered to her. I don't think I ever properly told you how much I admired that, watching you turn what happened to you into something that ended up freeing considerably more people than just yourself. Nagant looked up at him, something unguarded and genuinely moved crossing her usual careful composure. I learned it from you, she said simply. Everything I built, all of it, traces back to a boy in an alley who decided a stranger with a rifle pointed at him deserved an offer instead of a fight. I don't think I ever properly thanked you for that either. Seems like there's a considerable amount of that going around this particular family. Chapter 108. Ren visited the depot one final time in her new capacity as the Vigil's director, roughly 18 months after the origin point stabilization, carrying with her the organization's first comprehensive annual report built entirely under the reformed, partnership-first philosophy that had once taken her 9 long years and considerable personal risk to fully establish. 14 new anomaly bearers identified and supported this year alone, she told Izuku, spreading the report across the same crate where she had first laid Kaido Endo's file nearly a decade earlier. 0 isolation-based containments. 0 cases lost to the kind of collapse that nearly took Kaido, or nearly took the strategist's victims before we reached them. I spent the first 9 years of my career believing containment was the responsible choice. I've spent the years since watching partnership prove itself, case after case, considerably more responsible than anything the old model ever managed. Izuku looked over the report with a quiet, deep satisfaction, tracing the careful statistics that represented, beneath their clinical language, dozens of lives quietly, patiently rebuilt rather than simply managed from a careful, fearful distance. This is what you were always trying to build, he said. I'm glad you finally got the chance to build it properly. I had help, Rin said, echoing, without quite realizing it, words that had passed between nearly every member of this extraordinary, hard-won family across the better part of a decade. I don't think I would have found the courage to push this hard against 30 years of institutional caution without watching you prove, one impossible crisis at a time, exactly what the alternative could actually accomplish. I owe you considerably more than a report full of statistics could ever properly convey. You don't owe me anything, Izuku said. You did the actual work of changing an entire organization from the inside. All I ever did was refuse to let the people in front of me face any of this completely alone. That's a considerably smaller thing than you're giving me credit for. It's not smaller, Rin said, with the same quiet conviction Aiko had once offered him years earlier, and Izuku, hearing the words land with the weight of a lesson finally, fully proven across an entire decade, found that he no longer had any real argument left against it. Chapter 109. The 11 bearers reunited in person for the first time since the origin point stabilization at the Circle's 1-year anniversary gathering, held in a quiet mountain retreat Ren's expanded budget had finally been able to properly secure, and Izuku found, walking into a room full of people who had become, over a single extraordinary year, considerably more than colleagues bound by shared crisis, that the particular warmth of the reunion caught him more completely off guard than he had expected. Haruka greeted him with the same restless, easy energy she'd brought to their first conversation over reheated noodles, pulling him immediately into an update on 6 new search and rescue techniques she'd developed in the intervening months, refined through careful collaboration with 3 other bearers across 2 different countries. I used to solve every problem alone because I thought that was just the shape of what this power required, she told him, grinning. Turns out I was just missing 8 other people to actually compare notes with. Wish I'd known that 6 years earlier. The man from Sapporo, whose name Izuku had finally learned properly was Daichi, had brought with him a young mentee of his own, paired through the Circle's new structure, and the sight of the boy's nervous, hopeful face, so clearly mirroring Izuku's own uncertain early days, struck him with a warmth that settled deep and lasting behind his ribs. This is what it actually looks like, Kaido said quietly, standing beside him and watching the gathered circle mingle with an ease that would have seemed impossible a year earlier, back when every one of them still carried the quiet, private fear that nobody else could ever fully understand what they were living with. Not just surviving it anymore. Building something out of it that outlasts any single one of us. Izuku nodded slowly, watching Aiko deep in conversation with a new bearer barely out of her teens, watching Mirko trading exaggerated battle stories with Haruka, watching Nagant quietly briefing 2 Circle members on the latest progress of her network's expanded mission, and felt, for the first time since the origin point's terrifying 6 hours, a settled, complete certainty that whatever the world asked of them next, it would never again be asked of any one of them alone, a certainty that felt. Standing there in that warm, crowded room, like the truest kind of victory any of them had ever won. Chapter 110. The Circle's 2nd year brought no crisis on the scale of the origin point, and Izuku found, settling into the steady, unglamorous rhythm of that quieter year, that he did not miss the adrenaline of catastrophe nearly as much as some earlier version of himself might have expected to. There was a particular satisfaction, he discovered, in the slower work, mentoring a nervous new bearer through her first uncertain months, reviewing the bridge program's expanding case files with Kaido and Aiko, sitting in on circle planning sessions that dealt, more often than not, with logistics and outreach rather than any looming disaster. Midnight, watching him settle into that quieter rhythm with an ease that surprised even her, remarked on it one evening as they walked together through the depot's familiar tunnels. "You've changed," she said, something fond in her voice. 9 years ago you'd have been restless within a week without some fight to throw yourself into. Now you seem almost content to just build things slowly. I think I finally understand the actual difference between the two," he said. "For a long time I thought the fighting was the point, because it was the part that felt the most urgent, the most necessary. I don't think that's true anymore. I think the fighting was always just what happened when the slow, patient work got interrupted by something trying to tear it apart. The actual point was always this. The mentoring, the building, the showing up for people, day after ordinary day, whether or not anything dramatic is happening at all." Midnight took his hand, the gesture carrying the same easy, settled warmth it always had across 9 years of exactly this kind of quiet evening. "I think that might be the wisest thing I've ever heard you say," she told him. "And I've heard you say quite a lot of wise things, for someone who still occasionally forgets to eat dinner when he gets absorbed in a new domain theory." He laughed, the sound easy and unguarded in a way that had become, over the years, as natural to him as breathing, and found, walking beside her through tunnels that had slowly, patiently, become the truest home he had ever known, that he would not have traded a single ordinary evening of this hard-won, quiet life for anything the more dramatic version of his story could have offered instead. Chapter 111. The 10th anniversary of the Central Exchange collapse arrived on an ordinary spring day that carried, for Izuku, a particular weight none of the previous 9 anniversaries had quite managed, not because of any looming crisis, but because of the sheer, accumulated distance he found himself able to measure it against, 10 full years standing between the frightened, quirkless boy who had once run toward a barrier tape out of nothing but stubborn curiosity, and the man who now sat in a chamber full of family he had built entirely out of choice, considering exactly how far that single reckless decision had actually carried him. He spent the morning of the anniversary visiting the site itself, the Central Exchange long since rebuilt into an ordinary intersection that gave no outward hint of what had once torn open beneath it, and stood there for a long, quiet while, watching ordinary people move through an ordinary day with no idea how close their entire city had once come, on more than one occasion, to a fate they would never learn to be grateful for having escaped. Nagant found him there an hour later, having guessed correctly exactly where he'd gone without needing to be told. "Thinking about the boy who used to stand here with a notebook," she said, more statement than question, settling beside him without ceremony. "Always," he admitted. "I don't think I'll ever stop being a little amazed that he's the same person as whoever I am now. He wanted so badly just to matter to somebody. I don't think he had any idea how many somebodies he'd eventually end up mattering to." Nagant was quiet for a moment, watching the same ordinary intersection with him. "For what it's worth," she said finally, "I don't think you're actually a different person from him at all. I think you're just what happens when that exact same stubborn, hopeful boy finally gets handed the chance to prove what he always suspected about himself. That he was worth standing beside, the whole time, long before any of us ever showed up to do it." Izuku looked at her for a long moment, feeling the full weight of 10 hard-fought years settle into something that felt, for the first time, entirely and completely like peace, and found that he did not have any words left that could improve on what she'd just offered him. Chapter 112. Kurosawa, retired now for several years but still occasionally consulted by Ren on matters of institutional history, attended the 10th anniversary gathering as an honored guest rather than any official capacity, and spent a good portion of the evening in quiet conversation with Izuku. The two of them settled into a corner of the depot's transformed chamber with the easy familiarity of two people who had, across a decade of hard-fought disagreement and eventual mutual respect, become something considerably closer to friends than either might have predicted in their earliest, most contentious meetings. 30 years with the vigil, and I still think about that first council session more than almost anything else from my career, he admitted, turning a glass slowly in his hand. I walked in convinced I was defending this organization from a mistake it hadn't yet realized it was making. I walked out having learned more about what actual safeguards look like than 3 decades of careful protocol had ever managed to teach me. You gave us something valuable by pushing back as hard as you did, Izuku said. I don't think the partnership we ended up building would have held up nearly as well if it had never had to survive being tested first. I've thought about that a lot, over the years. The strongest things are rarely the ones nobody ever challenged. Kurosawa nodded slowly, something contemplative crossing his weathered features. I suppose that's as fitting an epitaph for a career as I could ask for, he said. Not the man who built the safeguard. The man who made sure it was strong enough to actually matter, by refusing to let it go untested. I can live with that. You built more than that, Izuku said quietly. You helped teach an entire organization how to change its mind honestly, in public, without pretending it had always known better. I don't think that's a small thing either. I think that might be one of the harder lessons anyone in this whole story ever had to learn. Kurosawa's mouth twitched into the same rare, genuine smile Izuku had come to recognize over the years, and the two of them sat together for a while longer in comfortable silence, watching the gathered circle celebrate a decade of exactly the partnership his own hard-fought skepticism had, in the end, helped make considerably stronger. I don't say this often, Kurosawa added, after a long, comfortable pause, but I'm glad I lived to see this particular evening. 30 years in this line of work, and I don't think I ever once expected to end my career watching something this genuinely hopeful come together in a single room. Consider that the closest thing to sentiment you're ever going to get out of me, Midoriya. I'll take it, Izuku said, grinning, and found that he meant it every bit as much as any of the more openly sentimental toasts the evening had already offered. Chapter 113. Ren, near the end of the 10th anniversary gathering, pulled Izuku aside one final time, carrying with her a small, unassuming box that she pressed into his hands with an unusual formality. It's not much, she said. Just a token. But I wanted you to have it before the night ended. Inside, he found a single, carefully preserved photograph, the surveillance still Ren had first shown him a decade earlier of the depot's entrance, taken the night she'd stood alone in its mouth and asked, quietly, for the chance to talk. I kept a copy, she admitted. I don't know why, exactly, except that I think some part of me understood, even that first night, that I was watching the beginning of something considerably larger than a single case file. I wanted you to have it, now that we both know how the rest of the story actually turned out. Izuku studied the photograph for a long moment, feeling the full weight of 10 years compress into a single, quiet image, a woman standing in the dark, waiting to be trusted, and a boy on the other side of that darkness who had, against every reasonable expectation, decided to extend that trust anyway. Thank you, he said simply. For that night, and for every one that came after it. Thank you for answering the way you did, Ren said. I've spent a decade watching what that single choice built. I don't think either of us fully understood, standing in that tunnel mouth all those years ago, exactly how far it was going to carry everyone who eventually gathered around it. Neither of us needed to understand it yet, Izuku said, tucking the photograph carefully away. We just needed to be willing to find out together. I think that's turned out to be the whole secret, this entire time. Ren smiled, something quietly moved crossing her expression as she watched him tuck the small box away with obvious care. I think you're right, she said. I don't know that I would have believed it, a decade ago, standing alone in that tunnel mouth wondering whether I'd made the right call. I'm glad I did. I don't think I've ever been more certain of anything in my entire career. Chapter 114. Muzutafu slept on above the depot, exactly as it always had, on the ordinary spring evening that marked 10 years since a gate first opened beneath the central exchange and changed the entire shape of a quirkless boy's uncertain, small existence into something the world would never fully know it owed its continued safety to. Izuku sat that evening in the same chamber where he had first learned to say the word arise, considerably older now, considerably more settled, with a wife beside him and a family gathered around him that had grown, over 10 extraordinary years, from 3 unlikely allies into something closer to a small, quiet nation of people who had each, in their own way, chosen to stand in the gap between power and the people it could so easily have hurt instead. He thought of Kaido, 3 years into a partnership with Ico that had grown their small support program into something operating on every continent that had ever recorded a gate collapse. He thought of the 10 other bearers scattered across the world, bound now by a trust forged in 6 impossible hours on a platform in the middle of the Pacific, each one a quiet, steady guardian of some corner of a planet that would never know their names. He thought of Nagant's completed mission and its considerable expansion, Mirko's decade of steady mentorship now multiplying itself across a dozen careful pairings, Ren's organization reshaped permanently by a decade of hard-won lessons about exactly what patient, honest partnership could accomplish where isolation and control had only ever produced tragedy. He opened the notebook, considerably thicker now, that Nagant had given him at his graduation 10 years earlier, and found, turning through its pages one final time on this particular anniversary evening, that every hard-fought lesson of the last decade had, in the end, distilled down to exactly the same simple truth he had first stumbled into by instinct in a condemned subway depot as a frightened, powerful boy who had no idea yet what he was actually building. Nobody carries this alone. Nobody should have to. That was the whole of it, the entire secret, worth considerably more than any shadow, any domain, any power a dying gate had ever offered a boy with nothing but a notebook and a stubborn, aching wish to matter. He closed the notebook, reached for his wife's hand, and looked around the chamber at the family that had proven, across 10 extraordinary years and considerably more than they ever set out to change, exactly how far one honest choice could carry an entire world. Enough. Thanks for listening.